So, you want to be an affiliate. It looks easy enough, right? Seems like all you have to do is pick a product to promote, find an eager group of buyers, slap up a banner ad, and you're in business. Not really. Everything I just said about affiliate marketing is completely wrong. For starters, you don't pick a product first. Instead, you start by picking a niche. Basically, you're going to find the money stream first and then put yourself in front of it. Secondly, slapping banner ads up isn't going to get you anywhere. Yeah, you might get a few clicks here and there, but as the saying goes, even a broken clock is right twice a day. So listen, I want you to scrub your brain of everything you've heard about affiliate marketing, because if you've started dabbling with it and you're not making money, then someone probably fed you bad information. That's not your fault, but we need to get rid of the misinformation. I kind of wish I had one of those men in black doohickeys that would just erase the bad affiliate marketing info that's lurking in your brain. Unfortunately, I don't have one, so I need to ask you to watch this video with an open mind, okay? The first thing I want you to know is that an affiliate marketer wears a whole lot of hats. I'm not talking about fedoras, cowboy hats, or those silly crocheted beer can hats. I'm talking about business hats, okay? Let me explain. First off, you're a marketer. That means you'll quickly become adept at social media marketing, joint ventures, search engine optimization, media buys, guest blogging, and all sorts of other ways to drive targeted traffic. You'll also wear a filtering hat. This means you sort through potential affiliate products to find the best solutions for your audience. You're also going to wear a bit of a mind-reading hat, okay? You won't actually be mind-reading, but you will do some market research to get inside of your prospects' heads. Once you do this, then you can pick products they're anxious to buy and write sales copy that gets them pulling out their wallets. Speaking of sales copy, you're also going to need to don your writing hat, and that's because you'll be writing sales copy, newsletters, blog posts, and other types of contents. Sometimes you're just going to wear a bit of a tech hat. Sure, you can outsource your tech jobs like maintaining your website, but a lot of affiliates prefer to just learn how to do it themselves. And really, with tools like WordPress, it's not that hard. The next hat that you wear is one as a relationship expert. And that brings us to the next important point that you need to know. A lot of affiliate marketers think the key to making sales is to add value to an offer, meaning you offer a special bonus to those who buy through your affiliate link. And sure, that is part of a good strategy. But here's the number one secret that super affiliates know, which gets people lining up around the block to buy from them. People buy from those they know, like, and trust. If you think about your own purchases for just a second, you'll know it's true. If you've spent a little more money for a product because you preferred to buy from someone you know, like, and trust, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. Maybe you bought the name brand headache medicine because you don't trust the generic. Same ingredients, same effect, and even though the name brand cost a little bit more, you still bought it. I've bought a lot of audio equipment and musical instruments over the years because that's just something I'm into. And you know what? There's one company that I buy most of my stuff from that really their prices aren't the best. I pay a little bit more buying from them, and that's because I like to do business with them. Their service is great, they're nice people, I know I can trust their recommendations, and whenever someone buys from them, they always send a little bit of candy in the box when they ship it. I know it's just a silly little thing, but I like it, and I'll pay a little bit more because of it. The same thing goes for shoes, clothing, food, laundry detergent, cars, smartphones, books, or anything else you're going to buy. I'm sure there are plenty of times you've spent a little bit more because you wanted to buy from a company or individual that you knew, like, and trusted. And listen, your prospects are the same way. They don't necessarily buy something from you because you dangle an enticing bonus in their face. They buy because they know, like, and trust you. You've engaged them, and you've built a relationship with them. So now you see why we need to wear a relationship hat. While it's possible to approach cold prospects and sell a few of your who's-y what's-its here and there, you're going to do much better if you build a list, engage that list, build a relationship with the subscribers, and then promote solutions that you know will really help these folks. And that brings us to the final point. What sort of niche should you be targeting? Here's a key. Find a niche of rabid buyers who are likely to buy several products from you. Find people who are super passionate about some topic or hobby. Take the example of bodybuilders. Serious bodybuilders buy a ton of stuff. They purchase books and instructional videos on how to do their sport and how to compete. They purchase bodybuilding supplements. They buy all sorts of weights, benches, and machines. They buy lifting gloves, lifting hooks and back supports. They buy heating pads to soothe sore muscles, and they buy a ton of healthy food. I could go on and on. The point is, the serious bodybuilders are a wildly rabid market who buy a lot of information, and they purchase a wide range of expensive products, mid-range products, and consumable products. Here's another example of a burgeoning market. The vaping or e-cigarette market. Vaping isn't something people just do. It practically becomes a lifestyle for the rabid folks. So they purchase multiple devices, dozens of e-cigarette liquids, t-shirts, spare parts, and guides. And then these vapors also go to meetups, conferences, and expos. They're a rabid audience because they're engaged. They have money, and they're snapping up every new thing that hits the market. So you see what I'm saying? This is the sort of market you want to go after. So take a few minutes and think about what sorts of rabid, passionate markets are all around you, because one of them could be your ticket to affiliate success. All right, next we're going to look at how to uncover the very hottest markets around, and I'll see you there in the next video. Some affiliates look for products first, and then they look for people to sell these products to. I'm telling you, that's backward. Now, what you want to do is find an eager, cash-paying audience first, and then simply offer whatever it is they're already buying. It's a much easier way to become a successful affiliate. So what you need to do is start by brainstorming and then researching markets to uncover the gold mines. That's what you'll find out how to do in this video. Okay, so start just by creating a big list of possible markets for yourself. These might be markets that you're personally interested in, such as markets related to your own problems or hobbies. For example, do you golf? Do you like dogs? Do you want to lose weight? Do you do any bodybuilding? Do you restore old cars? Do you write novels? Do you crochet beer can hats and sell them at the county fair? Well, whatever it is that has sparked your own interest, write it down. Next up, write down the interests, problems, and hobbies of your friends, family, and coworkers. Does Uncle George like dressing in a tuxedo and going out on Friday nights? Does your coworker always talk about hydroponic gardening? Maybe you have a friend that's obsessed with tattoos. These are the sort of things you want to add to your list, okay? Then next, pay attention to the world around you. Read the news, eavesdrop on people, watch reality TV, talk to hip teenagers to see what's happening. You can get plenty of ideas for potential markets by just opening up your eyes and ears to what's going on all around you, okay? And here's another idea. This is a way to discover markets and niches you never knew existed. And we'll go ahead and look at it in a little bit more detail. Go to your favorite keyword tool, and this could be Google's free keyword tool, or Word Tracker, or Market Samurai, or whatever else you like. Then go ahead and enter in some general keywords like how to, secrets of, tips for, get rid of, eliminate, get more, articles, books, information, buy, purchase, etc. Okay? You see what I'm saying? When you plop in one of those phrases into a keyword tool, you'll get all sorts of crazy things that people are looking for in the search engines. You can also do this using Google's autofill feature. Just start typing something like how to in Google's search box, and it's going to automatically guess what you want to search for based on what other people have searched for. For example, just type in a very vague search such as how to, and Google's going to spit out all sorts of possibilities such as how to boil an egg, how to kiss, how to tie a tie, how to write a cover letter, how to knit, even how to make French toast, okay? Sure, some of the ideas you'll get will be absolutely worthless to you, but you'll also be turned on to some very good market possibilities, like those who are wanting to learn how to lose weight, or write a cover letter, or write a novel. So your next step is to separate the wheat from the chaff. What you want to do is figure out which of these ideas on your list are actually profitable. And the way you do this is by snooping around a little bit online. First, you go to Google and run a keyword search for the market, like golf, or weight loss, or tinfoil tuxedos. Then take the same keyword search and run it through a big marketplace or two, like Amazon.com. All right. What you're looking for is evidence that there's a big, hungry market that's willing and able to buy related products and services. So put on your Sherlock Holmes hat and let me tell you how to spot and recognize this evidence. First, you're looking for evidence that the market is buying products and services. For example, if you run a search in Amazon for weight loss, you're going to get over 200,000 hits. If you check out some of these weight loss products, you're going to see that many of them are bestsellers on Amazon. Taken together, these bits of evidence become a big, blinking neon sign that you're dealing with a huge, hungry market. No pun intended. Now do another search, such as one for mousetrap cars, and you'll come up with just 87 results. That's tiny. Not exactly proof that there's a huge market just clamoring to buy mousetrap cars, kits, parts, or guides. So that's the kind of market you'd cross off your list, because you want a market that's rabidly passionate and willing to buy a lot of products. The second thing you're looking for is evidence that the marketers are willing to spend money to advertise to their niche. That's a big sign that the market or niche is profitable, because smart marketers, as you know, don't flush money down the toilet. So look at the sponsored ads on Google when you run a search. Are there plenty of them? Look at the sponsored ads on Amazon. Look on eBay. Check out classified ads in the back of related publications. See if related websites are filling their ad spots. In short, just follow the money. Go back to the example of weight loss. You're going to see advertisers spending gobs of money online, on TV, in print, and everywhere else to reach their market. That's a sign of a profitable market. Now run a search in Google for mousetrap cars. At the time I'm making this video for you, not a single paid ad shows up alongside the regular search results. That's the sign of a small market or a tightwad market. Either way, it's not something you want to jump into. Okay, so now it's your turn. Go do your market research, find out which markets have eager audiences that are buying products and services. Just another note, you can even use Google Trends to see if a particular market is gaining in popularity over time. Okay, do this and you'll create a short list of markets that look super profitable. Go ahead and pick one and you'll be one step closer to becoming a successful affiliate. All right? In the next video, I'm going to show you how to find a golden needle in an affiliate marketing haystack. Once you've found a profitable market, then you need to find out what these folks are already buying. You see, this isn't a time for you to reinvent the wheel. Don't go looking for some obscure solution and then cross your fingers that your market's going to like it. Instead, what you're looking for are popular products that your market is already buying. Because the best way to figure out what people will buy tomorrow is to look at what they're buying today. That's what you'll find out how to do in this video. Plus, you'll find out how to pick the very best solutions for your market. In other words, you're going to discover how to find a super profitable golden needle in a pile of affiliate marketing hay. Okay, so the first thing you need to do is find affiliate offers to promote to your audience. What you want to do is a bit of market research. Hit up Amazon, toss your keywords into the search box, and see what comes up. Here you're looking for two things. First, you're looking for bestsellers. And second, you're looking for types of products that have a lot of competition. When you find those two things, then you know you have a product on your hands that your market's already buying. For example, if we were working in a weight loss market, you might notice that there are a whole lot of products about low-carb diets. Plus, some of these low-carb diet products are bestsellers in their category. That tells you that people are buying low-carb products. So this is something you might want to promote to your audience too. You can browse other marketplaces to get a feel for what is selling, including affiliate marketplaces. For example, check out jvzoo.com and clickbank.com. These are a couple of sites that are going to tell you what affiliate offers are popular in your niche. Now, if you haven't already figured it out, these are also good places to start when you're looking for specific products to promote. Another way to find products to promote is to hit up Google and search for what you know is a popular product or solution, followed by words like affiliate or affiliate program. For example, if you're going to hop on the beer making bandwagon, then search for something like beer making affiliate, or home brewing affiliate, or even maybe something like beer making associate program. This should turn up plenty of opportunities for you across a wide variety of companies. Just be sure your market is already buying these types of products. Okay, remember that. Now, some affiliates look at the price of a prospective affiliate product. Then they look at the commission rate, And then they pick the product that's just going to stuff the biggest wads of money into their pocket. Except for there's a problem here. They start promoting the product and it doesn't sell. Or maybe it sells like crazy, but they get tons of refund requests. Or maybe they're even doing okay and selling products people love, but when affiliate payday comes, their PayPal account is as empty as a politician's promise. Yeah, you got it. Some vendors do cheat their affiliates. So we want to make sure this doesn't happen to you. Let me share with you several tips for finding a good affiliate offer that's going to get your PayPal account humming hallelujah. I'm going to assume you've already found a popular product, and you know your market is already buying this type of product, so let's go from there. Okay, first things first. When you find something that looks good, your first job is to make sure it actually is a good product. This means using the product, reading it, watching it, consuming it, whatever you've got to do to review it and make sure it's good. Then ask yourself, is this solution something you'd recommend to your mother or your best friend? If you're thinking, no way, Jose, then don't promote it as an affiliate, or you'll soon see your own reputation sink faster than a bowling ball in a swimming pool. You can also read reviews to be sure that people in the market are satisfied with the product. Just take these reviews with a grain of salt because sometimes they're created by biased affiliates and shills, and sometimes they're created by competitors who are out to destroy the product. Sadly, this stuff really happens. It's kind of a dog-eat-dog world out there when it comes to making money. The second thing you want to look at is the commission rate and the overall price of the offer. In other words, how much money are you going to make every time you send a paying customer the vendor's way? You want to be sure that it's worth your while. Next, have a look at the conversion rates. Now, not every vendor shares this information. If you don't see this data, it's easy enough to just ask them. If the vendor doesn't provide it, then take a look at the sales letter. Do you think it'll convert? Truth is, a low conversion rate isn't a total deal breaker because you can overcome it by doing some solid pre-selling. But yeah, a solid conversion rate just makes your job a whole lot easier. Next, have a look at the whole sales process. Do you see any weird commission leaks? Like, does the vendor send the buyer off to payment options that won't give you affiliate credit? Or does the vendor do something sneaky, like insert ads and links for other products, which, again, you won't get credit for? Point is, go through the sales process very carefully yourself to make sure there's nothing shady going on. And then, finally, the last thing you want to do is a bit of research. Hit up Google and search the product name as well as the vendor's name. Sure, you might find a few disgruntled customers with complaints. Every big company does. But what you're looking for is a pattern of legitimate complaints signaling that something is wrong with the product or the vendor. I'm talking about things like not offering refunds, poor customer service, not paying affiliates, stuff like that. So there you have it. Once you do the research you just learned about, you should be able to uncover the very best affiliate products and services in your niche. Now, before I leave this topic, let me say one more thing. Be sure to pick several good offers to promote because you're not going to make a living as an affiliate promoting just one or two offers. Instead, you should be setting up a sales funnel with a wide variety of offers to promote to your prospects. Okay? So go ahead and start your research, which is going to put you one step closer to becoming the king of affiliates in your niche. Okay, you're making the steps towards becoming an affiliate. At this point, you've chosen a niche and picked out several products to promote to this hungry niche. So, what's next? Put the banner ads down and step away. Tuck that media buy into your pocket if it links to the affiliate offer. And don't even think about buying pay-per-click ads if you're going to send your visitors directly to the vendor's page. That's a big mistake. You see, you're not going to send visitors directly to the sales letter at all, at least not at first. Because why send all your traffic to the vendor and you get nothing except maybe 2 or 3 sales for every 100 visitors? That totally stinks. Instead, what you're going to do is send every last bit of traffic to your lead page. Now, that's right. You're going to build a list. You're going to build relationships with your subscribers. You're going to engage your readers. And what's the end result? Your subscribers are going to be hot leads who buy whatever you send their way because they know, like, and trust you. But here's the thing. You can't just toss up an opt-in form and expect your prospects to swarm all over it like ravenous ants on a lollipop. It just don't work that way. Instead, what you need to do is lay down some juicy bait. And the way you do this is by offering an irresistible lead magnet. This is a high-demand product that you offer to your prospects in exchange for their email address. Now, there are a whole lot of different products you can offer, including ebooks, reports, software, videos, audios, access to membership sites, multi-part e-courses, mind maps, worksheets, and other tools and resources. Basically, anything you can offer instant access to once someone has joined your list. But there's a heads up. Don't make the mistake of just tossing out some old rehashed junk product up and expecting to build a big list. Instead, you need to offer something your prospects really want. So, what's the secret of creating a hot, in-demand lead magnet product? Well, it's very simple. Figure out what they're already buying, and then give them something similar for free. You know, you can bet if people are buying it, they'll snap up your free offer like crazy, right? You've probably already done your market research, so you know what the top-selling products are in your niche. You don't even need to create a full product that directly competes with these products or anything like that. You just need to create something on the same topic, like a report, short video, or something else. That way you know your free lead magnet product will be in demand. The other thing you want to keep in mind is that your free lead magnet product should be directly related to the main affiliate product you're selling. In fact, it should be so related that people who use your free product should naturally want to buy the affiliate offer. The freebie should naturally lead to the paid product. Let me give you an example of this. Let's suppose you're selling a weight loss course. I've got 3 different ideas for lead magnet products you can create to bait your prospects. First idea is to create a report that covers one important aspect of weight loss, such as good nutrition or something along that line. Anyone who wants to learn more about this topic will need to purchase the product you're promoting. The second idea is to offer a free meal planning tool. This might be a little app that counts calories and keeps track of meals. Anyone who's using your app is going to do better, obviously, if they follow the diet plan you're promoting. Still, another idea is to offer a printable sheet that lists calories in popular restaurant foods. This becomes a handy pocket guide for people to print out and take with them when they dine out. So you can see those are 3 different examples of lead magnets, but in all cases, they're desirable products that naturally lead to the paid product. Better yet, the app and the printable calorie guide are also something that people will refer to frequently. And of course, that's a good thing because then they'll see your calls to action and your affiliate links on a regular basis. Now let me make a quick note here. Don't use your direct affiliate link in your lead magnet product. Why is that? Well, if the affiliate program disappears, if the vendor moves the affiliate program to another platform, if the product is retired, or if you just decide to stop promoting that particular product, then you're going to have thousands of lead magnet products floating around with dead or incorrect affiliate links inside. Bad move. That's a very bad move. Instead, what you want to do is just use a redirect link through your own domain. So when people click on your web link, it redirects to the affiliate offer. But if you ever decide to promote something else, or if the affiliate link dies, you can simply change the redirect link in your own domain in just a few seconds, and you'll be back in business just like that. So there you have it. One of the keys to building a big list is to lay down some juicy bait for your prospects. This lead magnet product should be desirable and valuable, and something that your prospects are going to refer to often, and something that naturally leads people to buy the affiliate offer. Now, if you get this much done, you're already halfway to creating a big responsive list. So take a few minutes right now and figure out what type of lead magnet you can create that's going to get prospects scrambling to join your list. And I'll see you in the next video where we'll get into the nuts and bolts of assembling your lead magnet page. One of the steps on the path to you becoming a successful affiliate is to build a mailing list, which means that you need to create a good lead magnet product as bait, and then you need to advertise this enticing freebie on your lead magnet page. The good thing about putting together a lead magnet page is that it's not even as hard as assembling IKEA furniture. The instructions aren't going to be in some incoherent mix of Swedish and English. You don't need weird tools, and you won't have any spare parts left over. Hopefully. Good deal, right? So let's jump right into the process. The first thing you're going to need is a website. This means you need to get a domain name and then get the domain name hosted with a web host. You can use a registrar like Namecheap.com and a web host like HostGator.com. Check the online documentation for both of these sites, and you're going to get videos and text instructions for getting your domain set up with your web host. The second thing you need is a way to manage your email list. There are plenty of scripts you can install and host on your own site, but those are going to take a bit of tech know-how. Plus, you're also going to need to spend time managing your database and making sure your emails land in your subscribers' inboxes. So, an easier way to handle this task is to use a trusted third-party email service provider. These are services like Aweber, GetResponse, iContact, or similar type services. The cool thing about these providers is that they provide lots of instructions on how to set up your list and get your opt-in form onto your lead magnet page. So, you shouldn't have any trouble setting it up, even if you consider yourself a bit of a technophobe. Next, you need a lead magnet page where you can drop your opt-in form. The good news is that you don't need to hire some high-priced, latte-drinking web designer to create this page for you. You don't need to know any code at all. You don't even need to know anything about web design. All you need to do is get your hands on a cool little web app called Landing Page Monkey, which automatically creates gorgeous lead magnet pages for you. You can even add background videos to your page, which creates a modern, polished look that's going to impress your visitors and boost your conversion rates. Check out the resources section on this website for more information about Landing Page Monkey, okay? In addition to your opt-in form, the other thing you'll need to put on this lead magnet page is a bit of compelling sales copy. And that copy should give people a really good reason to join your list. Basically, you need to offer up your free lead magnet product on a silver platter with an awesome sauce headline and a couple bullet points. You want to make sure this copy really drives home the benefits of the free product and why people should subscribe now to get their hands on it. Let me give you an example of an intriguing headline. Free report reveals a weird trick to get rid of belly fat without exercise or hunger pangs. See how that works? It arouses curiosity while serving up some intriguing benefits. You could add a handful of similar bullet points below the headline to further entice your prospects. For example, you might have a line like, "Discover which magic fat-burning herb is sitting in your cupboard right now." Another example, find out which food you need to drop from your diet today to get rid of love handles. All right, now after you've presented these benefits, then put a call to action like, "Click here to get your free report." Seriously. You need to take people by the hand and tell them exactly what you want them to do, which is to join your list to claim their free lead magnet product. Simple. You're going to get a higher conversion rate when you specifically tell people what to do, rather than just assuming they'll know what to do. They don't know what to do. You got to tell them. Now, when people join your list, they'll get access to the lead magnet product, but they should also get started on an autoresponder series of at least 5 emails. Your email series should share some good niche relevant tips, and it should also promote one main affiliate offer, as well as secondary affiliate offers later in the email series. Let's go back to the weight loss example. If you're sending out a series of 5 follow-up emails, you might share 5 quick tips for shedding the fat. Give people some good information, something they haven't read in a million other places. Give them something they can take action on right away and start seeing some results. In other words, build your subscribers' trust. Build a relationship with them. Show them that you can solve their problems. Of course, just tossing off a few tips isn't going to solve their problems, which is why you need to offer up other solutions, and these are your affiliate links to paid products. For example, you might send your list 3 low-fat and low-calorie smoothie recipes for them to try, and then promote a recipe book full of diet smoothies. Or maybe you send your subscribers an example weekly meal plan and then promote some meal planning software. You get the idea? Offer good tips in your mailings and then link to good solutions with your affiliate link. So now it's time for you to take action. Plan out your email series and start setting up your lead page. Also, be sure to check out the resources on this site for tools that are going to help you set it up in a snap. Okay, so go ahead and get to it, and I'll see you in the next video. Most affiliates set up a blog to advertise some of their wares. However, there are a few little tricks that separate the top affiliates from everybody else, and you're going to learn more about these tricks in this video. So first up, if you don't already have a blog, then you need to install one on your site. The good news is that this is a fairly easy task. Even those among us who aren't super geeks can do this. So feel free to put your pocket protector away and take off your horn-rimmed glasses, because your geeky superpowers aren't going to be needed today. What you need to do to set up your blog is use WordPress, which is totally free. The best and most secure way to set up this blogging platform is to go to wordpress.org, download the files, and then follow their detailed instructions about how to upload and install these files on your site. You'll find plenty of documentation as well as a support forum if you have any questions about this process. Now, if your web host uses cPanel or a similar dashboard, you may have noticed an option to install WordPress automatically with just a few clicks of your mouse. Yeah, this option is fast and easy. However, WordPress experts agree that your installation will be much more secure if you download the files off of wordpress.org and install them yourself. Once you get the core WordPress file set up, you can then change your theme, which is your overall design, if the default theme doesn't work for you. You can find literally thousands of free themes on wordpress.org, or you can use a trusted premium theme provider like StudioPress or Elegant Themes. Again, wordpress.org has complete documentation on their site showing you how to change the themes, and it can be done in just a couple of clicks in your WordPress dashboard. Okay, you can sit back and relax, because I'm done with the tech talk for now. Let's go ahead and get into the good stuff. If this video was a box of Cracker Jacks, then what's coming up would be the fun toy inside. And that's because you're now going to discover what the super affiliates do differently with their blogs. First off, one of the things the top affiliates do is they make sure their email lists and blogs work in tandem. One way to do this is to send out a teaser email with a link to the blog to read the rest of the article. Let me tell you why. Have you ever received a big envelope from the sweepstakes company Publishers Clearinghouse or something similar? When you open these envelopes, all sorts of pieces of paper fall out, and that's completely intentional. One of the creative directors from Publishers Clearinghouse actually admitted that they don't send single-page letters because people won't even read them before tossing them. Instead, Publishers Clearinghouse sends an envelope full of intriguing pieces of paper of different sizes, because this completely engages the recipient as they start sifting through this stuff to see what all's in the envelope. The next thing you know, the recipient is reading this piece and then that piece, and soon they're completely hooked and looking at everything. So what you need to do is steal a page from the Publishers Clearinghouse playbook. If you just send an email to someone, that's like sending a single letter. But if you send a teaser and get people to click through to your blog, then you have a chance to engage them, hook them, and reel them in with multiple content pieces, just like Publishers Clearinghouse does. Okay, think about it. When someone lands on your blog to read your newsletter, your goal is to get them to click through and buy the product you're recommending. But if they don't do that, you can use a pop-up window or some other strategy to redirect them to another related offer. So instead of just having one shot to sell something via an email newsletter, you send readers to your blog and you put multiple offers in front of them if they don't bite on the first one. Okay? Now, the second thing the top affiliates do differently is they focus on engaging their audience and building a relationship with them. And that's because people buy from those they know, like, and trust. If you can secure these feelings in your prospect, then you're going to be able to sell them anything. The key here is to think infotainment. This is where you offer information while at the same time you're entertaining your readers. You see, no one really likes to read information that feels like it's coming out of a college textbook. No one likes to watch videos that make the viewer feel like they're listening to mwah, 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 mwah. You remember the teacher on the Charlie Brown cartoons? People aren't content to just learn something. They want to be entertained. So spice up your content with jokes, some lighthearted stories, and of course a conversational style. You want to maintain this sort of entertaining style whether you're writing a tips article, whether you're doing a product review, or whether you're interviewing a vendor. If you want a good example of how this all works, then check out bestbonusblog.com. This blog belongs to Simon and Jeremy, who are two of the top affiliates in the internet marketing field. If you want to see how their emails and blog work together to create a lot of sales, then be sure to sign up for their newsletter to get a peek behind the curtain of their massively successful affiliate machine. Now here's another tip that comes from the top affiliates. Pick a responsive design theme for your blog. This means that your blog is going to automatically resize and display properly across all devices. That includes phones, tablets, laptops, and desktops. This provides maximum readability, which is going to make it more likely that your visitors will stick around and read everything. So that gives you a pretty good overview of what the top affiliates do differently with their blogs. Have you ever noticed how the super affiliates make it look so easy to win all the affiliate contests, pull down huge sales numbers, and pocket the big commission checks? And of course, have you ever wished you could do the same thing? Well, you're in luck, because in this video, I'm going to share with you some of the tips and tricks the super affiliates use that separate them from the average affiliates who are just scraping by. You may not want to hear all of this because some of it doesn't sound all that flashy and exciting, but never mind that, because the money you'll make when you put the stuff into play totally makes up for it. You'll love the feeling of being a powerful, respected, and successful affiliate in your niche. I guarantee it. Okay, so here's the first thing. The top affiliates engage their audiences and build relationships with them. I know, if you've watched some of our other videos, then you've heard me say this before, but I'm saying it again because it's so important. It may just be the number one key that separates the super affiliates from the super broke affiliates. Think about it for a moment and you'll see it's true. If some complete stranger walks up to you on the street and asks you for $20, it's pretty unlikely you're going to just hand the money over. Now imagine a good friend asks for $20. What you going to do? Right, you're going to hand over the $20 without question. That's because you know, like, and trust your friend. I'm not saying you need to become best buddies with all of your subscribers and readers, but you do need to build that familiarity, liking, and trust. And you do that by not holding back. Give your readers solid, actionable tips that are really going to help them. This builds liking and trust. Deliver the information in a friendly, fun, and conversational style. This is also going to give you an edge in the liking department. And you're going to be more likable if you treat your subscribers and readers like human beings by empathizing with their problems and helping them out, rather than just treating them like cash machines who exist only to pay your grocery bill. You know? The second way to build trust is by only recommending good products. Don't recommend snake oil just because you think you can make a fast buck on it. That fast buck you make today is going to create a loss of hundreds, even thousands of dollars per customer, because once you've lost their trust, then you've lost their future business too. All right, then you need to build familiarity. This is easy. You just need to keep yourself in front of your audience. Blog regularly, send newsletters at least weekly, if not more often. Brand yourself, create top-of-mind awareness, and transform yourself into the go-to person for your niche's problems. So bottom line, the super affiliates know how important it is for people to know, like, and trust them, which is why they spend so much time building good relationships with their prospects. Another thing many of the top affiliates do to sell more products is that they add value to the affiliate offers. This means they offer free bonus products to anyone who buys through their links. If a prospect likes two affiliates and one of them offers a bonus product, which affiliate do you think the prospect will buy from? Right, with all else being equal, smart customers want the most bang for their buck, so they're going to buy from the affiliate who's offering them some extra swag. You can offer free ebooks, videos, access to membership sites, mind maps, worksheets, spreadsheets, infographics, software, whatever. Okay, to see an example of how two top affiliates boost their conversion rates by offering bonuses to buyers, go ahead and check out bestbonusblog.com. The third thing the top affiliates do to boost their conversion rates is they pre-sell their offers. In other words, they get prospects in a buying mood before they drop their affiliate link. They do this by offering product reviews and even direct promotions that tout the benefits of the product. This tactic boosts your conversion rate no matter what kind of sales letter is behind your affiliate link. But you'll find it especially helpful if the sales letter totally stinks. Okay? Some people create great products, but their sales copy is, well, it's lame to say the least. You can overcome this by pre-selling your prospects so they're ready to hit the order button as soon as they land on the sales page. Have you ever seen an ugly guy with a beautiful woman? It always kind of makes me wonder how that happened. But do you know what the secret is? This guy has a way with words. He can attract any woman he wants because he knows how to get their attention and get them hanging on his every word. The reason I tell you this is because people who know how to wield their words pretty much rule the world. You know, Hitler didn't get people following his commands because of his goofy mustache. He did it by establishing his authority and crafting speeches that wormed their way into people's heads. Marketers, politicians, parents, teenagers, even your friend who seems to always twist your arm into doing what he wants, know how to use words to engage and persuade people. And once you learn how to wield this power for yourself, you're going to see a nice boost to your niche influence and the size of your commission checks. So what I want to share with you in this video are the secrets of writing newsletters, blog posts, and sales copy that hooks your reader, gets them hanging on every word, and gets them clicking on your affiliate links. The first tip is to know your audience. You can't persuade anyone to do anything if you don't know what makes them tick. So spend some time researching your audience. Join online forums, social media groups, and blog discussions to eavesdrop on their conversations. Find out about their fears, their hopes, their problems. Find out what they really want. Be sure to also pay attention to their demographics, like whether your niche is full of males or females, what their average age range is, where they live, and so on. And here's why this is so important. Let's imagine you assume you're talking to 18-year-old guys and you call them dude or bro in your newsletter. But then you find out your market is actually full of 40-year-old soccer moms. Tell you what, the use of the word dude won't exactly win you friends and influence people here. Let's further imagine that this is a weight loss newsletter, and you start telling these soccer moms how losing weight will get them ripped and get them lots of date with all the gorgeous babes on the beach. You think you're going to sell a boatload of products when you call soccer moms dude and tell them they'll land date with hot babes? Not a chance, dude. This is why it's so important for you to know your audience. Learn what they want, know what motivates them, know what pulls their emotional strings, and you'll have them eating out of the palm of your hand. The next thing you need to learn how to do is to write good copy. This starts with crafting good headlines for articles and subject lines for emails. These headlines should present a big benefit and arouse curiosity whenever possible. That's because a headline is designed to get attention. And if it doesn't get attention, then no one's going to read whatever else you have to say. That's kind of obvious, but a lot of people do overlook that little point. Let's go back to the weight loss example. A pretty boring subject line would be something like, weight loss tips. That's a total snooze fest. You just lost 95% of your audience with that one. Now, check out the difference if your subject line says something like this. Discover the #1 way to get rid of belly fat. Much better, right? It gives a benefit and it arouses curiosity. To get a feel for how to write a curiosity-arousing headline, I suggest you get yourself over to any of the popular sites known for writing great hooks, like Cracked.com or Upworthy.com. Now, the third thing you need to learn how to do is write engaging content. Now we're moving past the headline or subject line and into the article, the product review, or whatever other content it is. No matter what you're writing, your goal is to engage the reader. A really good way to do this is to find their emotional buttons and start pushing on them. There are lots of different ways you can do this. Let me share with you one proven method. Just tell a story. A good story that engages your reader's senses is going to sweep them away and get them 100% focused on your content piece. If you want to know how to spin a good tale, look to the masters, like some of your favorite authors. You can even go to Amazon and use the Look Inside feature to read the first few pages of popular novels. All right? You'll quickly see how these writers draw their readers into another world. Of course, you're not spinning a fiction tale necessarily. Perhaps you're sharing an inspirational true story of how someone just like the reader overcame their problems. But you still need to craft a story that's going to get people hanging on your every word. You also need to tap into emotions. Make your reader feel something. If you're writing a sales piece, then make them feel the frustration and pain of their problem. Then you can offer them hope and relief by presenting the solution that will make them feel good and happy again. Finally, let me offer one last tip. Tell your readers what you want them to do and give them a good reason to do it. When you tell your readers what to do, such as clicking on your affiliate link to purchase a product, that's your call to action. But if you want to make your call to action even more effective, then give prospects a good reason to click right now. Don't even give them the option of putting it off, because they will, and then they'll forget, and then you lose the sale. Ouch, don't want that, right? One way to get people to take action is by creating a sense of urgency, such as by telling prospects about a limited time discount or even a limited time bonus you're offering. Let me ask you an easy question here. Would you rather have one entry into a sweepstakes or 1,000 entries into a sweepstakes? Assuming that there are some sweet prizes, it's a no-brainer that you'd rather have more entries for a contest drawing. The more entries you have, the more likely it is you'll win. It's obviously just a numbers game. Listen, affiliate marketing is pretty much a numbers game too, and the calculations are just as simple. The more traffic you get in front of your offers, the more likely it is you'll generate big commission checks and a comfortable living. Now, in just a couple minutes, I'll start sharing with you some traffic tips, but first, I want to remind you of something important. It's really unlikely that you'll make a comfortable living promoting just one affiliate product. That's about as likely as you getting hit by lightning this afternoon. So here's what the super affiliates do. They create a sales funnel, and they never send their visitors directly to a sales page without first trying to get them onto a mailing list. You see, one of the advantage vendors have over affiliates is that the vendor is the one that gets to build a customer list. A list of proven buyers is one of your most valuable assets. But hey, look, there's absolutely no reason why you can't build a list too. In fact, that's exactly what smart affiliates do. The cool thing is that many of these prospects will go on to be customers. And if you set up a system where you deliver bonuses to customers who buy through your links, then you can segment your lists into prospects and customers. Just like that, you have a customer list too. Okay? So a moment ago, I mentioned a sales funnel. This sales funnel usually starts with a freebie. That's your lead magnet product that you use to entice people to join your list. Here's an important point. Focus on getting prospects into your mailing list first. That means you send all your traffic to your website, not the vendors. You want your prospects to join your list, and then you'll send them on over to the vendor sales page. Got it? So what you'll need to do is set up a sales funnel, which is where you promote related products, preferably more expensive products too. For example, maybe you promote an entry-level product like a $10 ebook. Then you can promote a $100 video course. Maybe you'll promote a $500 piece of equipment or software. Then you promote a $1,000 workshop. You get the idea? Instead of trying to get rich by pocketing $5 or $10 commissions, you promote lots of other related products and services to your list so that you can start pocketing the bigger commissions, like $50, $100, $500, or even more. So you see how this all works. You send traffic to your lead magnet page, your prospects opt in, and then you promote a variety of related and in-demand products to these prospects. Now, that brings us to the question, how do you get traffic? You get traffic in the same way as you get it to any other web page. I'm talking about social media, search engine optimization, pay-per-click marketing, viral campaigns, joint ventures, and so on. These are some of the tried and true methods for getting traffic to just about anything. So now let me share with you one really cool way to get a lot of traffic. You ask the vendor to do a free webinar interview with you. Here's how it works. First, you approach the vendor about doing the interview. And I tell you what, you're more likely to get a yes if you've already proven yourself as an affiliate. So get some sales under your belt and make this vendor some money before you request an interview. This is going to trip the reciprocity trigger in your vendor, as he'll feel a little bit more obligated to help you out. You want to be sure to tout the benefits for the vendor. Namely, the webinar is going to focus on selling one of his main products, so he'll get some great exposures and make some sales. Next, you need to promote the webinar. So blog about it. Tell your newsletter readers about it. Shout it from the rooftops on social media. Okay? Do everything you can to get traffic. Now here's the cool part. You should encourage the vendor to advertise the webinar as well. Probably about 95% of visitors are going to do it, just because they have a little ego involved in being spotlighted in your interview. But they also want to make sales, so they'll usually do a lot of promotions for you. Next, have people register for your webinar by joining your list. So right off the bat, you're making sure to get all these hot prospects on your mailing list so you can follow up with them repeatedly. Next, you send out a thank you email to those who register, along with your affiliate link for the vendor's product. You can tell your subscribers that buying this product is homework, which will help them prepare for the webinar. Then, when the webinar day rolls around, you send out a reminder to your list along with a link to where the webinar takes place. What do we do next? That was a terrible drum roll. Next, you just do the webinar. Just interview the vendor on the same topic as his product. So if his main product is all about organic gardening, then you should be asking your guest for tips on how to build raised flower beds or get rid of aphids or something. At the end of the interview, you then spend a few minutes talking about the product. By this point, your guest should have wowed your audience, so they'll be interested in buying. You'll share your affiliate link and then maybe a bonus if webinar registrants buy now through your link. And this should generate some quick sales for you. Now you have a webinar recording, which you can give to your guest to use as he pleases, plus you can use it too. You can maybe even use it as a lead magnet product. You do the webinar once, and you keep making sales from it again and again for many months to come. Now, imagine if you'll do this with a dozen different guests. You can be sure your traffic numbers, your subscribers, and your sales are going to go through the roof. So take a few minutes right now and start drawing up a prospective webinar guest list. I think you're going to love how much traffic this powerful strategy will deliver to your virtual doorstep. Once you get all the pieces of your affiliate business into place, then you need to send traffic to a lead magnet page so you can start building a list. A lot of people want you to think getting traffic is some kind of hoodoo voodoo magic, but it's not. It's all about using multiple channels to advertise so that you reach as deeply into your market as possible. So go ahead and put on your advertising hat for a moment, and then we'll go over some of these traffic methods. The first method to bring visitors to your virtual doorstep is to do some guest blogging. This is where you persuade other blog owners to post your content on their popular blogs. Now, you'll see a lot of blogs that actively solicit content, so feel free to follow their submission guidelines carefully and submit articles. But don't let a lack of a welcome mat prevent you from submitting content to a blog owner. You can knock on their virtual door and specifically ask them to post your content on their blog. And why not? They get free content. They'll also get some free traffic if you offer to tell your newsletter readers, your blog visitors, and social media followers about the article. The other important point about guest blogging is to use your byline wisely. Don't use it to just talk about you. Instead, your byline should talk about your readers, specifically their problems and how you can solve them. In other words, your byline should be a short, attention-getting, curiosity-arousing advertisement that gets people clicking through to your lead page. The second way to bring in more traffic is to tap into social media. You can start by setting up profiles on the major social media networks, such as Facebook, Twitter, and Google+. Secondly, you want to encourage your existing blog readers and newsletter subscribers to follow you on social media. Next, drum up some social media followers by doing co-endorsements with other people in your niche. What this means is that you approach other marketers and offer to tell your followers about their Facebook page or other social media if they'll return the favor for you. Yeah, it's the classic I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine kind of deal. And it's a pretty effective way to get more followers or even drive prospects directly to your lead magnet page. Okay? Next, you want your Facebook or other social media followers to help you get some new followers. And here's how you do this. You do this by posting viral content like memes or cool quotes, and then tell people to like and share the content. And when they do, you're naturally going to build your fan base. Another way to tap into the viral aspect of social media is to specifically bribe people to share your content. Now go ahead and put away your roll of $100 bills because you're not bribing corrupt government officials here. Instead, all you have to do is offer something interesting to your prospects, like maybe a free video or something if they share your link on their Facebook, Twitter, or Google+ accounts. This is super easy to do if you use Social ShareMonkey, which is a web app that unlocks a free gift once someone has shared your content. Check the resources section on this website to learn more about this tool. Now, the third way to get more traffic to your lead page is just to buy it. Facebook has a nice paid advertising platform where you can select your demographics so you're pulling a really targeted audience. And Google AdWords is another option. Just be sure to target narrow enough keywords so that you're fairly confident that your visitors are interested in what you're selling. For example, a keyword phrase like tips for losing weight after 40 tells you what the person wants and how old they are. That's good information, and it's probably a good keyword to bid on when you're using pay-per-click marketing to promote weight loss stuff. Finally, you can also purchase banner ads on relevant sites, like forums dedicated to your niche. You might even spend a few dollars testing out big sites like Reddit's advertising platform, because it's a cheap way to get your ad in front of a lot of people. So now let me share a few tips for optimizing your ad campaigns. First thing, you want to start small, especially if you're buying ads. That means get your ad in front of a small audience first. If the ad works, then go ahead and break open your advertising piggy bank and plunk down some more cash on a bigger ad buy. Secondly, be sure to test your ad campaigns. This means tracking your ads and traffic sources to see which ones are the ones that are bringing home the bacon for you. Once you understand what works, you can do more of the same thing, right? If you ask average affiliates what separates the super affiliates from everybody else, they're going to tell you things like big lists, or good connections, or maybe even lots of traffic. You might have a few wiseacres even doing an impression of Captain Obvious by saying, big commission checks are what separates the average affiliates from the super affiliates. Now sure, all these things are true, but the thing is, every single super affiliate on the planet started at the exact same place, and that's 0. They didn't have a single person on their mailing list until they started building their list. They didn't have a lick of traffic until they started driving this traffic. They didn't have good connections in the niche or anything else until they created or built those assets. The point is, the biggest super affiliates in your niche were once like you. They started with nothing, just like you. No list, no traffic, no commission checks. But there's something that happened along the way that gave them an edge. So you want to know what the real secret of what separates the super affiliates from everyone else is? It's this. They have the right mindset. It's that easy. And it makes all the difference in the world. The good news is that if you don't have this mindset yet, you can work on it. So let me share with you a peek inside the minds of the super affiliates. Here's factor number 1. Super affiliates treat their business like a business, not like a hobby. There's an old saying that says something like, if you treat your business like a hobby, it's going to pay you like a hobby. In other words, you'll get paid bupkis if you just fiddle around and treat your business with anything less than the seriousness that it deserves. One of the problems with folks who treat their businesses like a hobby is that they're afraid of failing. So here's how it works. As long as they pretend that their business is just something fun they like to do in their spare time, then they never have to face the fear of failure. After all, a hobby's just for fun, right? You can't fail at it. Another problem with folks who treat their businesses like a hobby is they're afraid of what other people might say. They don't want to be judged. They listen to the naysayers who say things like, when are you going to quit playing around and get a real job? Okay? It's especially hard when those sorts of comments come from people that are close to you, like a spouse, your family, or friends. If this sounds familiar to you, then I have one thing to say. Stop living your life based on the opinions and approval of others. Okay? Life is short. This is your life. Do what you want and forget about what anyone else has to say about it. The second factor that separates the super affiliates from the average affiliates is that super affiliates are well aware of the many hats that they wear. Your average affiliate goes into the business thinking he's a marketer. So what's he do? He pours all his time, his energy, and his money into being a marketer. And then he wonders why the commission checks aren't reflecting all of his hard work. Okay? A super affiliate knows he's a marketer, but he's also aware of all the other roles he needs to embrace in order to be successful. A super affiliate is a lead builder. He's a salesperson, a researcher, a trusted advisor, an authority figure, and sometimes even just a good friend. Super affiliates may also be entertainers, storytellers, and really good copywriters too. This is how they hook their prospects and keep them hanging on their every word. Top affiliates may also be project managers and human resource managers if they do some outsourcing. And one other thing, super affiliates are really good at seeing the big picture. Instead of getting tunnel vision by focusing on one aspect, such as promoting a certain product, they see how this one aspect is going to fit into their overall business plan. And that's going to bring us to our next point. The third factor that separates super affiliates from the mediocre affiliates is that top affiliates have a plan. What I'm talking about here is a specific, solid, and well thought out plan. You see, saying something like, I plan to make more money, that's not a plan. Saying, I plan to be king of the affiliates and have all others bow down before me, that's not a plan either. Saying, I plan to make gobs of money and then frolic around in it every week, it's not a plan. It might make for a weird video for you to post on YouTube, but it's not a plan. When I'm talking about a plan, I'm referring to a business plan. Of course, this is where you sit down and actually figure out your exact goals and the exact steps you need to accomplish those goals. Your business plan is going to look at your strengths and weaknesses. Your business plan will look at your competitors' strengths and weaknesses. Your business plan will figure out exactly how much time and money you'll need to find your prospects, get them on your list, and start closing sales. The fourth factor that separates the super affiliates from everyone else is that they know the real secrets of making sales. An average affiliate takes up a churn and burn model where they fill their blog with ads, they blast out promos constantly to their newsletter list, they burn through prospects pretty fast, okay? And all the time they try to convince themselves that anyone who didn't buy wasn't a real prospect anyway. Well, super affiliates know that good leads are worth their weight in gold. They know the high conversion rates aren't based solely on adding value to an offer by giving a bonus away. Sure, all these things can help, and they do help, but super affiliates know the real secret to cashing in big time is to build a list of subscribers who know, like, and trust you. So just forget about the churn and burn models or your scorched earth business plan, okay? Focus on building an engaged, responsive audience, and then you'll know what it's like to be the top affiliate in your entire niche, the one whom all the vendors flock to whenever they're releasing a new product. The fifth factor that separates the super affiliates from everyone else is that super affiliates focus on helping their customers first. Let me explain what I mean. If you focus on your own needs, then you're going to be promoting some pretty terrible products just because you know you can make a quick buck with them. All right? If that's your plan for becoming a super affiliate, then I suggest you get a sleazy suit, slick back your hair, and start doing that awful, creepy thing where you point at people, wink, and your tongue like the stereotypical snake oil salesman. Oh yeah, and you might also get on good terms with your parents, because your lack of income is probably going to have you crashing in their basement for the foreseeable future. If you want to get ahead, then I suggest you put your prospects and customers' needs first. Don't look at them like cash machines. Don't look at them as the people who are going to pay for your next vacation or video game. Don't get desperate when the electric bill is due and look for them to bail you out. Yeah, I know your affiliate marketing does pay the bills. I get that. Why else would you be doing it? But what you'll find is that your affiliate business will make even more money if you focus on the needs of your prospects and customers first. So just ask yourself, what's the best way for me to help these folks solve their problems? Because as Zig Ziglar said, paraphrased, when you help people get what they want, then you'll get what you want too. Or here's another way to think of it. Money is just a measure of how much you've helped others. So do everything you can to solve their problems. You might be surprised to find your bank account overflowing. So that's it for this time. I want you to really think about these mindset factors and other traits and honestly assess whether you believe them and possess them. If not, get to work on changing that, because your financial situation isn't going to change until you change the way you view your affiliate business. Coming up, you're going to learn the surprising truth about what really works. See you there. Welcome to video 2, where you're going to learn the surprising truth about what really works. Many affiliates, especially those who are new to the game, are looking for that magic bullet that's going to give them an edge, crush the competition, and of course help them close more sales. Okay, but let's cut to the chase. There's no single magic bullet that's going to get you everything you want. It's a combination of a lot of factors that will turn you into a successful affiliate. But as long as we're on the subject, there is one thing that nearly all top affiliates do, and this thing is something the bottom affiliates almost never do. What is that thing? It's testing and tracking to find out what really works with your audience. Now, if you know anything about testing and tracking at all, then you know it's all about figuring out what parts of your marketing campaign work the best, which parts need a little tweak, and which ones you should kick to the curb. In short, you're going to start analyzing the numbers, including traffic numbers and your conversion rates. I know, you probably never thought you'd have to use math and statistics out in the real world once you finished with that last class back in high school or college, but I think you'll be happy to make an exception here. And that's because testing and tracking can add a significant chunk of cash to your revenue. Consider this example here. Let's imagine that you're pulling in a 2% conversion rate with a product review you post on your blog, meaning 2 people buy for every 100 people who see your offer. Now let's suppose this is a product with a $50 commission. So when those 2 people buy, you make $100. So doing the math, you're making $100 for every 100 people who see the offer. Not bad. But imagine if you did a little testing and tracking to get more people clicking on the blog post and more people clicking on your affiliate link. How about if you doubled your conversion rate to 4%? Well, just like that, you also double your income, because now you'd be making $200 for every 100 folks who saw your promo. So you can see why testing and tracking is worth it, because it can add a whole lot more money to your revenue with really relatively little effort. All right? So as an affiliate, there are plenty of things you can test, and I'm going to go ahead and name some of them for you. You can test the parts of your lead page, such as your headline, benefit statements, call to action, and the overall design of your page to see which factors are going to get more people joining your mailing list. You can test different lead magnet products to see which freebies create a better response. You can rotate affiliate offers in your autoresponder series to see which ones produce the best results for you. Okay? You can test to see if Coke or Pepsi tastes better. Just kidding. I was just testing you to see if you were paying attention here. Okay, going on, you can test the subject lines of emails you send out to your leads. Got a few more here. You can test the other parts of the email, such as your opener, the benefit statements, the call to action, and the PS. You can test your ad campaigns. For example, if you're doing pay-per-click marketing, then you'd test to see which keywords worked best. You'd test your ad headline, and you'd test the body of the ad. You can also test other advertising components, such as ad venues, graphics, and sales copy. You might test posts you make on Facebook, Twitter, or other social media to see which ones get the most clicks and results. You may even want to test things like what day of the week people are more likely to open your emails, and you can get even more granular and test different times of the day. You can also test a train that's leaving Chicago going 55 miles an hour with a 5-mile-an-hour headwind and see when it'll meet the train leaving Los Angeles whose conductor is wearing a purple hat and eating a Krispy Kreme donut. You know I'm kidding, right? I'm just seeing if you're paying attention again. All right, so you have all these things to test. And that brings us to the next question. How on earth do you test and track them? Well, what you need is a tool that does all the work for you. In many cases, you're going to find these testing tools built into the other tools you're already using. First off, if you're using a well-known third-party email service provider like GetResponse or Aweber to manage your mailing lists, then those tools have built-in analytics that will give you information about how many people are opening your emails and how many people are clicking on your links. When it comes to your landing pages, you can use a web app like Landing Page Monkey, which creates professional pages quickly, as well as gathers useful data such as impressions and your conversion rate. Certain advertising platforms also give you built-in analytics, such as Google AdWords pay-per-click advertising. This will help you sort out what keywords and ads work best. Now, if you're testing something where you're not using one of these tools, then you can use something like Google Analytics or the open source alternative at piwik.org. So let me go over a few quick guidelines before I set you loose to start testing your campaigns. First off, be sure to test just one element of your campaigns or ads at a time. There is an exception to this rule, and that's if you're using multivariate analysis. However, if the words multivariate analysis makes you feel like hyperventilating and breathing deeply into a paper bag, then we can safely assume this isn't something you want to try right now. In that case, keep it simple by testing just one element at a time. Let me explain what I mean here. The idea is that if you just test one element of your campaign while holding all the other variables the same, then you can be fairly confident that the one element you're testing is the thing that created the difference in conversion rates. Let me give you a silly example to explain this. Let's suppose you're going out on a Saturday night to look for a new friend. So you buy a new shirt, you splash on a new cologne or perfume, and you make a conscious effort to walk your very best walk. Then you go to a club you've never been to before. So suddenly, you find yourself nearly trampled by beautiful people who are looking to give you their phone numbers. You're happy, but let me ask you, why is everyone flocking to you like moths to a flame? Is it your new shirt? Is it the new cologne or perfume? Is it your fantastic walk? Is it the new club? Or maybe this is the first time you left your house in 3 months without food stuck in your front teeth. You see what I mean? You have no idea what made you so popular. If you wanted to figure it out, you'd need to systematically test each and every one of those elements separately. And it works the same way with your marketing. Let's say you want to test an email. If you change the product you're promoting and the call to action in your email, then you won't have any idea what caused the change. So this is why you just test one thing at a time. The second guideline to follow is to get about 30 to 50 actions before trying to analyze any of your data. By actions, I'm talking about people performing the specific action you want them to take, such as join a newsletter list, clicking on a link, opening an email, or maybe purchasing the product. If you want to be super geeky about it, you can whip out your abacus and crunch a few numbers to determine the exact number of actions you need to get before you can be statistically confident in your results. However, a good rule of thumb is about 30 to 50 actions. Well, I'm glad you're still with me now that we're at the end of the video, because that tells me that you're going to be taking testing and tracking seriously enough to start doing it right away. So that's exactly what I suggest that you do. If you already have an autoresponder series set up, then start rotating products into the series to see which one works best. Go ahead and fiddle around with your subject lines. Sharpen your calls to action. Same thing goes for your landing pages. Tweak those headlines. Sharpen the benefits. Create some urgency with your calls to action. So get on that right away, because I think you're really going to like what testing and tracking does for your bottom line. Okay, so now you're ready for the next video where you'll discover how to get vendors to line your pockets with cash. Yeah, you heard that right. We're going to turn things upside down and backwards a little bit and get the vendors happily sending traffic to you. When you think of the typical affiliate-vendor relationship, you probably think of vendors paying the affiliates to share their assets. You drive the traffic, you pre-sell the audience, you create an extra incentive like a bonus, then you pocket a commission when people buy through your link. The vendor provides the product, the sales letter, fulfillment, and customer service. Now, let's turn that model on its head for a minute. Imagine if the vendors helped you drive the traffic, and you still enjoyed a nice split of the profit. Sounds pretty good, right? So good that you're probably already whipping out your magnifying glass to read the fine print here. But the good news is there's no trickery going on here. Instead, you just need to think outside the typical affiliate mindset and come up with ways to get the vendor to help you make more money. You know, it's no secret that vendors are really eager to help affiliates, especially affiliates who have a good track record. That's why they provide things like email swipes and other creatives. They want to make it super easy for you to promote their products. But let's step beyond basic affiliate tools and think about how else the vendor can help you. One idea is to recruit the vendor to do an interview or even a webinar with you. For example, you set yourself up on a Google Hangout and you ask the vendor for some juicy secrets related to the niche, and then promote the vendor's product using your affiliate link. The key to this strategy is that the vendor will usually advertise the webinar to his subscribers. He'll probably also tell his social media followers and blog readers, and that means you'll get a lot of free traffic this way. Of course, when somebody buys from either the live webinar or the recordings, you get a nice commission. Let me share 2 tips about this before we leave this idea. The first tip is to be sure that the vendor is prepared for the webinar. This is important. If the vendor does a lot of webinars or interviews, then it should be a walk in the park for them. However, if the vendor is new to this kind of stuff, then your job is to make sure he's comfortable. This doesn't mean you need to set him up with a silk pillow and a fruity drink with an umbrella in it. It doesn't mean somebody needs to be fanning him during the webinar. Now that I think about it, that would be a nice touch, but it's not necessary. Instead, you just need to make sure the vendor feels prepared, such as by creating a list of possible questions or topics ahead of time so the vendor knows what sorts of things you might ask. A word of warning though, don't turn this into a scripted interview or it'll end up being awkward and robotic. Just give the vendor a general idea of what to expect, but neither one of you should be reading from a script, okay? The second tip is to be sure you have people register for the webinar so that you can build a mailing list from your efforts. You want to be sure to segment this list so that you know these subscribers came from a specific interview. That way, in the future, when you promote this vendor, you can offer this list a special bonus or something similar since they're already warm leads for this offer. Okay? So moving on. Another way to get the vendor sending you traffic is to create a lead magnet for him or her. In other words, you create a free report, a book, some software, a video, an infographic, mind map, or other downloadable tools or resources. This freebie should be focused on promoting the vendor's offer using your affiliate link. Then you give this lead magnet to the vendor to offer his subscribers, blog readers, and social media followers. Still another way to get the vendor sending traffic your way is to create a bonus product for him or her. This is a bonus product that's specifically designed to complement or enhance the vendor's product. Okay? For example, if the vendor is selling a golfing guide, then you might create a video illustrating specific golf grips. Or if the vendor is selling a weight loss product, you might offer a calorie counting app. The point is, you create something specifically for the vendor to give away to his customers. This bonus product should be something that works to drive people to your lead magnet page. The cool thing is that every subscriber you get from this tactic is a known buyer. So in doing this, you're building a very valuable list. Another way to get a vendor sending you traffic is to do some guest blogging. If the vendor has a blog, then you can offer him or her free content for their blog. Ideally, any content you offer should be exclusive or semi-exclusive content, perhaps just appearing on your blog and the vendor's blog. But the way to make this work is to focus your article on a topic based around the vendor's product. Then within the article, you can drop your affiliate link. This is a win-win idea because both you and the vendor make money in this. Still another way to get a vendor sending you some traffic is to ask him or her to write an article for your blog. Alternatively, you can ask the vendor to do a text-based interview where all the questions are asked and answered via email. You can then edit this interview and post it on your blog, along with your affiliate link to the vendor's product. The reason this works so well is because many vendors are going to promote their articles or interviews on their own blog. They'll also promote it on social media platforms and to their newsletter subscribers. A big tip here, you up the chances of the vendor promoting the content by specifically asking him to promote it. That's right, just ask. Tell him the benefits of promoting. Namely, he's going to make money and add a new customer to his list whenever someone buys from the links in the article or the interview. So there you have it. 5 different ways you can get the vendor to send traffic to you and help you promote his products. If you've never tried these ideas out before, I think you'll be surprised at how well they work. That's why I suggest you get started as soon as possible by emailing, Skyping, or otherwise getting in touch with your favorite vendor to land an interview or offer some free content for them. I think you'll both like the results. Now, if you want even more results, and I'm sure you do, let's go ahead and move on to another video. In the next session, you're going to find out how to get the same perks that the super affiliates do. And I'll see you there shortly. Let me share with you a little secret. You don't need to be the top affiliate in your niche in order to start getting some pretty sweet perks. So, how do you get them? You just ask for them. And this is just the way life works. The guy who has the guts to ask out beautiful women, of course, is the one who gets the date with the supermodels. The employee who asks the boss for a raise is the one who gets the promotion. And the affiliate who asks for the special perks is the one who gets the bigger commissions and other sweet deals. Okay, so it's true you probably can't just waltz in off the street as a total stranger and start demanding perks from vendors. They'll laugh you right off the phone or out of their email box. However, if you've proven yourself as a serious affiliate and shown that you can put money in the vendor's pocket, then you can be sure they're going to be willing to negotiate perks for you. The end result for you, you get to make more money with the same amount of effort. You also get the opportunity to reward your blog readers, your newsletter subscribers, and social media followers for their loyalty. So what kind of perks will you get? Well, if you're a top affiliate for a casino, you might get financial incentives. You might get a limo ride from the airport and a penthouse suite in the hotel. But for the rest of us who promote stuff like books and software, your perks will be more along the lines of the financial rewards. Let me run down some of the perks you might ask for. First, you might ask for a personalized sales page. The reason for this is because it can help boost your overall conversion rate. At a minimum, the sales page may greet your visitors by saying something like, "Here's a special offer for friends of John Doe." And, well, of course, in this example, you'd swap your name in for the John Doe placeholder. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is to ask the vendor to upload a sales page you create. This is something you might request if the vendor's sales page totally stinks and doesn't convert. Of course, you wouldn't phrase it quite that way to the vendor. Rather, you just politely request a special landing page for yourself. One note though, some affiliate platforms like ClickBank allow you to link directly to an order form. This means you can write your own sales letter and then link to the order form. So in this case, there's no reason to ask a vendor for a personalized page if you're dealing with an affiliate platform that allows you to link to an order form. Now let's suppose that you're dealing with an affiliate platform where you can't do any direct linking. If the vendor won't grant your request for a special or personalized landing page, there is a sneaky way to get around it. Use the web app called Attention Monkey. Attention Monkey lets you overlay a notification bar right on top of the sales page, which is where you can add some personalization, you can offer a bonus, emphasize the benefits of the product, or do whatever else it takes to get a good response rate. Just check the resources section on this website for more information about the Attention Monkey app. The second thing you can ask for is a super affiliate commission rate, and this is where the perks start getting pretty good. See, affiliate marketing is set up a bit like a fancy nightclub. You got the bouncer at the door deciding who gets to come in. If you get past the affiliate bouncer, well, that's awesome, but you're still only going to be pulling in the commission rate that's offered to everybody else. On digital products, that's usually something around 50%. With physical products, that might be as low as 5%. Now, once you get into this main part of the nightclub, then you'll catch these glimpses of patrons getting ushered into the secret back rooms. If you get a peek inside before the door slams shut in your face, you're going to see free drinks, chocolate-covered strawberries, powerful and beautiful people. Now, the same thing happens in affiliate marketing. The top affiliates get ushered into secret rooms where vendors give them huge commission rates. If the public commission rate on a digital product is 50%, then the super affiliates might be getting 60%, 75%, or sometimes even more. And you know what? You belong in the secret room, and all you have to do to get ushered in is to show the vendor you can make some sales, then just ask the vendor to bump up your commission rate. If the vendor doesn't want to risk losing you, he's probably going to negotiate with you. And this is something that's definitely worth the time and effort to do. It can make a huge difference. Now, the third thing you can ask for are bonuses for meeting sales goals. This perk is a good way to negotiate with vendors to secure a super affiliate commission rate for yourself. Simply talk to the vendor about sales tiers. As you meet each goal, your commission rate bumps up. For example, you start at a 50% commission rate. When you meet a certain sales goal, you get 55% commission. When you meet the next milestone, you get 60% commissions, and so on. The more sales you generate, the higher your commission rate. A lot of vendors are happy to do this because they're only going to be bumping your commission rate when you perform. And of course, you're happy because you're making more money with the same amount of effort. It's a great way to prove to a vendor just how invaluable you are to his team because the vendor doesn't have to risk much. Another perk you can request is to have first dibs on promoting an offer. Many vendors let their top affiliates promote a new offer a few days before the affiliate program is opened up to the public. Once you prove yourself, you're likely to start getting these invitations. But if not, then be sure to ask for them, okay? Still, another thing you can request is an exclusive discount for your customers. This is a great way to reward your loyal subscribers, followers, and other fans. You simply arrange to get a special discount from the vendor. If the vendor is set up with an affiliate system where they can give you a coupon code or a special link to track your sales and offer the discount, that's perfect. That's a great way to go. And that's because many of your customers will share this link on social media and elsewhere, especially if the discount truly is exclusive. In fact, you can encourage your prospects to share the link like crazy by giving them a special bonus if they share it, like a free video, maybe an ebook or an app. There's a tool called Social Share Monkey which makes this really easy because the app unlocks a bonus once your prospect has shared the link on Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. Just check out the resources section on the site for more information about Social Share Monkey. The sixth perk you can request is a special bonus for your customers. This might be something like access to a membership site, maybe a free report, a free seat at a webinar, a free ebook, or something else. Now, not every vendor has the ability or the desire to create free bonuses for all their top affiliates, but if you prove your mettle as a profitable affiliate, there's a good chance the vendor will at least consider doing this for you just to keep you on the team. One last tip on this, you can make this even easier on the vendor by suggesting a specific bonus. If the vendor has a lot of other products in the market, then you might suggest that your customers get access to one of these products as a bonus. That way the vendor doesn't have to spend extra time creating the bonus. He or she just needs to set up a special download page for your customers. It's a lot easier for them. Another perk you may consider requesting is a bonus for introducing other affiliates. Many people call this a bird dog bonus. You find new affiliates for the vendor and they pay you a bonus. If you're pretty well connected in your niche, then you may want to talk to a vendor about you playing the role of affiliate or joint venture broker. You can ask for a straight-up bonus for these introductions, or you can see if the vendor will set up a 2-tier affiliate program so that you make a commission every time one of the affiliates you introduce to the program makes a sale. Okay, so that gives you a pretty good idea of some of the types of perks you can request. Keep in mind, of course, this isn't an exhaustive list. You might ask for other perks, like maybe instant commissions or being paid in a different way than is offered to everyone else. One word of warning, though, please don't turn into a diva. It's okay to make requests, but don't be like a prima donna pushing your weight around and pretending to be more important than you really are. Vendors talk with each other, and you might just find yourself bounced out of affiliate programs if you start getting demanding or acting entitled. Instead, just ask for perks when you know you've deserved them. Make it a win-win situation, and the vendor is going to be happy to accommodate you. And you'll be happy to make more money and get more respect, okay? Now let's move on to the next video and I'm going to show you how to overcome awful sales pages. As an affiliate, you get to control many of the factors which affect your business. You get to control what you sell, you get to control how you sell it. You even get to control where you get your traffic. But there's one thing that you can't control, and it's been known to drive a few affiliates absolutely batty. What is that thing? It's the vendor sales page. See, you can come across the best product in the world. I mean, this product could practically be the cure for cancer. But then you read the sales page, and it looks like a schizophrenic wrote it when he was off of his meds. Total irrelevant word salad. Okay, this is the kind of sales letter that couldn't sell hair gel to Justin Bieber. When you see a sales letter like this, you might just be tempted to completely pass over the product. But remember, your first priority is to offer your prospects the very best solution for their problems, right? So if this product with the word salad sales letter truly is an excellent product, then you'll need to find a way to overcome the sales letter's poor conversion rate. And that's what you're going to learn how to do in this video. So let's go ahead and get started. The first way to overcome a poor sales letter is to build a strong relationship with your subscribers, blog readers, and social media followers. What you need to do is build a responsive list and following so that subscribers are going to listen to you when you tell them to buy something. In fact, when you have a strong relationship with your subscribers, you can even outright tell them to ignore the sales page and just scroll right down to the order form. If they trust you, and if you've already told them all about the product, then they're going to do it. Elsewhere in some of our other training videos, I've shared in-depth guidelines and tips for building this sort of strong relationship and engaging your audience. So I'm not going to get into that in this video. So let's move on to the next point. The second step in overcoming a poor sales letter is to warm your audience up before you send them to the sales letter. Truth is, you should be doing this even if the sales letter is awesome. The idea here is to present the benefits of the product and work your audience up into a buying frenzy. Okay? When they click on your affiliate link, they should already have their credit cards halfway out of their wallets. There are a couple of ways to do this. However, the best way to warm up your audience is to send a series of emails about the product. Here are a few reasons for doing this. First of all, not everyone will see every email or blog post you make. So if you depend on just one email to sell a product, there's a big chunk of your prospects that aren't going to buy simply because they never even saw the email. The second reason to send out an email or blog series is because some people need to develop a little familiarity with the product before they're ready to jump on the buy button. Your series of emails is going to build familiarity as well as desire for the product. An email or blog series also gives you a chance to hit all the hot buttons, okay? You never know what type of promo a particular subscriber is going to respond to. So you're going to up your chances of finding the sweet spot across all your prospects when you send out different types of promos. The third reason for sending out an email series is because some of your prospects are just slow. You know, like the guy whose wife has to tell him 27 times to take out the garbage? Not that I know anything about that. All right. In other words, sometimes you need to nag your prospects a bit to get them to take action. Sometimes you need to poke them with a cattle prod to get them to take action. This is why you want to create a strong sense of urgency, such as offering a limited time bonus or maybe a discount for those who buy as soon as possible. So you might be asking, what sorts of emails or blog posts should you create for this series? Well, here's a few ideas. The first way to warm up your audience is to send out a direct response promo. In other words, you send out a mini sales letter to your prospects. This mini sales letter should hit all the main benefits of the product, mention any bonuses that are offered, and include a strong call to action at the end. You can also send out direct response promos that highlight the main benefit of the product, and then remind your prospects that an offer, such as an introductory discount, is going to end soon. Here's another way to warm up your audience. Send out a product review. This is where you use the product and then you share the strength and the weaknesses of the product. And yes, you should share the product flaws as well. Doing so is going to help you build trust with your prospects, which is going to increase your conversion rate. What's more, sharing the product flaws also gives you a chance to overcome these objections and close the sale. Another way to warm up your audience is by sending out a proof email. Your prospects probably think you and the vendor are making some pretty big claims, so if you can back up these claims with proof, you're going to help close the sale. This can be as simple as sharing testimonials, a case study, or perhaps some before and after photos. If these materials belong to the vendor, just be sure to get permission to copy them into an email or blog post first. Okay? So the bottom line here is that there are a lot of different ways to pre-sell the product, and ideally, you should send out at least 3 or more emails or blog posts in a series to warm up your audience. Now let's go to the next point. Another trick for overcoming a poor sales letter is to write your own sales copy and then link directly to the order form. If you've got some mad copy skills, then this is a great way to overcome a poor sales letter. All you have to do is paste your own sales letter on your website, then link directly to the vendor's order form. In other words, you completely bypass the vendor's awful sales letter. Not only that, but since you control the sales copy, you also get to test your own letter to improve the conversion rate. And that's a pretty big deal, okay? Let me share a couple quick notes with you. First of all, not every affiliate platform offers this feature. You'll need to check with the vendor's third-party or self-hosted affiliate system to see if direct linking is even allowed. Okay. Secondly, not every vendor approves of this. Why is that? Well, it's because many vendors want to capture their exit traffic onto a mailing list, right? And they feel kind of slighted if you bypass their site entirely and go directly to the order form. Personally, if you're making sales, you're making sales, all right? That's a good thing. But some vendors are kind of sensitive about this, and you don't want to develop a bad relationship with a vendor if that's possible not to. So it's a good idea to talk to the vendor first before direct linking. Now, keep in mind here that you hold the cards. If you're making sales for the vendor, then he can either agree to let you direct link and keep sending him customers and sales, or he risks losing you as an affiliate entirely, right? That's something to consider if the vendor gives you any grief about this. One final note and a heads up. Just wanted to let you know darkness and evil does exist in the world, so be sure that you're working with vendors that you trust. You see, sometimes you may create your own awesome sales letter, and a vendor takes note that it's working a bazillion times better than his own terrible sales letter. Next thing you know, the vendor has quote unquote borrowed your letter for his own use. Nice, huh? That's just something you want to keep an eye out for. Okay. Now the last point, which is a good last-ditch method if the affiliate system doesn't let you link directly to the order form. This method to overcoming a poor sales letter is to overlay a notification bar on top of the vendor's sales letter. I know this sounds totally sneaky, but it is completely legal. If the vendor site accepts iframes, then you can overlay a notification bar, which hits the main benefits of the product and creates a call to action. Now, if this sounds like a whole lot of technical mumbo jumbo to you, just relax, it's okay. All you need to do is use Attention Monkey, which creates these notification bars quickly and easily with just a couple clicks of your mouse. So now you know how to overcome poor sales pages so that you can start rocking your conversion rate and closing more sales. So let me leave you with one last bit of advice. Check out the resource section on this site for more information about the Attention Monkey app. Be sure to take a peek at the demo to see it in action, because I think you're going to agree it's pretty clever. I'll see you in the next video where you'll find out how to put the magnet into your lead magnet. Do you remember playing with magnets when you were a child? I sure do. I'm sure almost every child who's ever played with magnets still remembers the delight in playing with two magnets that repelled each other. You hovered one magnet over the other, and the loose magnet rockets away from the magnet in your hand. If you had magnets with their opposite poles facing each other, the little buggers attracted each other with quite a bit of force. And to me, it seemed like magic. The cool thing is that you can use this sort of magic in your affiliate marketing. You can create a lead product that attracts your prospects to you with the same white-hot intensity of two opposite magnets. This is called a lead magnet product. Seems easy enough, right? And yet, all over the world, there are marketers who are getting this simple step completely wrong. Instead of creating lead magnet products, they seem to be creating products and landing pages that repel their prospects and send them scurrying off into the hinterland. Pew! Never to be seen again. That is a totally lethal mistake. This mistake alone could completely break your business. Why? Well, it's because if you can't capture your leads onto a mailing list, then you're going to have a hard time building a strong relationship with them and getting your offers in front of them. That's why. So let's help you avoid this business-killing mistake. Just come along as I share with you tips and tricks for putting the magnet into your lead magnet product and landing page. The first tip is to be sure that you have a professional landing page. Every once in a while, you're going to hear people claim that you could write your sales letter on a piece of toilet paper and people would still read it as long as the message was good. Of course, the people who are saying that have sites designed by web designers who haven't updated their skills since probably 1995 or so. Sure, good sales copy is important, and we're going to get to that in just a minute, but a polished landing page is just as important. Take a look around your niche, and I'm sure you'll see that you have a whole lot of competition from other affiliates and even vendors. Everyone wants to get the prospects on their list, and yet prospects don't want to join every list under the sun. I'll tell you what, your prospects are actually looking for a reason not to join your list. All it takes is one amateurish or unprofessional looking landing page, and they're going to assume you're unprofessional or even an amateur. It's not fair, but that's the way the world works. The good news is you don't need to sink your life savings into hiring some fancy pants web designer who thinks he's God's gift to affiliate marketers. All you have to do is get your hands on a little web app called Landing Page Monkey. Landing Page Monkey generates beautiful, responsive lead pages for you with just a couple clicks of your mouse. And again, I just want to note you can check the resource section on the site for more information about this slick little app. The second tip for attracting prospects is to provide some strong copy on your landing page. You don't need to provide a lot of copy. You just need to be sure that you grab your prospects' attention and then give them a really good reason to join your mailing list. You can accomplish this with a strong headline that presents your lead magnet's biggest benefits, along with another few lines or bullet points that present a handful of the product's other strong benefits. And then you want to be sure to end with a call to action where you specifically tell prospects what to do next to get their hands on the free lead magnet. So here's what to do. Write your headline and then a small list of other benefits. You want to make sure you arouse curiosity whenever possible. For example, you might have a headline like this: Free report reveals the #1 way to save $105 on your electric bill this year. Then ask yourself, does this lead page give prospects a strong and compelling reason to join your list? If not, go back to the drawing board, or you might even consider hiring a professional copywriter to do this step for you, because, as I've already mentioned, it's important, very important, that you get this step right. The third tip for attracting prospects is to be sure you have something they really want. Pretty simple, but a lot of people overlook this one too. You can't just toss up some resale right products that your prospects have already seen on a million other websites. It won't work. Then you're no better than that weird old woman we all know who offers everyone those odd hard candies that have been out of production since 1960. Do your market research to find out what people really want. Check out marketplaces like Amazon, ClickBank, and JVZoo to find out what products are hot and selling like crazy. If your market's already shelling out cash to buy a certain kind of product, then you know they're going to snap it up if you give it away for free. They're going to love it. Okay? Then you create a product that's directly related to the main product you're selling, which is going to bring us to the next point. This fourth tip for attracting prospects is to create a lead magnet product that works as a sales tool. The whole reason for your lead magnet product to even exist is to attract people to your site and get them on your mailing list. But a good lead magnet also works as a sales tool, and a good sales tool has these two characteristics. First, ideally, your lead magnet should be something that people use or refer to frequently. It could be a list of resources, a checklist, a mind map, software, or maybe some other kind of tool or resource. These things work well because people use them often, and that means they're going to see your calls to action often as well. Secondly, your product should naturally lead prospects to wanting to buy the main product you're promoting. For example, a free search engine optimization WordPress plugin would naturally lead to people wanting to buy a course on search engine optimization, as they'd get more benefit out of the plugin. Another example, people who opt into your list to get a report about how to set up a website will naturally purchase necessary items through your affiliate links, things such as a domain name or web hosting. Okay, one more example. If you're selling a physical product like barbecue grills and other supplies, then creating a free grilling recipe book is going to give you an opportunity to recommend must-have supplies that will turn the reader into a master griller. Readers are going to naturally want to buy the affiliate products you're recommending if they're convinced it'll make their meals and backyard entertaining better and more fun. Okay, so that's how you create a lead magnet product that attracts rather than repels your audience. If you haven't already created your lead magnet or landing page, I suggest you jump on that right now. If you've already done this, but the product or page could use a bit more polish, then go ahead and take the time to do it because your business depends on it. You know, it would be wonderful if all your prospects declared their undying love for you and only you. But the truth is, your prospects aren't all that into the idea of marketing monogamy. They find it rather boring, much in the same way a skydiving thrill seeker finds the merry-go-round a bit on the dull side. Sure, your prospects joined your mailing list, and you're seeing them buy from your links here and there. They might even send you an occasional note, reply to your blog posts, or post on your Facebook wall about how awesome you are. Well, it's good for the ego, but kind words alone don't pay the bills, do they? See, here's the thing. Your prospects are looking out for their own interests, and that's natural. That's fine. But this means you need to be on your toes, because they could run off into the sunset hand in hand with your competitors. Not good. Let's imagine for a moment that all else is equal between you and your nearest competitor. Both of you have developed a relationship with a particular prospect. The prospect knows, likes, and trusts both of you. If you both tossed an affiliate link in front of this prospect, she's probably just going to buy from whatever link gets dropped in front of her first, right? I don't know about you, but racing to be the first to get an affiliate link in front of your prospects sounds totally exhausting. Plus, you got to keep in mind there's all sorts of technical glitches that could mess up this strategy anyway, like an email service provider going down right when a new product is launching. Hey, it happens. But the good news is there's a way to overcome this. And all you have to do is train your subscribers and other prospects to wait on their purchase until they see what sort of bonus product you're offering if they buy through your affiliate link. No doubt you're probably quite familiar with the strategy of adding value to an affiliate offer. You can use it to boost your conversion rate even with cold prospects who perhaps stumble on a product review on your blog. And that's because people like getting more bang for their buck. However, it's also a super slick way to get more of your longtime subscribers and other prospects to buy from your link on newly launched products, because they know you're going to offer them an incredible deal that they can't get anywhere else. You see, I'm going to let you in on a little secret here. Some affiliates create bonus offers which are so attractive that their prospects buy the product almost entirely for the reason that they want to get their hands on the bonus offer. Now, you might be wondering why an affiliate would do this. If their product is so amazing, why don't they just sell it directly? Well, a lot of affiliates don't want to mess with stuff like that. They don't want to deal with customer service inquiries. They don't want to deal with refunds. They don't want to deal with fulfillment and all that other tedious stuff. They'd rather just blast their promo out to their newsletter lists and then go back to enjoying their leisure time. So all of this leads to the question, what makes a good bonus product to offer to those who buy something through your affiliate link? Let me share with you a few characteristics. First, the bonus product should complement or enhance the main offer. You're not going to do yourself any favors if you offer a barely related product as a bonus, okay? If this bonus product is going to boost sales for you, it needs to be directly related to the vendor's product. And better yet, it should somehow work with the vendor's product. One example of this would be if you offer free installation to anyone who purchases a piece of software through you. If the software comes with a big commission and the installation only takes a few minutes, then this is a pretty simple bonus for you to deliver. If you don't want to take the time, this would be something that would be very easy to outsource also. Most times, however, you'll probably offer a downloadable product so that the process is automated and you don't have to lift a finger anyway. For example, if someone purchases an affiliate offer through your link such as a bodybuilding guide, then you might offer a free in-depth report about bodybuilding supplements. One more example. If you're promoting a product about how to write a thriller novel, then you might offer a book full of thriller plot lines and outlines. You might even give free access to a tool that converts a Word document into a Kindle-compatible format for those who intend to sell on Amazon. The second set of characteristics that make a bonus product produce more sales is if the product is valuable and desirable. Some affiliates think if they stack a bonus package with enough products, then their prospects won't be able to resist. Bzz, that's wrong. No matter what you're offering, you better make sure it's something your prospects want, which you can determine by doing some market research. And you better make sure it's valuable, otherwise your prospects won't view your bonus as any sort of incentive at all. A lousy bonus might even get the prospects fleeing from you the way those magnets we talked about earlier repel each other. If you want a good example of a couple of affiliate marketers who know how to produce valuable, desirable bonuses, then check out bestbonusblog.com. That'll give you some good ideas of what works. And here's the third factor that makes for a good bonus product: a professional presentation. You want your bonus product to look professional. Just because it's a free bonus doesn't mean that you can put up shoddy, unprofessional work. Okay? Instead, be sure to get good graphics when applicable, get the product itself formatted properly. If you're selling software, make sure you have a polished user interface. You see, everyone says don't judge a book by its cover, but your prospects are going to do exactly that. So make a good impression by giving them something that looks as good as it works, okay? The fourth factor that makes a good bonus product is that it should continue working for you as a sales tool. Now, this factor is not going to boost your conversion rate when you're selling affiliate products. However, this factor works to your benefit after the sale as it serves as a subtle sales tool if giving away products as bonuses. There's a good chance that not everyone who claims your bonus is already on your mailing list, right? These products may have seen your offer on your blog, on your Facebook page, on Twitter, or even from an email forwarded by a friend. So the first thing your bonus needs to do is direct the reader or user to your lead magnet page so they can join your mailing list. Secondly, your bonus product may include links to other offers. For example, if your bonus product is a low-calorie cookbook, then you might link to some other good cookbooks for dieters, like a book of smoothie recipes. Another example, if your bonus product is about building a mailing list, then you'd naturally include affiliate links for your favorite third-party email service provider. Okay? So the bottom line is that your bonus offer should be highly attractive to your prospects, maybe even something so good that they'll order the affiliate product just to get their hands on your juicy bonus. And here's one final bonus tip. If you've created a product that really seems in high demand and it does a good job of creating back-end income or more subscribers for you, then you might consider approaching the vendor and offering them the giveaway rights to this bonus. That's right, you let the vendor give this bonus away to everyone who purchases the product. The vendor loves it because they get valuable content to offer to their customers for free. Customers love it, and you'll love it too, because now you're getting a stream of proven buyers clicking on your other affiliate links inside the product and joining your mailing list. Pretty slick, isn't it? So let's go ahead and wrap this up. Take a look at what you're doing right now. Are you adding value to your offers? If so, are you offering bonus products or services that are like catnip to a cat? If not, it's time to whip up something a little more enticing. You'll be glad you took the time to do this once you see how it affects your commission checks. Now, at this point, I know you aren't about to settle for doing ho-hum affiliate marketing, so you're about to discover how to do affiliate marketing like a boss. There are a lot of pieces you need to snap into place in order to create a successful affiliate business. You need to do things like create an irresistible lead magnet and landing page, and then drive highly targeted traffic to this page to build your list. Then you need to put the right offers at the right prices in front of your subscribers. You might even toss in a bonus to persuade people to buy a product through your affiliate link. So far, so good, right? If you do just these things, you're going to make some money. Probably not a lot, probably not enough to impress anyone or make it worth your while to hire a tax accountant, but at least you'll cover your business expenses and have a few bucks left over. But I'm guessing you're not content to just scrape by. And that's why you'll want to pay attention to this video, because now I'm going to start sharing with you some of the secrets that really separate the super affiliates from everyone else. So listen up. One key that makes the super affiliate different is that they know it's important to position themselves as an authority in the niche. And that's because your prospects don't want to follow just any old person in the niche. They want to follow an expert who's also an authority. So what's the difference? Respect. And I'm going to try really hard not to sing that Aretha Franklin song about it, okay? Really, respect is the difference. An expert knows a lot of stuff, but that doesn't mean anyone cares, right? If you're just an expert, you might end up being the blowhard know-it-all in the niche. People will probably start harboring fantasies of taking you to the bathroom and giving you a swirly. You know what I'm saying? Please don't be that guy. When you're an authority in the niche, then you command respect, okay? People listen to you. People follow you. People talk positively about you on social media. Have you ever watched South Park? If so, then you know all about Cartman bashing people's knees with a police baton while yelling, "Respect my authority!" Okay, I'll let you in on a little secret. That's not the way to build authority in your niche, and it sure isn't a good way to get any respect. Probably about the only thing you'd get is a night in jail, really. So how do you become an authority? Well, all you have to do is follow the tips and guidelines that I'm about to share with you. The first way to build authority in your niche is to simply show your authority. You could tell people you're an authority all day long until you're blue in the face and you pass out from exhaustion, but a big chunk of people won't believe a word of it. And really, the people who are yelling the loudest about being an authority or even an expert in the niche are usually the ones who are trying on the whole fake it till you make it shtick. Just forget about that whole thing, okay? So what do you do instead? Simple. You show them that you're an authority, and they can't argue with you. It's pretty hard to argue with irrefutable proof sitting right in front of their noses. So forget about writing your average Joe Blow 400 to 600 word ho-hum articles for your blog, okay? You need to put something extraordinary out there. Show people how you can help them. Give them strategies that they've never seen before. Share with them insights and tips that they never knew because you invented them. Okay? Blow their mind. That's how you do it. In other words, share information that produces great results. People can't argue with results. If you deliver the goods, you're going to be well on your way to establishing yourself as an authority. A second way to build authority is to flash your credentials. People really don't care about you all that much. Primarily, they care about themselves. And they really only care about you to the extent that you can help them. So you don't want to drone on and on and on about your credentials every chance you get, but you do want to put them out there and make them known. If you've got a boatload of experience, or you've earned some related degrees, or even if you've won some awards in your niche, let people know. The About page on your blog is a good place to flash those credentials. Another good way to flash your credentials is to share them on social media as you earn them. For example, if you just got named as the featured speaker at a prestigious event, or maybe you picked up a respected award in the field, then post a photo of you participating in the event and let your followers know what it's all about. Yeah, some people might accuse you of humble bragging on social media, but if you don't tell your followers about your impressive credentials, who's going to? Right, nobody. It's entirely up to you to get it done. Yet another way to build authority is to prove that you can get results. In other words, you use a little social proof to get people's heads nodding at you in that appreciative, respectful way. Ideally, what you want to happen is to let other people talk about you and how you got them great results. If the buzz is loud enough, your prospects are going to find out. But you can also help the process along by retweeting or reblogging praise from others. Now, if you want to bring the buzz to a deafening roar, then create a contest where people seek to get results based on the methods that you're teaching. One really good example of this is bodyforlife.com, which is a 12-week body transformation challenge that's based on a specific diet and exercise program. It was created by Bill Phillips and sponsored by EAS Sports Nutrition. The site is full of amazing transformation stories. People go to other forums, blogs, and social media groups to share their own Body for Life transformation stories. And you know what? Phillips doesn't have to say a word about his own authority because there are thousands of people sharing their success stories all over the net. And you know what else? You can be sure Phillips sells tons of his transformation guides, and EAS sells gobs of their whey protein and other supplements. Selling with authority and proven results works like crazy. Okay? So the fourth way to build your authority is to associate yourself with other experts and authorities. The idea here is that you can borrow some credibility from other influential people. You need to work your way up into their networks and then work with these folks so that others see you as being in the top tier or being a thought leader in your market. I'm going to guess that you've probably already mentally categorized and ranked other marketers in your niche. You have the no names and the no one cares, folks down at the bottom. You have the mid-level marketers after that, and then you've got the top tier, and this is the group you want to align yourself with. So go ahead, get involved in your niche. Go to conferences, start developing real relationships with the movers and shakers. Get on social media and do the same thing. Attend the Google Hangouts and webinars that these folks are attending. Here's an insider tip for you, and listen carefully. Don't be the guy or gal who approaches the influencers in your niche and then hits them up with a joint venture proposal right away. That's totally lame. You don't want to do that. It's totally forgettable too, because you're going to blend in with all the other people who've tried to do the same thing. Instead, show people respect and approach them on a personal level. If you find out both you and Joe Marketer love deep sea fishing, then connect on that common ground and swap fishing stories. Just think about it. At the end of the day, who is this influential marketer really going to remember? The stranger who talked business with him the whole time, or the one who made a personal connection and showed interest in him as a person. That's right, he's going to remember the one who swapped the fishing stories with him. Another thing you can do is get noticed in your niche. If you make a nice chunk of change for a particular vendor, you can bet that vendor's going to notice. If you start winning an affiliate contest, you can bet everyone will notice. Then once you get noticed, it's a whole lot easier to start working your way into the upper tiers of your niche. It makes sense, right? So let me summarize the whole strategy for you here. Don't just be the expert in your niche, be an authority. Write and talk with confidence. Align yourself with other authorities. Show people that you know what you're talking about. And it won't be long before people start to flock to you. Soon you'll be the name on everybody's lips, on their Twitter accounts and Facebook wall. You'll command respect wherever you go. And then when you talk, people will listen. When you recommend a product, people will buy it. And that's a pretty good reason to start building authority right away, isn't it? Well, now it's time to go on to the next video where you're going to discover the real secret of big commission checks. If you've studied affiliate marketing for any amount of time, then you've probably noticed that most courses focus on teaching you how to pick a hungry niche, get them on a list, and then give them what they want. That simple advice will go a long way in helping you become a good affiliate. It's solid advice. But there's one thing that many courses and many affiliates overlook, and that's the relationship and level of engagement you have with your prospects. Now, I've said elsewhere that positioning yourself as an authority is important. However, the second psychological component that triggers sales is based on how much your prospects like you. You've heard that people buy from those they know, like, and trust, and that's absolutely true. Sometimes they even choose to follow people based solely on liking, even if that person otherwise wouldn't be their first choice as an expert or a leader. Let's take politics as an example. Political consultants spend a lot of time and energy transforming their candidates into likable people. You see, it doesn't matter if the candidate has the best policy ideas, is a strong leader, and has the management skills needed to be effective. If the candidate isn't likable, there's a really good chance he or she isn't going to be elected. So you know how it goes. Suddenly you see candidates dressed in jeans and work shirts with their sleeves rolled up. You see photos of them drinking a beer with the locals or playing some kind of sport. You might even see them volunteering at a charitable organization. Okay? And all these things are done for photo ops. It's to humanize the candidate and make people like him or her. The point is, this stuff is really important, and once you really take it to heart, you're going to see your affiliate checks grow. Let me give you a couple of real-life examples of people who cashed in on their likability and the engagement they have with their audience. Take Oprah Winfrey as an example. Whenever she announced her new pick for her book club, the author of that pick became a bestseller overnight. Likewise, anyone who sold a product that ended up on Oprah's My Favorites list was assured of making a huge bundle of cash. And it's because Oprah's recommendation moved products like crazy. Now we have Mark Zuckerberg doing something similar. He launched a book club in 2015, and right off the bat, his very first pick went temporarily out of stock on Amazon because of high demand. Like Oprah, Zuckerberg's influence can generate gobs of sales on any product he recommends. One more example. When the Duchess of Cambridge, Kate Middleton, wears a particular dress or hat out in public, that clothing style sells out, and the designer becomes famous overnight. She doesn't even have to recommend it. All she has to do is wear it or carry it, and she instantly creates a flurry of sales. Now, here's a little mindset tweak I want you to consider. A lot of people who become familiar with an influencer like Oprah start thinking about how they can get Oprah or Zuckerberg or some other influencer in their niche to recommend their website or products to these influencers' massive audiences. Imagine Zuckerberg posting your link on his Facebook wall. Imagine what would happen if Oprah tweeted your link to her tens of millions of followers. That would be cool, right? Absolutely it would, for sure. But let's turn this idea on its head. Imagine instead if you were the Oprah or Zuckerberg of your niche. That's right, you're the one with the engaged audience. You're the one everyone seeks out because you can turn products into bestsellers with just one tweet. You're the one with all the power and respect. Instead of seeking out influencers to lift your business up, now you're the one whose star power lifts everyone else up when you choose to do so. If that sounds good to you, then listen up as I share with you a few tips for creating this sort of awesome power for yourself. First, you need to build familiarity. That's because liking and familiarity go hand in hand. A good way to do this is to use multi-channel marketing so that you're everywhere your prospects visit in your niche. You'll also want to publish your newsletter and post to your blog at least weekly. Keep yourself in front of your audience to build familiarity, and liking is going to be a natural end result. Second, you need to give people access to you. People can't really like you if you hide behind your corporate logos, so don't do that, okay? Don't be afraid to post your photo online, use your real name, post videos of you talking about something, and interact with people on social media. You can even share your passions, your hobbies, and other tidbits from your personal life with people. Take a look at Virgin founder Richard Branson. He makes himself available and even shows vulnerability by showing some of his mistakes. Same thing with Oprah as she revealed her past, which was colored with pain, poverty, and abuse. Or look at entrepreneur Mark Cuban, whose blog is very personable. Another good example is Seth Godin, who doles out marketing advice on his blog. These people are worth millions and even billions of dollars, and yet they are accessible and at times even vulnerable to their audiences. It may just be this accessible and vulnerability that helps cement their likability. The third tip for helping build an engaged audience is that you need to create a brand and then build brand recognition. The point here is that you need to put out a consistent message, and building a brand is going to help you do this. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time getting that likability factor if you seem scattered and unpredictable. Secondly, a good brand is built on emotion. When people look at your brand, they're going to feel something. And this is why it's an important part of the sales process, which is why a familiar brand can help with engagement in sales. Third thing, a good brand builds trust. And as you already know, people buy from those they know, like, and trust. Another good way to build an engaged audience is to make people feel like they belong. Psychologists know that people like to belong. In fact, this is a deeply ingrained part of our psyche. Going back thousands of years, we all needed our tribes to survive. If you didn't belong to a tribe, you'd probably die in the jaws of a hungry bear or at the hands of an angry rival tribe after you made a joke about the chief's mama. And today we still deeply crave a feeling of belonging. Take a look at what's going on around the world. Kids who are bullied are committing suicide, and in part, that's because they feel like they don't belong. I don't care what you're selling. You can tap into this desire to belong by creating a group based on your brand, where your prospects and customers feel special simply because they belong to this group. Sports fans are a good example of this. They even dress themselves up and advertise that they belong to a particular group, such as their favorite basketball, rugby, or football team. Another example of this are brands like Chevy, Ford, and Ferrari, where their enthusiasts are very passionate about their car, to the extent that they wear clothing advertising the brands. Other examples include religious organizations, political affiliations, and those who are members of a hobbyist group. Just look at gamers. They have an entire culture. Or look at people who smoke e-cigarettes. They do meetups just to get together to talk about their hobby. Another example is the science fiction fan who lives and breathes sci-fi all year long, but especially during conventions. So here's the point. Don't just sit around and wait for your prospects and customers to organize themselves into groups. Okay? If you do, you might be old and gray before it happens. Instead, encourage them to organize by providing an online spot for them to get together, such as your website or a Facebook group. Let them know how special they are to belong to this group, and give them an identity, such as a special name for them. For example, Oprah refers to the spiritual segment of her audience as super solars. Another example is the marketing forum called the Warrior Forum, where members are referred to as warriors. Another thing you can do is create traditions or cultivate a culture based on belonging to this group. For example, you might use some jargon only known to your members. Knowing this jargon makes people feel special, and it gives them that sense of belonging that they crave. Now finally, one last tip for engaging your audience is to entertain them with funny, unique, controversial, or otherwise entertaining content. And this is where authority and liking come together to create great results. If you have authority in your niche, then people will check your blog often to see what's new. Now, if you entertain your audience, then people are more likely to like you. And when they like you, there is a better chance they'll buy something from you, even if they really didn't intend to buy something, or if they didn't even want to buy something. Have you ever had someone you really liked, maybe a good friend, talk you into buying something? Maybe they talked you into going out to dinner with them. Maybe going to a movie you weren't all that thrilled about, or even joining a gym with them. In some cases, you may not have really wanted these things for yourself, but when someone you really likes talks to you about them, you listen. And of course, when you listen, you can be persuaded. It's the same thing with your audience. If they like you and respect you, they're going to listen to you. If you entertain them with engaging content, they're going to hang on your every word. All right? Together, these factors make it a whole lot easier for you to persuade folks to buy your little thingamajigs and whoozy-whats. Now, here's the clincher. If you've created a culture and a sense of belonging among your prospects and customers, then they'll buy your recommendations just to continue feeling like they belong. Take a look at Apple as an example of this. Some people who purchase Apple products purchase them to the exclusion of any other brand. There's a cool, hip culture of belonging associated with Apple. So every time Apple puts out a new product, people snap it up because they want to belong to this culture of Apple fans. See the power here? Create belonging, create liking, build respect, and you can become the powerful Oprah or Mark Zuckerberg of your niche. All right? I'll let you go now so you can ponder this for a while, because these simple ideas you just learned about are really game changers. I don't know about your family, but my mom told me not to waste anything. Waste not, want not, was what she would always say. We always had to flatten out the toothpaste tube and squeeze every last gob of goo out of it before we could throw it away. We ate what was on your plate. We made good use of any shoes or clothing we bought. And you can be sure that we got every drop out of the milk carton before we threw it away. And it turns out Mom's advice works really well for those who want to build a thriving affiliate business. Now, I'm not saying you're going to become the big dog in your niche just because you drink all your milk. What I am saying is that if you adopt an attitude to not waste a single resource, then you're going to find your business growing a whole lot faster than you ever dreamed possible. So let's start by talking about the big resource you don't want to waste. That's traffic. Every day you get traffic hitting your site. And every day, the vast majority of this traffic clicks the back button and disappears into the ether, never to be seen again, right? So the first thing you need to do to avoid wasting any of your traffic is to capture as many of these folks on your mailing list as possible. Because if you just let them leave your site without joining your list, then you may be kissing hundreds or even thousands of dollars goodbye. Let's say someone comes to your blog to read an article. Then they hit the back button after they finish reading. Boom. Just like that, they're gone. And you can be pretty sure they're not coming back. But that's only if you don't capture your exiting traffic. How about when they hit the back button, you put a super irresistible lead magnet in front of their noses? Huh? That's the best way to squeeze every last bit of value out of your traffic. There's a really good tool called Catch-A-Monkey that makes this simple because it lets you redirect your exit traffic to any page you want. So if someone is reading a post on your blog about the dietary habits of pygmy monkeys, then when they hit the back button, you can toss up an offer for a free video on the same topic. Pretty slick, isn't it? Check out the resource section on the site for more information about how Catch-A-Monkey works and how you can use it to build your list fast. The second way to avoid wasting any traffic is to test and track your advertising campaigns so that you know what really works. All right, then you won't be throwing good money after bad or wasting time on ad venues that don't bring in targeted traffic for you. I've talked a bit about how to test and track your campaigns elsewhere, so I'm not going to overlap by talking about that topic in this video. Now, the third way to avoid wasting your traffic is to get your existing traffic to send you even more traffic. That's because any traffic generated by your existing prospects and customers is going to be warm, easy to close traffic. Sounds good, huh? So how do you get your existing prospects and customers to send their friends to you? Well, one method to get traffic from your existing visitors is to offer incentives if they tell their friends about your site. A super easy way to do this is by using Social ShareMonkey, which lets you unlock a special gift for anyone who shares your content on Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. This easy-to-use web app is a great tool for kickstarting a viral campaign. Another idea is to start a viral contest where your visitors get an entry into the contest for every task they perform, which might include tasks like joining your list or posting about the contest on Facebook. A good tool to run this sort of multiple entry viral contest is Rafflecopter. Okay? Finally, you might also consider starting a rewards program where your customers get points every time they purchase products through your link. They can then exchange these points for products, for gift certificates, or maybe even discounts on products. So that gives you an idea of how to avoid wasting any traffic. Now, the next point. The second resource you don't want to waste are your joint venture partners, which includes vendors. A good joint venture partner can send you a lot of new traffic. They can help you build your mailing list. They can even give you some pretty sweet vendor perks. Don't waste these valuable relationships by taking them for granted, or you could miss out on a lot of valuable traffic or other benefits. Some of the most powerful ways to get warm leads flowing into your site are through joint ventures with influential people in your niche. I'm talking about things like swapping endorsements in your respective newsletters, doing webinars together, creating lead magnets together, guest blogging for each other, and sharing each other's content on social media. And these are just a few. There's a lot of other ways you can work together for mutual benefit. That's why these relationships are so important and why you need to be sure you're nurturing these relationships using the 2 tips I'm about to share with you. First tip, stay in touch with your partners even if you're not working together at the moment. This is a business where it's really easy to fall into the out of sight, out of mind trap. So keep yourself in front of your partners to keep the relationship fresh, okay? The second tip, be sure that any joint ventures you do with a partner end up being a good experience for them. If you do mess up something, take responsibility immediately, apologize, and then fix it. You want to leave your partners with a good impression so that they're likely to work with you in the future and so that you have a good reputation in your niche. And that brings us to the next point. The third asset that you don't want to waste is your good reputation. As mentioned, you don't want to waste it when it comes to joint venture partners, but you also don't want to waste it when it comes to your prospects. This means you need to take seriously your number one job, which is to solve your prospects' problems. Okay? Don't even think about recommending a product to them that you wouldn't recommend to your best friend. Now, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I might just a little bit here. People buy from those they know, like, and trust. All it takes is you promoting a shoddy product just one time, and all the trust you built up will come crashing down around you like a house of cards. Okay? Don't forget that. Your reputation is what makes so many traffic tactics work so well. For example, some people will read your guest articles on blogs just because you created a snazzy title. But there's also a chunk of folks who will recognize your name and read the article because they've heard that you're the go-to person in the niche. Same thing goes for things like webinars. Run a webinar as a lead generator and people are going to show up because they've been hearing your name around the web. Create a clever meme, an infographic, or a video and launch it on social media, and people are going to go crazy sharing it because they know, like, and trust you. Take a look at Oprah's Twitter account or George Takei's Facebook page for examples of people with good reputations who get a lot of viral traffic. So you get the idea. Whether it's your traffic, your partners, your reputation, or any of your other assets, you don't want to waste them. Don't let them grow cold due to neglect. Which reminds me, have you mailed your list, wrote an article for your blog, or posted on social media yet today? Well, if not, go ahead and get to it. So let's go ahead and move on to the next video where you'll learn a few things about becoming upwardly mobile from the old TV show The Jeffersons. I've had a song going through my head for a little while now. It's that theme song from the old TV show The Jeffersons. It's called Movin' On Up. Have you ever heard that song? It's all about an upwardly mobile family that moves to a deluxe apartment in the sky because they finally got a piece of the pie. I can't believe I just did that. Well, that's what I want you to do. I want you to think of yourself as upwardly mobile because your affiliate business can do that for you. Okay? I want you to get your fair share of the pie. You see, a lot of affiliate marketers start bringing in a little cash, maybe just enough to cover their bills, and then they stop trying. It's like they decided they were only worth $30,000 a year, or maybe $50,000 a year, or some other arbitrary number. But there is no arbitrary limit on what you can make with your affiliate marketing business. There's no boss telling you that you're only worth X number of dollars a year. You're the boss, so you get to decide how much you're worth. If you want to make more so you're more comfortable in life, you can do it. So make a plan, get serious, and do it. Let me go ahead and share with you a few tips for moving on up. First one, think big even if you're starting small. Some affiliates develop a touch of nearsightedness in that they can only see what's right in front of their nose, and everything else in the distance looks blurry. If you want to be a successful affiliate, then you need to always be considering how what you do today will affect what you do in the future. In other words, look at the big picture. You see, a lot of affiliates start small. Maybe they don't have the financial resources to launch their business properly. Maybe they don't have the time. Maybe they don't have the time or the money. And that's okay if you're starting small, but you need to be thinking big. Don't get comfortable with small lists, small amounts of traffic, or small commission checks. Make a business and marketing plan for how you're going to get from where you are today to where you want to be. In other words, every small thing that you do should be a step towards your larger goal. And let me give you an example. Let's say you're going to take out a banner ad on a niche site. This isn't the time to blow your whole advertising budget, okay? Instead, you start small by paying for a small number of impressions, such as maybe 1,000 or so. Then you carefully test the banner itself along with the ad venue. If it works, then you invest more money. If it keeps working, then you keep investing and you keep reinvesting back into this ad campaign. And then you want to start diversifying into other ad venues with your newfound profits. You start small, but you think big. And this brings us to the second point. The second bit of advice for growing your business is to reinvest back into your business. A lot of affiliates quit their day jobs at the first sign of success, which means that their affiliate income needs to pay all of their bills. So what happens? The affiliate isn't left with a whole lot of money to reinvest back into the business. The business grows slowly. It stagnates. And then the affiliate wonders when he'll be able to quit scraping by so he can enjoy the finer things in life. Here's the secret. If you want your business to grow quickly, then you need to reinvest back into your business. And yeah, this might mean that you need to keep your day job for a while. That way your day job can pay your mortgage and grocery bill while you reinvest every dollar of business profit right back into your business. Sure, eventually you will quit your day job. But the smart affiliate marketers know their business is going to grow faster as long as they keep reinvesting back into it. You might reinvest 100% of your profits at first, and then 75%, and then 50% or some other number. But the point is, make a commitment to reinvesting a certain percentage every month. Of course, this also means you need to be smart about what you're investing in. You don't want to just start throwing money around, like buying software, courses, or tools you don't really need. Listen, just because your friendly neighborhood tax accountant tells you that the purchase is a tax-deductible business expense, it doesn't mean it's a good purchase. So how do you know if something is a good purchase? Well, look at your business plan. If a tool, course, or resource supports some aspect of your business plan, then it's usually a good purchase. If you're buying the tool just because it looked so shiny and you swear it called you by name, then that may not be the best financial move. And now that I think about it, you may want to check yourself into a loony bin if you really did think the tool talked to you. But that's a discussion you should be having with your psychiatrist, not me, so let's move on. Advertising is always a good purchase, but only if you track and test your results to be sure that you are indeed getting good results. Necessary how-to courses are good purchases as long as they fit in with your business plan. In other words, buying a book about how to weave baskets underwater isn't a good purchase, unless that happens to be the niche where you're going to make your money. All right? Investing in outsourcing is also a good idea, as it frees up your time to focus on other, more important aspects of your business. For example, you don't need to create the lead magnets yourself. You can hire a professional to do them for you. So you get the idea. Always reinvest back into your business, but you want to be smart about it, which brings me to the last point. Look for shortcuts and tools that can make it easier for you to grow your business. As mentioned, outsourcing is one way to grow your business more quickly, using tools as another. For example, most all of us use autoresponders to build our lists because it would be a huge pain in the neck to manually add people to a list, manually send emails to them, manually remove them from a list, and so on. With an autoresponder through a good email service provider, you don't have to do any of this because the software does it for you. That's a pretty obvious example, and yet while most marketers would never think of managing an email list by hand, they waste a lot of time doing other things by hand, like designing their landing pages. Worse yet, some of these tasks require a big learning curve, so you end up finding yourself with your nose in a book trying to learn some complicated code. It's frustrating, and it's inefficient. It can eat up days or even weeks of your time. And of course, this is time you could be using much more productively, such as by generating traffic, tweaking a lead page, or developing a relationship with your joint venture partners. Listen, I just want you to know that there are tools that can do a lot of your day-to-day tasks for you. There are tools out there that can give you an edge over your competitors. If you want to grow your business fast, then don't waste time trying to do everything yourself. Instead, see if there's a tool that can do it for you. Traffic. Not the kind that snarls up on the highway on a hot day and leaves you choking on exhaust fumes from the big trucks. Rather, I'm talking about targeted visitors streaming onto your site and pushing money into your hand. These are people who just can't get enough of whatever you're selling. The problem is, sometimes it seems like traffic is just an elusive piece of the marketing puzzle. You can create or affiliate yourself with the best product in the world, you can develop amazing landing pages, but if you don't get the traffic flowing into your site, it's just going to be a party for one as you cry in your soup and wonder where all the money's at. And once you get some traffic flowing into your site, you're going to want more. I'm telling you, it's really addicting. You get those traffic logs busting at the seams and your PayPal account is filling up with cash, and all you'll be able to think about is how to get more. More cash in hand traffic, more ways to scale it all up and grow your business, more strategies that bring in bigger traffic numbers in less time. But here's the thing. Not all traffic is created equal. That's like confusing a Ford Fusion with a Ferrari. It's a total rookie mistake. And here's something else. You should never confuse traffic quantity with traffic quality. You see, a lot of big talking marketers like to brag about their traffic numbers. They'll tell you they're pulling down hundreds of thousands of visitors every month. They'll get you believing that size matters because they're telling you big traffic numbers trump everything else. Yeah, and sure, it sounds totally impressive, at least on paper it does, but just wait until you ask how big that business owner's mailing list is or how much money he's banking every month. You'll get evasive answers. He'll change the subject. He'll probably be staring at his feet. And you know why? Because if traffic isn't targeted, meaning it's composed of people who are willing and able to buy what you're selling, then all the traffic in the world means diddly squat. Simply put, big traffic numbers and a nice Alexa ranking don't mean a thing if they're not turning your visitors into money in the bank. Let me give you a silly example. Let's suppose you sell quilting patterns and other quilting supplies, and then you hear about this big convention in town. They expect about 100,000 people will attend the convention. So you run out and drop a whole lot of money to buy a booth at the convention so you can peddle your quilting patterns. Except there's a problem. Ruh-roh, the convention is for folks who own and love Harley-Davidson motorcycles. Now, do you think you're going to sell a lot of quilting patterns at a Harley-Davidson convention? Not a chance. And that's because the traffic that streams by your booth is completely untargeted. Yeah, sure, you might just happen to run into a few Harley-Davidson owners who also like quilting patterns, but that's just dumb luck, really. If you want to make money with this example, you'd need to do one of two things. One, you could sell something at this convention that appeals to Harley-Davidson owners, like leather riding chaps, leather jackets, and bandanas. Or the alternative is to just forget about the hog convention and go to a crafting convention, okay, where your quilting patterns are going to be far better received. Now, either way, you're putting a targeted offer in front of targeted traffic. So here's the deal. Your goal when you're driving traffic is to drive targeted traffic. That's your first priority. Your second priority is to increase the quantity of your traffic. But don't ever let the quality of your traffic suffer in favor of increasing the quantity. That's just a lot of wasted time, effort, and money if you're trying to convert an untargeted audience. And that's what this course is going to show you how to do. Namely, you'll find out how to get more targeted traffic flowing into your site by employing a whole lot of different traffic tactics. You're also going to find out how to focus on increasing the quality of the traffic by testing and tweaking your campaigns. Testing ensures that you put your time and money into the advertising venues that work the best for your particular offer. It's like giving yourself an instant pay raise. And really, who doesn't like getting more money? So listen, it doesn't matter where you need to drive traffic to, whether you're driving traffic to a lead magnet page, to an affiliate offer, to your own sales page, or any other page on your site. You're going to find a traffic strategy in this course that's right for you. Every single day, hordes of your prospects log into Facebook, Twitter, Google+, LinkedIn, and all the other social media platforms. In some cases, they interact and chit-chat multiple times a day on the site. That means all you have to do is set up a presence on these platforms and start siphoning visitors back to your own website. You ever heard about those guys who would steal gas from older cars? They got a long hose, dropped it in the tank, sucked the other end really hard, and soon the gas from the tank is flowing freely and willingly into the thief's waiting gas can. Now, that's what you're going to do with social media traffic. You're going to get traffic flowing freely and willingly to your waiting mailing list, except there's a big difference. This is all legit and 100% legal. unlike stealing gas. Now, the awesome thing about social media sites is that they're naturally viral platforms. I'm sure you've seen this for yourself if you spend any time at all on these sites. For example, someone posts a funny cat video or meme on Facebook, and suddenly it has tens of thousands of shares. I mean, seriously, people really love their cat videos, don't they? The second thing to know is that some social media sites, most notably Facebook, offer paid advertising. This is another great way to reach your audience, but we won't be covering that in this video. For now, we're going to focus on the free options for finding your audience on social media platforms. Specifically, we're going to focus on Facebook since it has a large number of people who log in daily. And they also offer you multiple ways to reach your target audience. However, once you're set up on Facebook, then get on Twitter as well. You might also consider other platforms such as Google+ and LinkedIn as part of your overall social media strategy, depending on if you think your audience is reachable on those platforms. I mean, if your audience is made up of white-haired grandmas, then they're probably not sending eyebrow-raising photos over Snapchat. So you can forget about that one, you know? Do a little market research and use some common sense to figure out where your market actually hangs out. So first things first, you'll need to register for a free Facebook account if you don't already have one. And then you can set up a Facebook page as well as a group. And we'll go ahead and talk about each one of these separately. The first way to reach your audience is to set up a Facebook page for your business. Look, setting up a Facebook page is pretty painless. Just go to the URL that I'm about to put on the screen here. There it is, https:// never mind. You just go ahead and type that into your browser, okay? And then you just follow the prompts to set up your page. Be sure to completely fill out your page's profile with your about information, an avatar, and a cover photo. Next, you want to invite your existing prospects and customers to like the fan page. The reason for this is to start getting some interaction going with the page. There's no sense in having your page looking like an abandoned ghost town, because naturally, folks like to go where the action is. And since Facebook is naturally viral, you can post memes, videos, inspirational quotes, infographics, and other similar content. Just be sure to encourage your fans to like it, and better yet, to share it on their Facebook walls. Also be sure your web link is attached to all of your content. The next thing to do is to create a tab on your Facebook page where your fans can sign up for your mailing list. Most of the bigger third-party email service providers like Aweber make this really easy by providing an app for this. Check with your own ESP for specific instructions on how to include an opt-in form on your Facebook page. Now, while it's great to chit-chat with your prospects on Facebook, what you really want to do is siphon them off of Facebook to your own mailing list and website. That way you control your traffic. Another good reason for this is because Facebook only shows your page post to a small number of your fans. If you want all your fans to see your post, you need to pay Facebook to boost your post, which totally stinks, I know. So, tell you what, don't even bother paying to boost regular posts. Yeah, you might consider paying in order to get your fans to see a special offer where you give them something valuable in exchange for their email address, but don't pay for regular posts. Now, listen to this. A free and better way to get your lead magnet in front of as many people as possible is to get your fans and visitors to share the opt-in page for you. One super cool way to do this is by using an app called Social Share Monkey, which unlocks a gift for your visitor when they share your content with their friends on Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. Another tool you can use is Rafflecopter, which gives your visitors an entry into a prize draw for each specific task they complete. These are things like joining your mailing list or sharing your contest with others on social media. So, in sum, Social Share Monkey and Rafflecopter are great tools for expanding both your Facebook page likes as well as your mailing list. Now let's look at the other method for reaching your audience on Facebook. The second major way to reach your audience is to set up a Facebook group. This group isn't about your business, okay? It's not overtly promotional. Instead, it's about creating a discussion around some topic of interest in your niche. Yeah, I know, you'd probably get about a bazillion members if you set up a group about funny cats, but you want to make sure to keep it relevant to your niche, okay? For example, if you sell weight loss materials, then you'd set up a discussion group about how to lose weight. Here in your group, you can post weight loss tips, articles, videos, inspirational messages, memes, and other things. Be sure to also ask questions and post topics which foster discussion. Again, remember, this isn't an overtly promotional group. You gotta flip the switch to stealth mode and fly under the radar for a while. You know what I mean? Just keep it on the down low, okay? Now, another great thing is that this group is going to help you establish your expertise in the niche. Secondly, you'll be able to build your mailing list from the group by offering free resources such as reports, videos, and apps in exchange for email addresses. And finally, you may run into potential affiliates and joint venture partners in your group. You can also join their groups to start building relationships. Meeting just one or two good marketing partners in these groups can make a huge difference in your business. Okay, so these are the basics of getting started on social media. Again, Social Share Monkey and Rafflecopter.com are terrific tools for increasing your mailing list and social media presence. Go ahead and check out the resource section on the site to learn more about these awesome tools before moving on to the next video. Imagine this for just a moment. There's a movie coming out that you've sort of been thinking about seeing. And the truth be told, you're not really that excited about it because it seems like the movie trailers always make a movie look better than it really is. I mean, come on, how many times have you found yourself disappointed because the trailer hyped up a movie, but it didn't live up to your expectations? You know, the kind of thing where you would have been happier just sitting at home in your jammies, watching reruns on TV? So what happens is that you sort of start distrusting any advertising that's coming right out of Hollywood. It's like anything else. When a marketer toots their own horn about a product or service, you know they're totally biased, right? So it's kind of hard to believe the advertising. But now imagine this. What if one of your friends goes to the movie and then totally raves about it to you? They tell you the reasons why the movie was so awesome, and they specifically say you should go see it too because they know you'll love it. So what happens? Well, probably you're going to go see the movie, and that's because someone that you know, like, and trust recommended it to you. The truth is, it doesn't even have to be a close friend who recommends the movie. It just needs to be someone you trust. It might be a movie critic, for example, but just having that extra opinion from a third party often helps push you over the edge so you buy the product. And you know what? That's what your prospects are looking for too. They're looking for someone they know, like, and trust to recommend your stuff. It's pretty simple, and that's why viral marketing is such a powerful traffic strategy when it's used the right way. And that's because viral traffic is all about friends telling their friends about your product, service, or website. It's pretty cool, huh? So listen, there are just tons of ways to create viral content that gets passed around your niche. You've probably even participated in sharing funny, inspirational, novel, or unique content with your friends. You know how this stuff can just take off and explode all over the net. Now, viral content can take a lot of forms. For example, photos, like those funny cat photos, and pop culture memes that everyone loves to share. Powerful quotes, especially if they're embedded in an easy-to-share image. Videos, from short and funny Vine videos to awesome how-to videos, to average people doing extraordinary things, even to inspirational TED Talk videos. Even commercials get shared when they're unique or funny enough. Just think of the Super Bowl commercials. Another thing you can share are infographics, especially if they boil down a complex set of data into something that's easy to digest. Articles, which might be anything from opinion articles to how-to articles, which share something extraordinarily useful. Software and apps. Hey, if it's free and it's useful, you better believe people are going to share it with their friends. You get the idea. You just need to create something truly useful or amazing, put it in an easy-to-share format, kickstart the viral effect, and then watch your viral campaign take off like a rocket. Okay, so I know that sounds easy on paper, but the truth is, most people stumble when it comes to implementation. So let's talk a little bit about how to do this in a step-by-step format. The first step is to create something that people want to share. Now, this is where a lot of content creators stumble. This is so basic. If the content isn't share-worthy, then people aren't going to share it, right? Think about gossip for a moment. If I whisper to you that I saw your neighbor mail a letter today, are you going to share that? No, because who cares? It's not exciting, it's not eyebrow-raising, it's not share-worthy. Now, what if I told you the neighbor was escorting a rather attractive woman out of his house early this morning, and it was not his wife, and his wife is out of town? Oh yeah, well, that probably gets some real attention. And that's the kind of stuff that spreads faster than head lice in a kindergarten class, you know? So, in order to know what makes something share-worthy, you need to understand why people share content. And they do it for a variety of reasons. For example, They share something really unique because they like the feeling of being the first to share something among their friends. They like being on the cutting edge. Another reason people share something is to look good to their friends. If they can share something really useful, their friends will view them as helpful. If they share something funny, their friends will love the laugh. If they share something inspirational, then they're viewed as uplifting. Still, another reason people share content is because it matches their worldview. For example, someone might share a political opinion piece because they agree with it, which helps others get to know them. People also share stuff just because they were shocked or offended about it, and they want to see if their friends have the same reaction. You can probably think of racist, sexist, or other outlandish quotes and videos you've seen, and how those get spread around online. Those are just a few of the reasons why people share stuff, all right? At the heart of all this, they want to be popular. They want to get approval, they want people to notice them, and they want to be acknowledged for sharing something that's awesome. I mean, think about it. People live for those likes on Facebook. I don't really get it, but they do. If they think your content is going to get a thumbs up from their friends, either on Facebook or metaphorically speaking, you can be sure they're going to share it. So once you really understand that people will share your content to get a reaction from others, then you'll be better able to create useful, funny, novel, offensive, or entertaining content that gets shared like crazy. And the second step is to make sure your viral content is in an easy-to-share format. In other words, you don't want to put hoops in front of your visitors. Let's go back to the gossip example. If I shared that story about the neighbor with you in Braille, would you spread it around? Nope, too many hoops. You're not going to learn Braille just to find out the gossip. Now, the same thing here, your customers aren't going to do extra work just to see your content. If you're looking for maximum shares, then you want to make sure the content is as easy to share as possible. Don't make people subscribe to your list to get the content if maximum traffic is what you're after. The other thing to do is make sure the content is in a share-worthy format. For example, if you want to post a quote on Facebook, turn it into a graphic so it's not only more eye-catching, but it's easier to share. For example, if you're creating a viral video, don't make it an hour long. Most people don't have that kind of time to slog through a video like that, and they're definitely not going to be willing to invest that much time if they don't know who you are. However, almost everyone will look at a video that's only a few minutes long, so keep it relatively short to get a bigger audience. Oh, and one more video tip. If you absolutely need to have a big video, then just break it up into smaller, exciting, and cliffhanging segments to keep your audience engaged. All right? The third step is to get people to share your content. Creating something that's share-worthy will go a long way in helping you get the viral effect going, but you can get people sharing your content even more by doing two things. First, you want to create a strong call to action. This is where you might specifically tell people to share your content. For example, you might just say, share if you agree, or share with your friends. You can even give your visitors a feel-good reason to share the content, such as something like, give your friends a good laugh by sharing this video today. But however you do it, the point is that you specifically instruct people to share the content. You don't want to take anything for granted, you just spell it out for them. Okay? The second thing you can do to increase the viral effect in a big way is to give people an incentive to share. The idea here is to bribe them just a little bit, such as giving them a free report, video, app, or other tool or resource if they share your content. Now, unless you're bribing a corrupt government official to pull some string for you or make a murder rap go away, don't worry about this. This kind of bribing is totally legit. And one really easy way to bribe folks is by using Social Share Monkey, which unlocks a gift for your visitor just as soon as they share your content on Facebook, Twitter, or other social platforms, which brings us to the final point. The fourth step of creating a viral campaign is to kickstart the viral effect. You know, it'd be great if you just dropped your viral content somewhere on the internet and the next day you magically had oodles of people viewing and sharing it. But in the real world, it doesn't quite work that way. You need to kickstart the viral effect by getting it in front of as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. Eventually, it's going to reach a point of critical mass, and then it's going to take on a life of its own. But how do you help it along in the meantime? Well, any which way you can. Post it on social media, blog about it, tell your mailing list about it, ask your joint venture partners to share it. The more people who see it up front, the more people you'll have sharing it, and the quicker your viral content is going to explode across your niche. Okay, and there you have it. You know, it would be really cool if you could just wave a magic wand and within seconds you had more traffic than Google and more cash than a Saudi prince. But I know I don't have to tell you that nothing comes quite that easy. And traffic isn't free, because no matter how you get your traffic, you're going to be investing some kind of resources. The free traffic we've been talking about doesn't cost any money, but it does require an investment of your time. Alternatively, there are paid advertising strategies which require more money than time. And the truth is, you should add both free and paid advertising to your overall traffic strategy. So let's take a look at some of the top paid advertising strategies, including pay-per-click marketing and media buys. Let's go ahead and start with pay-per-click marketing. Pay-per-click marketing is where you pay a set amount when someone clicks on your ad, and this is opposed to paying a flat fee or paying a fee per 1,000 impressions or ad views. Two good places that offer pay-per-click advertising are Google AdWords and Facebook. Now, the advantage of pay-per-click marketing is that you can get the traffic coming into your site immediately, which allows you to quickly test sales copy, test your product names, your ad campaigns, your pricing, and any other part of your offer. So here's how it works. Let's use AdWords as an example. What you do first is choose keywords to bid on. When someone searches for those keywords in Google, your ad appears. Your ad consists of a short headline, 2 short lines of text, and the link to your landing page. Now, the exact placement of your ad depends on how much you bid on that keyword. The higher your bid and the better your ad performs, the more visibility you'll get. When someone clicks on your ad, you'll pay an amount up to the bid amount. So if you bid 25 cents on the keyword, you'll pay up to 25 cents every time someone clicks on your ad. When someone clicks, they'll get sent to your landing page. So that's an overview for you. Basically, there's 3 parts: the keywords you choose, the ad, and your landing page. Let me share a few tips about these 3 components individually. First are the keywords. You're going to get better results if you choose narrow, targeted keywords. For example, let's say you're selling a book about growing tomatoes. If you bid on broad keywords like tomatoes, you're going to waste a lot of money. And that's because it's not a targeted keyword. You have no idea at all if the person wants to buy actual tomatoes, or if they're trying to win a bet about whether a tomato is a fruit, or if they want to buy tomato seeds, or if they're just trying to figure out how to spell the goofy word, okay? It's better to bid on a keyword like how to grow tomatoes, as that lets you know the searcher is part of your target market. Even better, bid on keywords that indicate the searcher wants to buy something, such as buy tomato growing guide. The second component is your actual ad. This needs to be short and snappy. Your headline should get attention, and your body copy should persuade the person to click on your ad. You do this by presenting benefits and arousing curiosity whenever you can. Let me give you an example of what I mean. Here's a potential sample ad. Tomato growing secrets. Stop eating toxic tomatoes. Grow organic with this guide. All right. When someone clicks on your ad, they'll end up on your landing page. Maybe this is a sales page for a guide, or perhaps it's an opt-in page offering the guide for free. Either way, you can build this page quickly and easily using an app called Landing Page Monkey. Just check the resources on this website to learn more about Landing Page Monkey and how you can use it to create stunning, high-converting lead pages and sales pages. Now, let's take a look at the second paid advertising strategy, which is referred to as media buys. This means you purchase banners and text ads on high-traffic sites, and these can be general sites like Reddit, which allow you to show your ad to a targeted audience, or you might place a banner ad on a site that's in your niche. To get started on Reddit, just go to reddit.com/advertising. You'll be paying a flat fee per CPM, which means per 1,000 impressions. And this fee can be as little as 75 cents per 1,000 impressions. It's not bad. Or secondly, you might check out an ad broker like buysellads.com, which is where you can find sites that are in your niche. Finally, you should also inquire directly from sites in your niche to see if they offer advertising opportunities. Generally, you'll see a link for advertisers which lists some submission guidelines and maybe the prices. However, if you don't see any information about ads on a site, don't hesitate to contact the owner and see if they'd consider selling you ad space. Why not? Now, in all cases, no matter how you're advertising, you want to be sure to start small and test your campaigns. Once you know which ads and which advertising venues give you the best return on your investment, then you can focus on funneling even more ad dollars into those specific channels. Okay, so pay-per-click marketing and media buys are 2 good ways to start driving targeted traffic to your site fast. I mean, you could set up some campaigns right now and have traffic coming in just a couple of hours. In fact, that sounds like a great way to spend the next hour or 2. So why don't you give it a try right now before you head off to the next video? When I tell some folks that they can turn their words into traffic and cash, they get all stupid on me and start thinking about the possibilities of entertaining lonely men on the $7 a minute phone lines. No, that's not it. That's not what I mean. What I'm talking about is turning your words into traffic by blogging, guest blogging, and getting influential others to contribute guest articles for your site. So let's start with the basics, which is blogging on your own site. If you don't have a blog set up yet, just head over to wordpress.org to download the free files and install them on your site. I'm not going to get into the technical aspects of how to install it, customize, and change the theme, because the WordPress site includes complete instructions. They've got it handled. What I want to focus on is the sweet stuff, like how to use your blog to get more cash-in-hand traffic flowing to your site. Now, one thing we could talk about here is SEO, which is search engine optimization. This is where you research what niche keywords your target market is searching for in the search engines, and then you create content around these keywords. However, that's beyond the scope of this course, and that's because search engine algorithms change. You hear about Google slapping people silly every day. Every update ever has SEOers scrambling to adapt. Trying to keep up with Google's changes is like trying to keep up with the Olympic sprinter Usain Bolt. You'll just be eating his dust. So here's the thing to remember. Search engine algorithms change. People don't. So that's why for this video, we're going to talk about creating content that your visitors will love, as there's a good chance the search engines will like it too. With that in mind, the first thing for you to do is to create content that's worth sharing so that people link to it and send traffic back to your site. In other words, create link bait type content. As you already know, share-worthy content is extraordinarily useful. It's perhaps funny, maybe offensive, maybe inspirational, but it's definitely unique. People tend to link to stuff that matches their worldview, shocks them, or otherwise makes them feel something. This kind of content can take on many forms, and that can include text articles, memes, infographics, cartoons, videos, and so on. Now, there are two things you can do to increase the number of people sharing your content. Now, hey, wait a second. Put down the cattle prod. Put away the taser. There's easier ways to get folks to do what you want. The first is to create a call to action where you specifically tell people to share it. In other words, at the end of the article, video, or other content, you have a line such as, "Give your friends a good laugh by sharing this article," or something like, "Be a hero to your friends by sharing this video." Of course, you can make it easy for people to share by including social media share links right next to the content. You might include Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, and Google+. The second thing you can do to increase the number of shares for your very best content is to offer your visitors a gift if they share your link on Facebook, Twitter, and/or Google+. The good news is, you don't just have to sit around and manually hand out reports, videos, or other gifts to people who share your content. You can just use an app called Social Share Monkey, which unlocks a gift for those who share, and it happens automatically. Check the resource section on the site for more information about that. Okay, so that's blogging on your own site. Once you have your own blog set up and pulling in some traffic, then you can use the second method for turning words into traffic, which is to get influential others in your niche to contribute content to your blog. One of the easiest ways to do this is to ask influential people in your niche if you can do a short interview with them. This might be an email interview, a video interview, or even a recorded phone interview. For best results, ask your interviewee which format they prefer. The reason this works so well is because when people are interviewed, they often link back to the interview on their blog, sometimes on their social media pages or even in their newsletters. So you get free traffic and free content for your blog, all in one shot. Pretty sweet, huh? Now, when you approach a potential interviewee, focus on the benefits they get from doing the interview. Generally, this is going to include free exposure, a link back to their site, and of course, fresh traffic coming to see their offers. Now, let's look at the third way to turn words into traffic, which is to do guest blogging. Guest blogging is where you contribute content to other people's blogs. Pretty simple. The benefit for you is the byline at the end of your article, which is where you place a 1 or 2 line advertisement that persuades people to click back to your site. This is your chance to siphon hot, targeted traffic from their site to your site. You see, a lot of authors make the mistake of using this byline to talk about themselves. Guess what? I know it sounds harsh, but no one really cares about you. Sure, you like long walks on the beach and cozy nights by the fire, but big deal. Seriously, I'm sorry to tell you, no one really cares. Now, Your readers do care about what you can do for them. And that's why your byline should focus on what benefits your readers get if they click your link. Let's suppose you wrote an article about weight loss. Your byline might say something like, "Click here to discover a weird trick for getting rid of belly fat." Now, not only does that present a benefit, it also arouses curiosity as to what the weird trick is. So where do you find these guest blogging opportunities? The first method is to simply search for them in Google or whatever your favorite search engine is. You can search for your main niche keywords like weight loss or organic gardening alongside guest blog related words. Let me give you an example of some of these related phrases. Guest blog, guest blogging, guest articles, guest authors, contribute articles, submit articles, guest blogging opportunities, blogging opportunities. Okay, you get the idea? So if you want to publish on a weight loss blog, you might search for something like weight loss guest blogging or lose weight guest articles, something along those lines. The second method for finding guest blogging opportunities is to directly approach the blog owners. Even if they don't overtly advertise guest blogging opportunities, you can still write to the owner and persuade them to publish your content. Again, the main thing to focus on here are the benefits the blog owner receives by publishing your content, such as they get free content without paying or lifting a finger. If you need to, you might add in some extra perks, such as including their affiliate link in your content or byline, so that they make money from anyone who clicks on those links and purchases a product. All right? Now, there's one more thing before I let you go. If you want to learn more about doing these sorts of joint ventures with other bloggers and marketers, be sure to look up the advanced set of traffic videos on this site. Just check out the resources section before you head over to the next video. In this video, you're going to find out how to get traffic by getting involved, which sounds kind of scary, especially if you think I'm telling you to get involved in some organization that sucks up all your free time, cuts you off from your family, and convinces you to drink poison Kool-Aid. Now, just relax. This video has nothing to do with joining a cult. I'm talking about getting involved in your niche. Take a look around your niche and you're sure to see plenty of conversations happening right this moment. I'm talking about the sort of conversations that are capturing a lot of attention and have lots of folks discussing some controversial topic or niche news. Even the people who haven't joined in on these discussions are closely following the topic to see how it develops. So here's the thing, you can get eyeballs on your site simply by joining in on these conversations. And in this video, you'll discover 3 ways to do that, including joining the existing conversation directly, blogging about trending topics, and using social media to get in on trending topics. So let's start by looking at how to join the existing conversations directly. What you want to do here is find the busiest forums, blogs, and social media pages and groups, such as Facebook groups, and then monitor these places regularly for hot topics. Of course, these are topics which are generating a lot of discussion, views, shares, and likes. Let's suppose you run a site related to American football, so you keep your eye on other football-related sites. Perhaps an extremely popular football player commits a crime or gets into some public spat with his wife. You can be sure this topic is going to blow up as people rush to take sides on the issue. As people start discussing it and blogging about it, you can jump in on the conversation also. You can do this by commenting on relevant news articles on major news outlet sites, commenting on blog posts, commenting on related YouTube videos, replying on social media posts, and so on. Now, there are 2 keys to turning your comment into traffic. The first key is to make sure your comment is well thought out. Okay, if you're just posting stuff like, "I agree," or posting irrelevant thoughts, or maybe posting a line or two just so you can drop a link, you're not going to get anyone caring about what you're saying. Instead, what you need to do is offer something to the conversation that hasn't been mentioned yet, or even if it's something that has been talked about on the periphery of the conversation, you might want to delve in a little deeper. In other words, post something that's thought-provoking, post something unique, post something that will get people replying directly to you. If you're wondering what sorts of posts get these sorts of responses, just check your niche right now on trending topics and read the discussions. Take notes of what types of responses are getting the most visibility in terms of likes, thumbs up, responses, etc. Then you just ask yourself, what is it about these replies that gets attention and gets a reaction? In what ways are they controversial, thought-provoking, or just plain useful? And is there some other factor that's affecting it, like maybe the reputation of the person who posted the comment? Basically, you can reverse engineer this content and then model your own discussion points after these types of successful posts. Now, the second key to making this traffic tactic work for you is to leave an intriguing link. One of the best ways to do this is to post a really intriguing discussion point and then say something like, you can read more about this in depth here, and then drop a link to your blog or social media account. If you whet your readers' appetites with something that's thought-provoking or even controversial, you can be pretty sure they're going to click through to read more about it. As mentioned, you can link to a social media post or even a blog post, which brings us to our next point. The second way to get traffic by getting involved in your niche is to blog about trending or controversial topics. When you see developing news in your niche that you just know is going to turn into a big deal, don't wait around to comment on other people's viewpoints. Instead, what you want to do is lead by being one of the first people to blog about it. Get the scoop. But here's the key. Don't just summarize the facts of the news story. Instead, you want to share your opinions. Tell people how it'll affect them. If needed, offer solutions. But give them something they're not getting anywhere else. After you've done that, then go out in your niche and seek out hot conversations on other people's blogs. But instead of putting your comments in the other person's blog, put your comments on your blog and use a trackback link whenever allowed. What this does is it brings traffic back to your site, and it might even start a conversation directly with the other blog owner. And of course, this is good exposure for you, right? Now, once you've published a post on a hot topic, then promote this post by telling your newsletter readers about it and your social media followers about it. Which brings us to our final point. The third way to get traffic by getting involved is to use social media to get in on these trending topics. Social platforms like Twitter and Facebook let you use hashtags to join in on conversations, and both of these sites are going to show you what's trending as far as topics. Have you ever seen those pigs that find truffles? You know, they snuffle and root around until they find the goods. Now you're going to kind of do the same thing. Your job is to root out the niche-relevant conversations to see which hashtags are being used. Also, to see which ones are popular. Then you can join in on the niche discussion, being sure to include the popular hashtags in your post. You see, this is how it works. If your Facebook page or your Twitter account is open to the public, then your hashtags are searchable by everyone. This means that if you use popular hashtags and post carefully thought out comments about a trending topic, that can then bring you new followers to your social media pages. In turn, you can turn these followers into traffic on your own site by directing them to relevant blog posts, reports, videos, infographics, or any other kind of content that you have on your site. So there you have it in a nutshell. 3 proven ways to get traffic by getting involved in the existing conversations in your niche. This is pretty easy, really, and it's something you can do right now, so I do suggest you give it a whirl. You might be surprised by your results. Next up, you'll want to be sure you aren't overlooking an awesome traffic source. You're not going to want to miss this one, okay? I'll see you there. Have you ever followed a wildfire on the news? The fire starts really small, like someone flicking a cigarette out of the window. It hits a pile of dry grass or something on the edge of a dry forest. The winds fan the tiny ember, which suddenly turns into a roaring fire that's a mile long and 3 stories high. It's scary how fast it can happen. In just hours, a fire can engulf tens of thousands of trees. Now, I know you wouldn't ever want to find yourself in the path of a forest fire, but as a marketer, I know you've thought about what it would be like to kickstart a viral fire. Seriously, viral marketing can get your marketing message in front of tens of thousands or even millions of people extremely fast. But that's only if you do it the right way. In fact, if you do it wrong, the whole thing can backfire on you and give you bad publicity. Whether you're launching a viral contest or trying to get traction on a video, infographic, meme, or other viral content, there are certain do's and don'ts you need to follow which will increase your chances of success. So let's take a look at how to start maximizing your viral campaigns and turn them into raging fires. The first thing you need to do is make sure your content is worth sharing. In order for your campaign to catch fire, your content needs to evoke some sort of emotion in people. When in doubt, try to evoke primal emotions like anger, surprise, fear, disgust, and happiness. This is all about throwing some fuel on the fire, so to speak. Think about some of the viral content you've shared, and there's a good chance all of it has evoked one of the emotions I just mentioned. For example, those funny cat pictures and videos evoke laughter, which is tied to happiness. Another example, the shocking thing some politician said evokes surprise, or maybe anger or disgust. People like to share something that evoked an emotion in them because they want to share not just the content, but they want to share that feeling with their friends. Now, here's the thing. When you post something like a meme on a Facebook page, you don't need to convince anyone to look at it. And that's because it only takes a split second for someone to see it and absorb the message. However, if your content requires your video to invest a little bit of time in order to get the message, such as a video, then you're going to need to convince them it's worth their time to click it and view it, which brings us to the next point. The next tip is to craft a good headline and a good call to action. You really could have the most amazing video, report, or other content on the planet, but it's not going to catch fire if you can't get the first wave of visitors interested enough to actually click on it and open your content. So that's why you need to craft a good headline and call to action which persuades people to click. Yes, this is sales copy, and yes, it should evoke an emotion or arouse curiosity. If you want good examples of how to do this, go to Upworthy.com. This site mainly curates videos from other sources, but the key to their success are the headlines they attach to the video. Let me give you just a few examples that are taken directly from the Upworthy site. The jaw-dropping prison pipeline no one talks about. There's a conversation some parents are having with their children. Are you? There wasn't a dry eye, on court or off. Even the refs were crying. Boy, that one kind of gets me just saying it. Okay, here's a couple more. If you were born between 1982 and 2002, there's stuff you should know about you and your awesomeness. And then finally, the biggest problems of our times all come down to this word that starts with E. This is good stuff. You can see why headlines like these work well to get people to watch the videos. They arouse curiosity. And like that one with the crying refs, even just reading it kind of tugs on my emotions a little bit. Now, while strong headlines like these help get the click, adding a call to action is going to increase your open rate even more. All you have to do is specifically tell people to watch the video. It's easy. Let me show you what I mean by taking one of the headlines I mentioned previously and combining it with a call to action. There is a conversation some parents are having with their children. Are you? Watch this video to find out. Okay, it's that simple. Just arouse curiosity and then let visitors know that they can satisfy their curiosity by watching the video. That last part is the call to action. Okay, moving on here. Another thing to do to improve your chances of a successful viral campaign is to run your campaign ideas past a few people. You'll see in a second why this is so important. Your viral content may seem like a good idea to you, but sometimes we're a little too close to our own project, so we don't see all the potential minefields. Just consider what the Kellogg's company did in the fall of 2013 in their attempt to kickstart a viral campaign. They sent out a tweet that said, "One retweet, one breakfast for a vulnerable child." Now, I'm guessing they expected to get a lot of retweets and a lot of goodwill for donating meals to hungry children. Instead, quite the opposite happened. They got a lot of backlash from angry people. One person on Twitter responded by saying, "Help us advertise or kids go hungry." Another person called the stunt sickening and said, "If you have the capability to feed hungry children, then you should do so." You know, I kind of understand where they're coming from. As the backlash intensified, Kellogg's swiftly deleted the post and then sent out an apology which said, "We want to apologize for the recent tweet, wrong use of words. It's deleted. We give funding to school breakfast clubs in vulnerable areas." Well, this apology didn't sit well either, as people responded that they shouldn't blame poor word choice for what was actually a shoddy attempt to market their business. In other words, the whole campaign totally backfired on Kellogg's. They certainly got a viral effect going, but it wasn't the kind that they intended. That's why you'll want to run your campaign ideas past a few trusted friends and colleagues to see if they can spot any potential pitfalls or other problems with it, okay? So the next tip I want to share with you is to create contests with niche relevant prizes. Contests have a tendency to naturally go viral since people usually tell their friends and post about contests on contest-related forums and social media groups. Of course, you can also kickstart the viral effect by using a contest management tool like Rafflecopter, which awards extra entries for social media shares. Another tool you can use is Social Share Monkey, which allows you to give a gift to anyone who shares your contest on Twitter, Facebook, or Google+. However, one of the keys to driving targeted traffic is to make sure your prizes are related to the niche. You see, if you just offer cash prizes, then you may get a whole lot of traffic flowing into your site. But these visitors are untargeted. They don't care about what you're selling, and after you announce the contest winners, you're never going to see them again. So to be sure you have targeted traffic, just offer prizes that are only of interest to people in your niche. Here's another tip. When you're announcing contest winners, give all the contest entrants a special discount for a short period of time, such as maybe 48 hours or so. You may even want to offer this discount on the grand prize. This is the secret to generating a lot of sales after your contest is over. So, for example, if your grand prize is a $500 piece of software, then offer everyone a runners-up prize of a 50% discount on that software. You want to be sure to impose a tight deadline to help get buyers off the fence. You should have a good sales spike from this, as most of your entrants obviously want the product, otherwise they wouldn't have tried to win it, right? Let's go ahead and move on here. The next tip is to study the popular viral content in your niche. In other words, you want to reverse engineer to see what works for your audience. Ask yourself what emotions this content appeals to. Take note of what format the content is in. See if you can identify a pattern among the top 10 viral pieces of content in your niche. Once you do identify what your audience likes, then you can easily create something that's similar. Of course, keep in mind that even a viral campaign that looks like a great idea and you think has a lot of potential to take off, it might not. It might just fizzle out. But that's okay. You can play the percentages, you can keep putting more content out. Remember, the more content you shove out there, the more likely it is that you'll hit that home run that every marketer dreams about. You know, the one that creates millions of views and a stampede of traffic to your site. The kind that other people will be using as examples on their products for years to come. Okay? One final tip. You want to launch your content at the right time. You need to promote your viral content to get it in front of as many people as possible. And that's why you'll want to pay attention to the details, such as when you actually launch it. Good times to launch your content are at 9 a.m. Eastern and noon Eastern if your primary audience is in the United States. That's because people are just getting to work at 9 o'clock and they're just checking their Facebook accounts and emails before they settle in. At noon Eastern, the West Coast population is just getting to work, while the East Coast population is going to lunch. Again, these times work great if you have a US audience. If you don't, then just figure out when your market is most likely to be online. That's when you'll want to drop your viral content on social media, your blog, and to your newsletter. So there you have it. 6 solid tips for maximizing your viral campaigns. Check out the resource section on this page for more information about tools you can use to launch your viral campaign, like Social Share Monkey. And then start brainstorming about how to start your own viral wildfire that sweeps across your niche. Next up, did you know that you can get people to pay you at the same time they send you traffic? And the best thing is they do it willingly. You'll find out how to do that in the next video. Have you ever fired a shotgun, or at least witnessed someone else shooting a shotgun? Instead of one single piece of lead heading toward the target, the shotgun sends out a few dozen pellets hurtling towards the target. Even someone who isn't a particularly good shot can hit something with a shotgun. You don't have to be Annie Oakley to hit something with a shotgun. The reason I bring this up is because the shotgun approach is a good analogy for your advertising. If you try to reach your target market using a single channel or single traffic method, there's a good chance you're going to totally miss. But carefully spread your efforts out among multiple channels, and you'll find yourself reaching more deeply into your market. And that's going to mean more customers, more sales, and of course, more money. Now, just because you're using a shotgun approach doesn't mean that you don't aim. Quite the contrary, actually. Your goal, as always, is to seek out targeted traffic. That means focusing on high-quality sources of advertising. These are the places where your cash-in-hand prospects are already gathering. You just have to drop your targeted ads in front of them. Put yourself in front of the money, so to speak. So, what I'm saying is to diversify your advertising strategy as much as possible. For example, don't just depend on pay-per-click advertising. Instead, use pay-per-click and media buys, and viral marketing, and guest blogging, and social media marketing, and, well, I'm sure you got the idea. Mix things up a bit, spread out, and reach deep. Diversifying not only helps you penetrate your market more deeply, but it also insulates you in case a particular advertising source dries up or becomes out of your reach. But another really good benefit of reaching out across multiple channels is that your target market is likely to see your advertising multiple times, and that, of course, is a good thing. One reason multiple exposures work well is because it helps build your brand and creates top-of-mind awareness in your prospects. Think about your own dating experiences for a second. I bet there was a time you saw a cute guy or gal who caught your eye from the first time you ever saw them, but you didn't pursue it. Then you saw them again, and maybe you just started chatting with them a little bit. And then the next thing you know, you can't get that person off your mind. You go to bed thinking of them. You wake up thinking of them. They've got the prime top-of-mind awareness slot. Okay, So maybe your prospects aren't going to exactly get obsessed with you, and maybe you won't be the first thing they think of in the morning and the last thing they think of at night, because, that's a little creepy. But top of mind awareness means you will spring to their mind as soon as they have a certain problem, and that's totally a good thing. So why else should you get yourself in front of prospects as often as possible? Well, the second reason multiple exposures work well is because usually most people don't purchase a product on the first couple exposures. It takes an average of 7 to 12 touches before people will purchase something. You can reach out and get these touches through email, on your blog, on social media, and across multiple advertising venues. And this brings us to the topic of retargeting and why it works so well to turn prospects into customers. Retargeting, which is also called remarketing, takes multiple forms. One of the ways to use retargeting is to cookie your visitors when they come to your site. And then later, when they visit another site, they'll see your ad. And that advertisement will be based on whatever they were looking at on your site. No doubt you've seen retargeting in action. For example, you can go to Amazon right now and look at a product such as bacon-flavored toothpaste or something like that. Then go to Facebook and look at the ads showing up in the sidebar. The chances are you're not only going to see an Amazon ad, but you're very likely to see an ad for the bacon-flavored toothpaste. This is a prime example of retargeting. Think about the power of this for a moment. If someone leaves your site without buying anything and without joining your list, there's a good chance they're not coming back. Hasta la vista, prospect. As time goes on, the prospect's going to totally forget about you. Sad, huh? Any emotion you stirred up with your sales copy is going to be lost. Even though they thought they might come back later to purchase your product, chances are they won't. But now, imagine if you do Facebook retargeting. The prospect leaves your site empty-handed, but then later on in the day they log into Facebook, and boom, there's an ad for the product they were looking at earlier in the day. Now they have a reminder of the product. Their emotions might even get slightly stirred up again with a reminder. You've got them thinking about the product, and suddenly they're sliding their credit card out and tapping your buy buttons. And so what happens if they don't buy right away? It's not a problem, because with retargeting, they'll see your ad again tomorrow, and the day after, and maybe even the day after that. Just the way that a slow drip of water can wear down a rock over time, with multiple exposures, you can push past your prospects' defenses and get them purchasing your product using a retargeting strategy. It's pretty awesome, right? Which brings us to the big question. How do you set this thing up? Well, if you're using Facebook, it's actually pretty easy. Let me explain how it goes. You log into your Facebook account and then go to the Ads Manager at facebook.com/ads/manage. Over on the left-hand navigation page, click on Audiences, and then click on the blue Create a Custom Audience button. Now you'll have a window pop up that will give you 3 options. One option is to match your customer's email address, phone numbers, or mobile advertiser IDs to their Facebook profiles. Another option is to show your ad to people who've engaged with your Facebook apps or games. Still another option is to create a list of people who have already visited your website or who viewed specific pages on your site. This is the option that you want to choose. This is the one that allows you to show targeted ads based on your audience's interests. At this point, just follow the prompts and instructions. Facebook will create a custom remarketing pixel for you to load onto your website. You can even create different pixels for different pages of your website. And this feature lets you show the most targeted ads possible to your audience. So that's one very powerful way to retarget or remarket to an audience that's already visiting your website. Just be sure to track and tweak your remarketing ad campaigns so that you can get the best return on your investment. Another way to use retargeting is through the use of email. The idea here is to send your existing subscribers to other related offers on your site. In other words, you can get your audience into multiple sales funnels. Let me give you an example. Suppose you have a general weight loss mailing list. You can then set up a series of related funnels and retarget your subscribers by sending them to these other related opt-in pages. For example, you might set up an opt-in page leading to a sales funnel centered on bodybuilding as it applies to weight loss. You might set up another opt-in page and sales funnel centered on nutrition. You might set up still another one that deals with weight loss supplements. In all cases, you send your existing subscribers to an opt-in page that's offering a valuable lead magnet product for free, which is about some specific topic as mentioned just a moment ago. Your funnel will then promote the products and services that are closely related to the topic. So in the case of the bodybuilding funnel, you might sell bodybuilding books, videos, and software, as well as physical products such as weightlifting gloves, weight benches, bodybuilding supplements, and more. All right, that's one way to do it. Another way to do it is to send your existing subscribers to specific products. So instead of sending them to a free offer, you may send them to a low-cost entry product. Using the example mentioned previously, you'd send out your subscribers to 3 offers: a bodybuilding product, a nutrition product, and a supplement product. All right? Whether you send your prospects to a free offer or a paid offer, the bottom line is that you'll add these customers to a new list. So now you have them on 2 lists. One is your original weight loss list, and the other is related to the offer they just took advantage of or joined. Then you can send these prospects ultra-targeted offers since you know what they're interested in. And the end result of this is that you get a nice bump to your conversion rate. And you've got your competitors huffing and puffing because they're totally eating your dust. It feels good, right? So that's how you retarget your mailing lists, by sending existing subscribers to different offers and getting them to join your other mailing lists. You can use your email service provider's email rules to add or remove people from specific mailing lists. For example, if you have a general prospect list, the moment someone buys something, you might put them on the customer list and remove them from the prospect list. In other cases, you may keep your subscribers on multiple mailing lists. An example is the one mentioned previously, where you keep a person on both a general mailing list as well as a more topic-specific list. So there you have it. You just learned how retargeting or remarketing works on both Facebook as well as with your mailing list. Retargeting, along with reaching out across multiple channels, is going to help you optimize your traffic and get a higher conversion rate. And that means you slide a bigger chunk of cash into your pocket. Just be sure you don't tell your friends about your windfall, or they're going to start making you buy whenever you go out. Okay? Trust me on that. In the next video, you'll learn how to rent space in your prospects' heads. I'll see you there. All right, we're already up to video 9, and we're going to talk about the number 1 way to maximize your traffic and sales. Okay? Let's imagine for a moment that you hired a freelancer to do something for your business, like write and upload a series of blog posts for you. So tell me, would you ever double check to make sure the freelancer is actually working, that this person is actually doing the writing and uploading the content? Of course you would. You know it and I know it. No sane business owner would ever hire someone and then not check up on that person's work. No sane business owner would keep sending checks to somebody without making sure that they're getting what they paid for. And yet, and I'm telling you this doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and yet there are a whole lot of marketers who dump money into their advertising without ever tracking their campaigns to see what's really working. They figure as long as they're coming out ahead, there's no reason to tweak or track anything. They just assume everything is hunky-dory. But I'm telling you, that's a huge mistake. That's because tracking and tweaking your advertising is one of the very best ways to give yourself an instant pay raise. Simply put, it's the best way to maximize your traffic and sales. Let me give you an example. Let's suppose there's a certain niche forum where you like to purchase a banner ad. Let's suppose the banner cost you $100, but you always make $125. So you pull in a nice little profit of $25 every time you make the ad. It seems like a good buy to you since you always make money, so you just keep spending your $100 to make $25. If you stop right there, all you make is $25. But now imagine this. You test out a few different banner ads and you find one that works even better. Now you're making $150 every time you purchase your $100 ad spot. You've essentially doubled your profits. And you can probably guess what I'm going to say. Yeah, what if you took it a step further and started placing your ad on different days as well as in different ad positions? Now imagine you tracked your results and you discovered that when you picked the best location and day to place your ad, you made $200 on that same $100 ad. That means you're pocketing a $100 profit every single time you place the ad. What are you going to do? Right. You're going to focus on placing your ad on the day where you maximize your revenue. Because why settle for a $25 profit when you can have a $100 profit? So let's talk about this whole testing thing. There are many things you can test, and these include your actual ads. For short text ads, you can test the headline separately from the body copy. For banner ads, you can test the text of the ad separately from the graphics and design elements. Another thing to test is different ad venues. In other words, you should be keeping good track of which ad buys get you the best return on your investment. You can test ad placements when it applies, whether you're placing an ad for one of your own offers on your blog or buying ad placements on a third-party website. Just do some testing and see which placement gets you the best results. You can test to find out what day of the week is the best time to place ads in a certain venue. If you're doing pay-per-click marketing, then you can discover which keywords give you the best return on your investment, as well as which headlines and ads work best for you. You can test your offers. Try placing an ad for a different product or a different offer to see what your audience responds to. Keep on testing until you find an offer that's absolutely irresistible to your target market, okay? This certainly isn't an exhaustive list of things to test. The point is, you can test really every part of the process in order to fully optimize your advertising campaigns. Now, here's the key to this. If you're new to testing and tracking, then for now you want to stick with testing just one element of the process. If you test more than one thing at a time, you won't know what caused the difference in the conversion rate. But if you test just one element while holding everything else constant, then you can be pretty certain that any change in the conversion rate was due to that one element. Let me go ahead and make a quick note here for the more advanced users. The exception to this advice would be if you're doing multivariate analysis, but that's a discussion for another day. For now, we're going to stick with simple split testing where you test just one element at a time. So let me give you an example. Let's suppose you wanted to place an ad in a third-party email newsletter. And let's suppose you know the ad has a high conversion rate since you've already tested it on other platforms. So what you're trying to determine is which of the two email newsletters return the most bang for your buck. What you need to do is try to hold as many variables constant as possible. So first, the ads you place should be exactly the same. The only difference is that they'll have slightly different links so that you can know where your traffic is coming from so that you can track your results. Take note that while the links are just slightly different so that you can track the results, the links should point to the same offer. In other words, the landing pages on the other side of those links need to be exactly the same. Second, the placement of the ads within the newsletter should be as close to identical as possible. Obviously, there may be some variability because they're different newsletters, but the point is, if you purchased a top placement ad in newsletter A, then you want to purchase a top placement ad in newspaper B as well. Next, you want to be sure that the newsletters go out on the same day. That way you can eliminate day of the week as a possible variation that affected conversion rate. So you get the point? Keep everything the same so that you can say with some degree of confidence which ad venue gives you the better results. Now, in order to do this the right way, you need some way of tracking your results. As mentioned, providing two different links gives you a way to count the click-throughs and figure out your conversion rate. Now, while you could certainly comb through your traffic logs and crunch the numbers yourself, I'm telling you, that takes a lot of work. And unless you're a super geek with Coke bottle glasses and a pocket protector, I'm guessing that's not really your idea of a fun way to spend a Saturday night. Am I right? The good news is that you don't have to. It's much easier to just use a tool for this purpose. For this particular example, you can use Landing Page Monkey to create your landing pages, as this web-based app includes impression and conversion data. If you're looking for other tracking tools, you might try Google Analytics or Piwik.org, which is Google Analytics' alternative. You can also install an A/B testing script for simple split testing purposes. Check out the resources section on the site for more information about some of these tools. Once you see what your results are, then the winner of your test is now your control. What you want to do is perform additional testing with a specific purpose of beating your control and maximizing your ad campaigns. I'm going to show you an example of this. If you're testing ad headlines and headline A wins against headline B, then headline A is your new control. Okay? Now you test your control against another headline, which we're calling headline C here. You just do this, you rinse and repeat for as long as you're getting a significant boost to your conversion rate. Now, once you're not seeing a significant boost, then start testing some other component of your advertising campaign. Testing and tracking your ad campaigns is truly the #1 way to maximize your traffic and sales. It also allows you to generate more traffic and profit from the exact same advertising dollar. That's why I highly suggest that you get yourself a tracking tool and you start tracking and tweaking your campaigns starting right now. Now, I know we all love traffic and most of us want more of it. Sometimes it just seems like your traffic flows through your site like a large holed sieve. Next, you'll discover ways to capture that traffic for good.
Social media strategist Amy Jo Martin says social media is the ultimate equalizer. It gives a voice, a platform, to anyone willing to engage. She's right about that. It's like connecting a microphone to a booming speaker on a busy street corner. Anyone who takes the mic is going to get heard. People can't help but stop and pay attention. Indeed, social media platforms are like springboards for businesses of any size and with any budget. A small business with a good social media strategy can level the playing field with their deep-pocketed competitors. You know how every sports movie you've ever seen showcases the underdog team that goes on to win over the huge competitor with the bigger, better, faster players? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about here. If you're feeling a bit like the Mighty Ducks or the Karate Kid as you face down huge, well-known competitors with big advertising budgets, things are about to get interesting. Social media can give you the edge you've been seeking. Problem is, a lot of business owners don't fully realize exactly what social media can do for them. Many business owners look at sites like Facebook from a personal viewpoint. They see cat videos, funny cats, happy cats, grumpy cats. They see pictures of what their cousin ate for dinner. They see teenage angst and drama unfold in real time on their children's and grandchildren's timelines. Maybe you can relate to that. You know your audience is on social media, but you're not quite sure how to leverage the platforms. You're not even necessarily sure what platforms to focus on or how to use them for maximum benefit. Every day, businesses just like yours are using social media in some really clever ways to grow their business, and now you can too. For example, social media can help you hit your goals. This includes goals for traffic, growing your mailing list, sales, and revenue. Your audience is already on social media, which means social media marketing should be a key part of your lead generation strategy. Social media can boost your conversion rates. That's because social media is a great place to interact with your niche community. Social media is great for brand building. If you're looking to build the top-of-mind awareness that generates sales for you over the long term, then social media needs to be a key part of your overall marketing strategy. Social media is the key to viral marketing. Don't even think about trying to launch a viral campaign without the help of social media. Social media can help you promote social causes. If you're running a business that's tightly intertwined with social causes like Ben & Jerry's ice cream, then social media is going to be your ticket to building awareness and goodwill in your niche community. Social media can help you tamp down a burgeoning firestorm. Every business missteps and makes mistakes. How you handle these mistakes is going to make a huge impact on your reputation and your business's long-term profits. If you're not on social media, your customers are going to control the conversation, and a firestorm could ensue. Using social media puts you at the table and gives you some control of the conversation as well. And that's really just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what social media can do to help you grow your business. Starting in just minutes from now, you'll discover some other really cool ways to use social media to benefit your business and your brand. And you'll find out how to develop a customized social media strategy to achieve your goals. So, without further ado, let's jump into the next lesson. According to a wearesocial.com Think Forward report, there are a whopping 2.3 billion active social media users, and about 1.9 billion people are actively using their mobile phones to log into social media. The number of social media users online is absolutely staggering, but what does it mean to you? It means that unless you're targeting the Amish or a primitive group of natives in the jungles of South America, there's a very good chance that your audience is already logging into social media nearly every day. And there's also a good chance that they're using a mobile phone to do it, which means it's another great communication channel to reach your mobile users. It's tempting to run out and use the shotgun approach on social media to try and get as much coverage as possible, but we're going to be more methodical and targeted about this. Here's what you're going to do as we go through this course. Number 1, clarify your goals. That's this video. Number 2, define your target market. Number 3, determine which social media platforms make it easiest for you to reach your target market and achieve your goals. Number 4, create a custom social media strategy. So let's start with clarifying your goals. Here's the question du jour. What do you want social media to do for you? The first thing you need to do is be very specific about your goals. And ideally, you should create measurable goals so you can see your social media marketing is working for you. For example, it's easy to measure if your social media strategy sends more traffic. Just look at your traffic logs. It's a little harder to measure if social media increases brand recognition. If you're setting this as a goal, then it's a good idea to define how you're going to measure it, such as doing market surveys to see if brand recognition is increasing over time. Does this mean you should only create measurable goals? Not necessarily. However, you do need to ensure several or even a majority of your goals are measurable. That way you can use them as a gauge as to whether your overall social media strategy is working. For example, let's say you define 5 goals and one of them isn't easily measured. If the 4 measurable goals are getting good results, then it's probably a safe bet to say your other goal is getting good results too. This is especially true if the unmeasured goal is tightly related to one or more of the other goals. So what are your goals? Here are 13 ideas to kick things off. Number 1, generate new leads. As mentioned before, there's a good chunk of your target market already using social media. They're logging on every day, and if you can get an enticing lead magnet in front of them, you can use social media to generate new leads. For example, you might use social media to run a contest where contestants need to join your list in order to register. Quick hint here, use a tool like rafflecopter.com to give extra contest entries to people who both join your list and share your contest. Offer access to a free app in exchange for an email address. Share a video on social media, and within the video, include a call to action to join your mailing list. Let's move on to the next idea. Number 2, find new customers. You can turn those leads that we just talked about into customers. You can also directly find and convert customers using social media. But heads up, social media is first and foremost a communication and sharing channel. If you fill up social media with a lot of direct response ads, you're going to get some eyes rolling, and even some folks hitting the unfriend and unfollow buttons. You know those guys who sometimes literally stand on soapboxes in the park or on a street corner to yell about some political matter or the end of the world? A few people watch him, a few people walk by, and a few people wonder if they should call the men in white to come take the guy away. Yeah, don't be that guy on social media. Remember this, social media is not a place for you to grab a bullhorn and start in on a monologue. This isn't where you see if you can yell louder than everyone else by flooding your fans with non-stop promos. Take a hint from the included word social. It's about creating a dialogue with your prospects and customers. So any promos you create should be a good fit for an interactive channel. You see, many social media platforms even reward interactivity. Take Facebook as an example. If you set up a Facebook page, not every fan is going to see every post you make. Facebook only shows your content to a fraction of your followers. But here's something else. If your post doesn't get any traction, and by traction I'm talking about likes, reactions, shares, and maybe comments, then Facebook stops showing that particular post to any other fans or followers. You may only have Facebook showing a post to about 3% of your fans if the post can't get traction right off the bat. On the flip side, the opposite is true too. If your post gets a lot of traction as soon as you release it, then you're going to enjoy more views, which in turn lead to more comments, likes, and shares, which leads to even more views. And here's something else. Facebook tries to figure out what people want to see in their newsfeed based on what these folks are commenting on, liking, and sharing. If Susie Q keeps scrolling right on past your page posts in her newsfeed without interacting with them, Facebook is going to assume she's not interested. And then Facebook is going to stop showing your posts to Susie Q in favor of showing her posts from pages that do interest her. So all of that is just an example of how Facebook rewards content that creates interactivity. Other platforms use similar measures to figure out what to show to followers. That's why no matter what you're posting, even if it is a direct response ad, it needs to be constructed in a way to get people to like it, comment on it, and share it. Number 3, drive more traffic. Another goal you may pursue is to drive more traffic to your website and other properties. Obviously, you're going to drive some of this traffic to your lead pages, contest pages, and sales pages. However, you can send traffic to anywhere, including directing traffic to your blog posts and other content, sending traffic to your other social media pages, encouraging traffic to go to your site to take some particular action, like watch a video or take a poll, and even sending traffic to joint venture partners' links. Number 4, build your brand. Another good use of social media is to build your brand. This includes building brand recognition as well as building brand authority and trust. This is tightly tied into the next goal, which we'll get to in just a moment. The importance of building your brand is that it helps you create top-of-mind awareness. When people think about a particular problem or issue in their niche, they'll think of you first. When they need a problem solved, they'll think of your products. That means that you'll grow your sales over the long term. People will buy your products even if your ad isn't sitting right in front of your prospect's nose at the moment. That's incredibly powerful to get a piece of mind share in your prospects' and customers' heads. Let me give you an example. If you're in the mood for a fast, cheap burger, where do you go? You probably have a favorite fast food burger joint in your head already. You don't need to see their ad in front of you. And you don't need to Google fast food burgers. You don't ask your friends for their recommendations. Instead, you just hop in your car and drive straight to whatever brand has your top-of-mind awareness. The same holds true of a wide variety of products and services. If I start rattling off products, I bet there's a brand that comes to mind instantly for you. For example, what brand comes to mind when you hear words like soda, laundry detergent, headache medicine, haircut, oil change, computer, etc.? We could go on, but you get the point. What you need to do is become that name brand in your market. When people think of the types of products you deliver, your business name should come to mind. A good social media presence can help you build this brand awareness and trust. Number 5, build authority status. One of the benefits of social media is that you're not the only one out there talking about your products and services. If you do it right, you'll have other people in your niche talking about them. They'll be sharing your content. They'll be sharing your links. They'll be talking about your business. So what happens when you have a lot of people talking about your business? That's right, you build authority in your niche. You become the known expert. You become the go-to guy or gal when it comes to a particular problem. It's built-in social proof. When lots of people are talking about your business, you're going to get lots of new people interested in coming over to see what they're talking about. And when folks start looking into buying your products and services, you'll see your conversion rates go up because authority helps drive sales. Number 6, expand your viral marketing strategy. As mentioned before, don't even think about launching a viral campaign unless you're on social media. That would be like trying to launch a rocket without any rocket fuel. The whole thing would just fizzle out with an anticlimactic ending. So whether you're trying to get more traction on a shocking video or a silly meme, your social media platforms will serve as the launching pad for your entire viral strategy. Number 7, distribute content. Social media platforms are good places to distribute your content. Think of it as one more channel in which to reach your audience. For example, you probably already send out a newsletter that includes how-to information, announcements, industry news, promos, and more. You likely post something similar to your blog. You can reach an even bigger audience by distributing this content on your social media platforms as well. Here are 2 added bonuses. Number 1, the really good stuff will go viral. Some of the warmest traffic and leads you can generate is via recommendations from friends. Number 2, this increased coverage in your niche builds authority. When it seems like a person can't tap their screen or click their mouse without running into your content, you're going to be positioning yourself as an authority and expert in the niche. Familiarity breeds contempt? Nah, familiarity breeds authority. Number 8, engage your audience for research purposes. If you're smart, you're not blindfolding yourself and throwing darts at a dartboard to make business decisions. Instead, you're doing your market research. You're figuring out exactly what your audience wants. Need a quick audience to take a survey? Hop on your social media platforms. It's a great way to gather a lot of data fairly fast. Here's a quick tip. If you don't have any social media platforms built up yet to survey, you can still get your survey out on social media. One way to do it is to partner up with other marketers in your niche and have them distribute your survey. The second way is to purchase highly targeted advertising on social media. In short, you can find out what your potential social media audience wants even before you've finished building out your platforms. Number 9, create higher conversion rates. One of the beauties of social media is that it lets you personalize or humanize your company. It shows your prospects that a real live human being is behind it. It lets you build real relationships with your prospects and customers. And in turn, building relationships leads to higher conversion rates. Of course, that's not the only reason that your social media presence can boost conversion rates. Here are other reasons. Building authority and building your brand boosts conversions. Viral marketing can boost conversions because you'll have warm leads coming your way. Just your presence across multiple channels creates the familiarity and touches that your prospects need to make the buying decision, which again boosts conversions. So the point is, if your goal is to boost conversions, then your social media strategy needs a multi-pronged approach that focuses on blanket coverage to build a presence and authority, interactivity, and brand building. Number 10, offer customer support service through social media. If you take a close look at social media, you'll see that people often use these channels for their customer service inquiries. Think about that for a moment. Going to a company's website to find an email address, help desk link, or telephone number is just an extra hoop as far as some people are concerned. It's much easier for them to just post a message on the company's timeline or even drop a private message. And here's something else. A lot of companies are using social media to improve customer satisfaction and retention. For example, sometimes a customer posts a complaint or a negative review. And even though the customer doesn't ask for a refund or other compensation, the company immediately replies to these complaints and offers a product exchange or refund. In other words, these companies are making it right with customers even when they're not specifically asked to. Not only does this improve customer satisfaction with the customer in question, it also boosts the company's reputation among anyone else who stumbles upon the post. Number 11. Lower your marketing costs. Another target you may consider is to lower your overall marketing costs. According to the Social Media Examiner, 59% of marketers are investing 6 or more hours into their social media strategy each week. That means that all you need is about an hour a day to manage your social media platforms. That's not a big investment of time, especially when you consider how big the platforms are, reaching billions of people, and how easy it is to hone in on a very targeted market on these platforms. It's also not a big expense either. Even if you purchase advertising on these platforms, you can get started for as little as a few $100s. And again, on platforms like Facebook, you have the ability to place your ad in front of people who've already shown interest in your niche. You can even place retargeting ads to bring previous visitors back to your site. Bottom line, if you create a good social media strategy, you may be able to lower your overall marketing costs. And best of all, you don't need a lot of time or money to get started on these platforms. So you really have nothing to lose by giving them a try. Number 12. Bolster your other marketing and advertising efforts. Another goal for you to consider is to use social media to improve the ROI on your other marketing efforts. Here are some specific examples. Increased conversions through retargeting. As mentioned a few moments ago, you can purchase retargeting ads on platforms such as Facebook. So if someone comes to your website and looks at a pair of shoes or a cool app, you can put an ad for this product right in front of your prospect on social media. These extra touches bring prospects back to your site and converts them into customers. Better rankings in search engines. Some search engines use social media signals as part of their ranking algorithms. That means that if you have a lot of people on social media talking about and linking to your business, it could bolster your SEO. Number 13. Build business relationships. So far, we've talked a lot about how social media can serve as another communication channel in which to reach your prospects and customers. However, here's another worthy goal. You can use it to find potential business partners and build relationships with them. What sort of business partners? Well, most anything you need, including affiliates, joint venture marketing partners, mentors, mastermind groups, and whether you're looking for a local business owner to talk shop with at Saturday morning breakfast, or you want to find marketing partners from all over the world, social media can help you find them, attract them, and build relationships with them. The above list of 13 possible goals is a start as far as deciding how you want to use social media. Now it's your turn to set some time aside to start brainstorming. What are your business goals? Specifically, how would you like your social media strategy to be tied to these business goals? Remember, it's best if you have measurable, specific goals. For example, increasing my number of subscribers is a goal, but it's kind of a weak one. Because you know what? If you get just one extra subscriber through social media marketing, then you've hit your target. But I'm betting you're not going to be popping champagne and ordering cake for an office party to celebrate if that happens, right? So what you need to do is be very specific about your goals. Write down an exact, measurable goal, and be sure to attach a time frame to it as well. Let's stick with this example of growing the number of newsletter subscribers. Here's some example goals. Grow your newsletter by a specific percentage, like grow it by 10% by some specific date. Grow your newsletter by a specific number. For example, get 1,000 subscribers by a specific date. Grow your newsletter list by a specific number every month, like 500 new subscribers via social media on a monthly basis. Those are just examples. What you need to do is write down your goals and how you intend to achieve these goals via social media. Now, a quick heads up. Sometimes business owners get sort of wrapped up in all the numbers associated with their social media platforms. Specifically, they look at the number of followers, fans, likes, favorites, reactions, shares, retweets, repins, comments, discussions, and then they end up setting goals for these various social media metrics. For example, they set goals to get 1,000 new followers or achieve 500 shares or 10,000 likes on a particular post. That's all well and good. However, just be sure that these platform-specific sub-goals are tied to your main business goals. In other words, if you set up a goal to get a certain number of followers, then this goal should be tied to your overall goal, such as boosting your mailing list subscribers by 20%. Here's the thing. Your social media numbers mean absolutely nothing if you can't convert these numbers into traffic, subscribers, sales, or other verifiable assets. If you're just looking for bragging rights, then yeah, go hog wild getting a bunch of followers who really have no interest in doing business with you. You'll be like those wannabe celebrities who hire fake paparazzi to follow them around. On the other hand, if you're serious about using your social media strategy to hit your business targets, then you're watching the right video course. So, continue on to the next video because we're going to ask an extremely critical question, and a good chunk of your social media strategy is going to hinge on the answer. Peter F. Drucker says the aim of marketing is to know and understand the customer so well the product or service fits him and sells itself. When it comes to social media, there are two very important reasons for knowing as much about your audience as possible. Number one, it helps you determine which social media platforms to focus on. You've probably heard about the old 80-20 rule, the rule that says 20% of your activities generate 80% of the results. So we're going to figure out which social media platforms are likely to provide 80% of your results, and then focus on those platforms. Reason number two is you can connect with your audience better when you know something about them. In other words, you'll be better able to post content on your social media platforms that really appeals to your audience. Now those are two pretty good benefits, right? For the purposes of this particular discussion, we're going to focus on that first benefit. Finding out who your audience is so that you can then figure out the best social media platforms to use. So how do you figure out who your audience is? If you're thinking that you'll just take a look at your crystal ball or at some tea leaves, I'm going to nix that idea right now. We're going to be a bit more methodical about this. This is a two-part process. Step 1, do some market research. Step 2, profile your market based on this research. Now let's look at these two steps in more detail. Step 1, research your market. With any luck, you've already done some of this research as part of starting up your business. If not, now is a good time to start. Here are some of the steps to take. Step 1, survey your market. The first thing you can do to learn more about your target market is to simply survey them. This gives you a chance to find out about the market demographics such as age, income level, education level, where they live, gender, career, job, marital status, children, and so on. You can also learn a lot about what sorts of problems your market has and what types of solutions they've tried. Why is this second part useful? Because if you know what your market wants and needs, then it's easier for you to create content and apps that will appeal to them on social media. Here are a few tips for surveying your market. Get a random sample. If you sample people who all congregate in one place, then you're not going to get a truly random sample. For example, if you survey dog lovers who attend dog expos, then you'll have a good survey of dog lovers who attend expos. But this sample is not necessarily representative of all dog lovers. In fact, you may find that expo-attending dog lovers are very different from those who don't attend expos. So your survey results would be skewed. Instead, what you need to do is gather surveys from as many sources as possible. For example, send surveys to your own prospects and customers. Get a phone list of people in your market and call them to survey them. Distribute an online survey on niche-relevant forums, social media groups, and other communities. Get your joint venture partners to help you distribute your surveys. Send surveys in the mail to a targeted list. Take out advertisements to promote your survey. A quick tip here. Be sure to make a notation as to where each survey was collected because there may be differences in these various collection methods and groups. Beware of bribes. A lot of marketers who distribute surveys reward people who take the survey, such as by giving them a niche-relevant app, book, or other incentive. However, be careful about bribing your prospective respondents in this way. That's because people who take surveys to get rewards may be fundamentally different from the rest of your audience. Instead, even the reward itself can skew the results. For example, if you offer a book on a particular topic, then you're going to attract a segment of your target market that's particularly interested in that topic. This segment may not fairly represent your overall audience, so you'll end up with skewed results. Ask open-ended questions. Sure, for a lot of the demographic questions, you might offer multiple choice options. However, when you get to the questions about problems and solutions, it's a good idea to ask open-ended questions. This gives respondents an opportunity to provide answers that you may not have thought of. However, heads up. Avoid leading questions. One of the big factors that can really skew survey results is if you ask leading questions. As the name implies, these are questions that naturally lead people to the answer in a certain way. For example, let's suppose you're catering to a weight loss market, and let's suppose you ask a question that refers to unattractive fat. For example, why do you want to lose that unattractive excess fat? Well, here's the thing. The person responding to the survey may not see fat as being unattractive. Perhaps this person is losing weight for health purposes, not vanity purposes. So now you may have just lost a chance to find out that your market is losing weight for health, not vanity, because a leading question skewed the results. That would have been an important thing to know about your market. So the point, be sure you're not injecting your opinions and values into your survey's questions. It's a good idea to have at least one or two other trusted people go through your survey questions to be sure you're not asking leading questions. And now for the next market research step, research the demographics. In many cases, there are other companies, university-funded researchers, and other organizations that have already collected a large amount of data on your market, and they're sharing it freely online. All you have to do is go to Google or Bing and search for your niche along with a search term such as demographics. For example, dog owner demographics, or dog owner data, or dog owner survey results. But heads up, the key to good data is to be sure you can trust the organization that has collected and distributed that data. For example, Billy Bob's survey results and Bull Stud Rentals probably isn't your most trusted source of data. Instead, turn to organizations such as universities or .edu sites. Just be sure that any data you're uncovering is being presented by the university, a professor, or other official source. In other words, be sure you're looking at scientifically collected data and not a fake sample survey that a statistics professor put up to teach data collection and results. Peer-reviewed papers and journals. You can find many of these journals by searching Google Scholar at scholar.google.com. Government organizations. For example, if your target market has some sort of health issue, then the CDC or Center for Disease Control may be able to provide you with demographics data on your audience. Market research firms. Some reputable companies are in the business of collecting and providing a large number of data for business owners like you in different niches. Just be sure to do your due diligence on the firm so that you're confident you're dealing with a reputable agency. Finally, news sites. Again, stick with reputable sources such as BBC or PBS. Now, your keyword search in Google or Bing may uncover other reputable sources. As always, do your due diligence to ensure that they are indeed reputable. And no matter where you get your data, check to find out how that data was collected. This will help you uncover potential bias or skewed results. Next up, check with Alexa. Many people use Alexa.com to get a sense of how much traffic a site gets relative to other sites in a niche. At least in relation to those who've installed the Alexa toolbar, which may be a skewed sample. However, Alexa also provides some rudimentary demographic information on web visitors, such as their browsing location, education, and gender. Tip: if you use this method, search multiple sites in your niche to ensure that the demographic information is pretty uniform across closely related sites. While you shouldn't use Alexa in isolation to determine anything about your market, you can use it to confirm the results you've gathered from other sources. Next, use a quick and dirty method. Facebook has an incredibly targeted ad platform which lets you narrow or broaden your audience on a large set of demographics and even behaviors. Thus, you can use this ad platform to get a quick and dirty idea of the demographics of your market. Tip: just pretend like you're going to place a Facebook ad. You don't need to go all the way through the payment steps. Just go into the ad manager far enough to play with the audience demographics. For example, let's say you're J.K. Rowling and you want to know who's reading your Harry Potter books. What you do is you go into Facebook Ad Manager and select people who've shown interest in Harry Potter. Facebook will show you the size of this audience. Then you can start narrowing by demographics such as age, gender, and country. For example, let's imagine you start with an audience of 1 million. Then you narrow it by females only, and you have an audience of 700,000. That tells you that 70% of people who are interested in your topic are female. Or more specifically, 70% of the people on Facebook who are interested in this topic are female. That's an important distinction, as some platforms are more skewed towards one gender or the other. So this may seem a bit circular in that you're trying to figure out which platform is best to focus on, and yet you're using one particular platform to do some of your research. But it's well worth the effort since there is so much information to be gleaned. Also, this is why it's important to not use this method in isolation. I mean, it's great if you later find out that your audience is likely to congregate on Facebook, but it's not as useful if there are actually very few members of your target market on Facebook, as the results may be skewed somehow. Other methods. So what we've talked about above will give you a good idea as far as the demographics of your audience, For now, we're focusing on this because we want to figure out which social media platform your audience is most likely using. However, you may want to do additional market research beyond demographics to better understand your audience. As mentioned previously, this will help you with your overall social media strategy. When you have a good understanding of what your market wants, then you'll know what kind of content to share with them. Here are some additional tips for gathering information beyond demographics. Eavesdrop on your market. While you can certainly do this both online and offline, the easiest way to do it is online. Specifically, follow the communities in your niche, such as forums, blogs, and groups, to find out what your market is talking about. Take note of which topics get a lot of discussion and which ones seem to come up repeatedly. These hottest topics are good potential content to post on social media. Become a part of your market. The idea here is to not merely lurk in the corner, but actually get out and do what your market is doing so you can truly understand their joys and pains. For example, if you're catering to golfers, then take up golfing for a few weeks. Go to the country club, hang out with the other avid golfers. If you're serving people who want to lose weight, then get on a diet yourself. Attend weight loss meetings, go to the gym, discover for yourself the problems, the solutions, the pains, and the joy of losing weight. In other words, there's no better way to truly understand what your market goes through than to experience it for yourself. Read product reviews. Finally, one good way to get some insight into how your prospects and customers think is by reading product reviews on sites like Amazon. You'll find out what your market really wants, what's lacking in current solutions, and you'll even get some insights into your market's pains and joys. So at this point, you'll have a whole semi-truck load of data. Now we can move to the second step of this process. Step 2. Profile your market. This step is simply about writing down everything you know about your target market. What you want to do is picture your ideal prospect. This is who you want as your customer and who you want in your growing audience. Hint: everyone is not the correct answer. If you try to appeal to everyone, you'll end up appealing to no one at all. So use the data you've collected to create a snapshot of your ideal customer, then write down everything you know about this person, including gender, age, income, highest education level obtained, career information, where they live, housing situation, marital status, children, political views, religious views, hobbies, percentage of income spent on hobbies, where they go on vacation, their problems, what sorts of solutions they've tried, their desires, how they access the internet, how or if they use smartphones, other technology they use, what sort of social media they use and how often. Once you have all this information in hand, then you can move on to the next major step, which is to compare your demographic data to the demographics of major social media platforms. This will let you know where to put your focus. Albert Einstein once said, "Not everything that can be counted counts, and not everything that counts can be counted." If you really start looking around online, you'll quickly discover that there are hundreds of social media sites. You could immerse yourself in signing up for those sites starting today and not come up for air until several weeks from now. But you know what? Most of them are a waste of your time. So instead of throwing mud at the wall and seeing what sticks, what you're going to do is choose from the list of the top 7 social media sites. Here they are: Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Pinterest, LinkedIn, Google+, and Instagram. And how do you choose? Simple. You use the profiling information we developed in the last section with the site information you're about to discover in this section. In other words, you determine where your market is most likely to be and which sites will deliver the best results for you, and then you'll focus on those sites. You see, here's the thing. Some sites may get a lot of traffic, some sites may be appealing for other reasons. But all of that means diddly squat if your target market isn't regularly engaged in visiting that particular site. Is this a perfect method? No, because as Einstein said, not everything that counts can be counted. And that means some platforms may be inherently better for you and your business model, even though the countables, like the demographics, don't quite say this. But this method gives you an excellent place to start. So let's take a closer look at each of the 7 top social media sites. What we're going to do is look at the following information for each site as it relates to your business. Number of users. This is going to give you an idea of how much traffic you might expect to get on a particular site, provided your target market is there. Demographics of users. Here, you'll learn a little bit about your typical user so you can compare this info against your prospect profile. What you need to know. This section will give you a brief overview of the site. Branding. Here we'll rate each site in terms of your ability to build your brand awareness on the site. Traffic. This is all about the ease of sending social media traffic back to your own site. After that, you'll discover some important points to remember as you set about the business of choosing the best social media platforms for your business. So let's start by looking at the platforms. We'll start with Facebook. As far as users are concerned, Facebook leads the pack in terms of popularity, with the following stats taken straight from Facebook's company info page. Facebook has 1.65 billion registered accounts that are considered monthly active users. Daily active users number 1.09 billion, and the number of mobile daily users sits at 989 million. Demographics. Since Facebook is in the business of selling highly targeted ad space, you can easily find out how many people on Facebook match your audience profile. Just go to the ad manager at facebook.com/business and go through the motions of starting a campaign. Here's some other data. 29.7% of Facebook users are aged 25 to 34. Daily active users from the US and Canada, 167 million. Monthly active users from Asia, 300 million. Approximately 84% of Facebook's users are from outside the United States. 50% of 18 to 24-year-olds go on Facebook when they first wake up, and 91% of people in the age range 15 to 34 are on Facebook. 77% of females who are online use Facebook, while a smaller percentage of men, 66%, use the site. What you need to know. This is the most popular site overall, with a lot of very engaged users. In fact, users average about 20 minutes on the site per day. Many people access Facebook with their mobile phones, which makes this a great platform to use if you're interested in mobile users. It's also a good platform if you're targeting millennials, those age 15 to 34. Most any type of business can benefit from being on Facebook, but especially those who have a lot of novel content. Cute content, funny content, or anything that makes people go wow. Examples include pet-related businesses, anyone sharing novel DIY tips, those sharing interesting recipes, those selling books or music, people selling locally, entrepreneurs who are into social causes, and similar businesses. Facebook lets you communicate and reach out to your users in multiple ways, including your Facebook page. The downside of your page is that Facebook only shows your content to a fraction of the people who've liked your page, and they only show your content to more users if a particular post gets traction, which means likes, shares, and discussion. That means you need to focus on posting highly interactive or viral content in order to get a lot of views. Here's a little tip. Facebook also gives you the option to boost a post, which means you can pay to show it to all of your fans, as well as to others. However, you can get just as many views by focusing on creating highly interactive or viral content. Facebook groups. These are discussion platforms you can set up around any topic. You might consider setting up a group to complement your page. Advertising. Facebook gives you the opportunity to place paid advertisements that can be highly targeted by audience, demographics, interests, and even behaviors. As with all social media sites, Facebook is designed to share content, which brings us to the next point. Branding. Facebook provides an excellent platform for building brand recognition and awareness. Here's why. You can build your brand among your followers as well as their friends. If you create viral or interactive content that's branded, then your followers will like, comment on it, or share it, which in turn means their friends will see it too. You can post multiple types of content. This includes text, static graphics, animated graphics, those moving pictures that people call GIFs or GIFs, and videos, including live videos if you're using the Facebook app. This gives you plenty of opportunity to send out branded content. Next, traffic. The short answer, overall traffic is moderate. In other words, don't expect a lot. The long answer, Facebook does give you plenty of opportunity to send traffic back to your own site, including but not limited to sharing your web link in the About section of your page, directly sharing content links with your fans, posting links embedded within your content, such as links within graphics or videos, and letting you create a tab on your page with a newsletter sign-up, offer, or link. However, when it comes to sharing content, our experience is that users tend to be willing to share content that's already on Facebook. So, for example, people will share a video that's uploaded to Facebook, but they are less likely to share a link to a video that's been uploaded to a different website. Or they'll share a tip you've posted, but they're less likely to share it if it's been uploaded to your website. Possible reason? People may not like the extra hoop of clicking to another site. They'd rather have content directly in front of them on Facebook. The bottom line is, if you want to get traffic from Facebook, then you're going to need a really enticing lead magnet or offer. In other words, you need to give users a good reason to click through to your site. Next up, YouTube. As far as users go, YouTube has 1.3 billion. For demographics, YouTube claims on their website to reach more 18 to 34-year-olds and 18 to 49-year-olds than any cable network on television. 80% of YouTube's views are from outside the United States. More than 50% of YouTube's views come from mobile devices. There's an approximately even split of male and female users, although men spend 44% more time on the site than females. What you need to know. As you can see by the demographics, YouTube is an excellent place to reach younger people, those on mobile phones, and a global audience. Over 100 hours of video are uploaded to YouTube every minute, and users watch over 6 billion hours every month. Point is, users are highly engaged, and that makes YouTube a great place for a wide variety of business owners, especially those with unique products or gadgets, since you can do product demos. Trainers, coaches, and anyone who can provide instructional content to their market. It's also a good place to share industry news, make announcements, and build awareness about social issues tied to your business. Branding. YouTube is a very good place to increase brand awareness in your niche. That's because you can create a channel on the site and then brand every video you put out. You can even redirect viewers to watch your other videos. This works for pretty much any sort of business. However, this works particularly well for businesses that are represented by a strong personality. In other words, if you are the face of the company and you are not afraid to get in front of a camera, then YouTube is a good place to build brand awareness. Of course, you getting in front of a camera isn't absolutely necessary. Another way to create brand awareness is to create a series on your channel. One example is BlendTech, which makes premium blenders. They have the Will It Blend series, where they put a variety of odd stuff such as iPhones and credit cards into a blender. Not only does this series increase brand awareness and showcase the strength of the blenders, these videos have also gone viral, which brings us to the next point. Traffic. The short answer? This site provides a moderate benefit as far as getting traffic back to your site. However, if you're doing search engine optimization or SEO, then being on YouTube can boost these efforts. The long answer? One of the big advantages of YouTube is that any videos made public are readily accessible to everyone, even people who aren't members of YouTube. These videos are also easily found in the search engines, especially Google, since YouTube is owned by Google, which means it's important for you to include relevant keywords in your video descriptions. Secondly, YouTube is known for housing viral videos. People are very comfortable sharing YouTube links on social media via email and elsewhere. That's why it's a good idea to post your viral content on YouTube. So that means the traffic coming to your actual video might be very large, but don't expect a large number of these visitors to convert to click-throughs to your website, unless you're offering something absolutely irresistible. In fact, here's a quick tip. Try splitting one of your more popular videos into 2 parts, and put part 2 on your own blog or website, so that interested parties have to visit your website to see the second half. Next up, Twitter. Twitter has 320 million users, with 120 million unique monthly visitors. As for demographics, there are over 65 million Twitter users in the United States. The Asia-Pacific regions account for about 30% of users. 38% of 15 to 34-year-olds use Twitter. 24.6% of verified accounts belong to journalists. 25% of all males online and 21% of all females online use Twitter. What you need to know. Twitter is a microblogging site, which is all about people sharing quick bits of information that are 140 characters or less. While you can certainly share pics, videos, and links on the site, its focus remains on text posts. As you can see by the demographics, this site is about sharing news quickly. If there is a breaking news story in your niche, get on Twitter and share it. If you're making a company announcement, share it on Twitter. You may even want to network the journalists who cover your niche, which could give you an in for coverage when you share news and press releases. If you position yourself as an expert, you might also be the one they call when they need to get a quote from someone. You may also find Twitter useful for networking with other like-minded business owners in your niche. In other words, it's a good place to find potential joint venture partners. Finally, bloggers, authors, and businesses related to news or media will get a lot of benefit by being a part of Twitter. Branding. Twitter ranks as moderate to high usefulness in terms of branding. In particular, this is a good place to establish some authority in the niche, especially if you're in the news-related industry. For example, if you're a political blogger, then Twitter is a good place for you to be. As people retweet your posts, you naturally gain authority. However, small businesses may find some branding benefits too. According to Twitter, 50% of the people who follow small businesses on Twitter have shopped on the business website. What's more, 60% have purchased a product because of something they saw on Twitter. Point is, you can establish a presence, build authority, and build trust, which will in turn help drive sales. Traffic. Twitter's traffic potential depends on how you use it. For news and media types such as bloggers, the traffic potential is high as people click through to read a full news story. For other types of businesses, you can expect low to moderate amounts of traffic. As emphasized above, people come to Twitter to get news and share information quickly. That means if you're rolling out an average promo for an average product, you're unlikely to get much traffic from Twitter. People don't come to Twitter wanting to see promos filling their feeds. However, if you're tweeting updates about late-breaking news in your niche, complete with a link to your blog for the whole story, then you can expect to get more traffic. Bottom line, if you're looking for traffic on Twitter, then your best bet is to get into the conversation about industry news early and offer a unique spin on it if possible. That's enough for now. Take a moment and look back over these stats, and then move on to the next video, where we'll be looking at the remaining social media platforms. Welcome back. So in this video, we'll be looking at the remainder of our top 7 social media platforms. Let's have a look at Pinterest. Pinterest has 100 million users. As for demographics, 16% of all men online and 44% of all women online use Pinterest. About 71% of Pinterest users are women, but men have started using it in growing numbers over the past couple years. According to Pinterest, the male-female split is even in countries such as India, Korea, and Japan. 37% of people age 18 to 29 use the site, and 36% of people age 30 to 49 use the site. 75% of users access Pinterest on mobile phones, according to the company. What you need to know. Pinterest is primarily a graphics-driven site, where users pin graphics on boards that they've created. For example, someone might create a chicken recipe board and then pin pics of recipes. Users then click on the links to get more info. Pinterest is primarily used by women, so it's a good platform if you have visually based information to share with women. For example, this site is a good platform for wedding planners and associated businesses, anything dealing with home remodeling or design, cosmetics and hair, recipes, pets, and similar categories. One benefit is that Pinterest lets you create group boards, which means you can team up with others in your niche to create boards. For example, if you run a florist business, you might team up with a wedding gown seller to create a wedding-themed board. You can then work together to build each other's traffic, followers, and even brand recognition. Which brings us to branding. This is a good site for branding, as you can brand all your images before pinning them. If you create novel or funny images, or you have good content behind those images, like recipes or good offers, then you'll get people re-pinning them. This helps increase brand awareness all throughout your niche. Traffic. This is a very good source for traffic, as most visitors are used to clicking a link to get the information behind the pin. For example, they'll see an image of a delicious dessert, and then they'll need to follow the link to get the recipe. The point is, it's good for traffic if the image is sufficiently enticing enough to get users to click through for more information. For example, just having a picture of a cute puppy probably won't get clicks, but promising high-demand, high-value dog training information may get the click. Now let's move over to LinkedIn. LinkedIn has 433 million users. About 25% of those log in monthly. Demographics. 128 million users are from the US, 35 million are from India, 25 million are from Brazil, 20 million are from China, 20 million are from the UK, and millions more across Europe, Canada, and elsewhere. 26% of all men who are online and 25% of all women who are online use LinkedIn. 22% of 18 to 29-year-olds use LinkedIn, 30% of those ages 30 to 49 use it, and 26% of people who are 50 to 64 use it. About 40 million college students and recent college grads are on LinkedIn, and this is their fastest growing demographic. What you need to know. LinkedIn is primarily for professionals, entrepreneurs, freelancers, authors, business-to-business professionals, business owners, and similar people who want to network to find better opportunities. If you target any of these groups, for example, if you're a freelancer providing professional services to business owners or you sell B2B products, then this is a great group to use. It's also a very good place to find potential joint venture partners to grow your business. Branding. LinkedIn offers a moderate benefit as far as business branding. What it excels in is helping you develop your authority in a niche. That's because you can answer questions on LinkedIn in the Answers section and share content that positions you as an expert in the Groups section. Quick tip here. If there isn't a group in your niche or industry, you can start one. Just be sure to start the group around your industry or a specific topic, as opposed to starting a group focused on your company. Basically, people are looking to build relationships on LinkedIn. If your business has a strong personality to represent the company, especially if that person is linked to the brand, then LinkedIn is a good choice. Traffic. The actual amount of traffic you can get through LinkedIn is low to moderate depending on your niche, but the quality is high. Here's why. People are clicking through from your content via answers and groups. That means that they're probably already starting to see you as an authority, so they're coming to your site interested in learning more. Furthermore, the people who are clicking may be high-value visitors. For example, if you deal in business-to-business goods, you might have the actual decision-makers coming to your site. If you do a lot of instructional events, such as webinars, then be sure to invite your network to these events. This is the sort of thing that's likely to generate leads for you. Next, Google+. Google Plus has 375 million users, but only 27 million unique monthly visits. Google Plus is growing at a rate of about 33% per year, even though it's not actively promoted. As for demographics, the interesting thing about Google Plus is that Google basically forced people to sign up for it when they signed up for Google services such as YouTube, AdWords, Google Docs, and so on. In other words, a lot of people who signed up for the site weren't intentionally doing so. That's why there's such a gap between the total registered accounts and the unique monthly visits. Here's what we know about Google Plus's users. 26.3% are female, 73.7% are male, 55% of users are from the United States, and 18% of users are from India. Brazil, the UK, and Canada round out the remaining 5% of users with single-digit percentages. Many of the people who use Google Plus tend to have careers in technical fields, such as engineers, who make up 29%, developers at 17%, teachers at 15%, designers, who make up about 14%, software engineers at 12%, and web developers at 5%. What you need to know. The demographics tell you a lot about who should use this site and how you can benefit. Basically, if you have a predominantly male audience, especially those in technical fields such as engineers, then Google Plus is a good choice for your business. Google Plus is also a good choice if you're using other services such as Google Search. That's because Google's search engine algorithms take social media, and especially Google Plus, into consideration as a ranking signal. What's more, Google Local is now basically a part of Google Plus, so if you want your local business to be listed in Google with maps, directions, hours, etc., then you need to get your business on Google Plus. Bottom line, Google Plus is also a great choice for you if you have a brick-and-mortar business serving local customers, or if your business depends on SEO. Now, how about branding? Since Google Plus for businesses works much the same way as Facebook pages, this is a good way to brand your business, especially if your business strategy is based on building authority. What's more, Google Plus integrates with other Google services, which further helps to build brand awareness and recognition. Traffic. Traffic is low to moderate if you're sharing content and trying to generate leads that way. You'll get higher amounts of traffic if you do the following. Include keywords in your content and build authority by sharing good content. However, those with local businesses will improve their foot traffic and calls by setting up a complete profile for their business. So again, if you have a local business, then Google Plus should be on your list of social media sites, even if you don't necessarily cater to men or tech fields. Let's move on to Instagram. Instagram has 400 million users. Now, a quick note here, Instagram is based on a mobile app. So virtually all users are mobile users. Some visitors may come through their fixed internet connections, but those posting content will be mobile users. As for demographics, 75% of users are from outside the US, according to Instagram's press page. 24% of all men who are online and 31% of all women who are online use Instagram. 55% of 18 to 29-year-olds use it, as well as 28% of 30 to 49-year-olds. 32% of teens consider it the most important social media network, and 85% of top brands now use Instagram. What you need to know. If you're targeting young mobile users with visually based content, then Instagram is a good choice for you. This site lets you take videos and photos, use filters to alter these images, and then upload them to your account. In turn, users can react to your images and videos, comment on them, and even share them. This site works best for those business owners who can share intriguing images and videos. In other words, this isn't the best place to post articles. Users want and expect visual content. And because of the demographics, it's also a good place for authors, entrepreneurs, activists, artists, and small business owners who want to raise awareness about a social issue. Branding. This site is strong in terms of branding because all of your content serves to build the visual identity of your business. In fact, at one time, Forrester.com's researchers found that posting something on Instagram provides 120 times more engagement per follower than Twitter and 58 times more engagement per follower than Facebook. While these numbers have fallen off somewhat, Instagram engagement is still very high. Here's a quick tip. Be sure your branding strategy is well thought out and in place before you use Instagram, as your Instagram account is going to be beneficial in building your brand. Basically, ask yourself this: how do you want prospects to view you? Then share images and videos that reflect that view. Be sure to choose and use one filter for the majority of your posts, which you think will best reflect your brand. Include hashtags when you post as well. What about traffic? You can drive a low to moderate amount of traffic to your website using Instagram. However, you can also use Instagram to cross-post on sites such as Facebook and Twitter. So if you're focusing on these other sites as well, don't neglect this easy way to increase traffic and engagement across multiple sites. Instagram also offers advertising, which is another way to get traffic to your site. However, you may find that the ad platform, just like the rest of Instagram, serves you better in terms of branding, as opposed to direct traffic. So you've just learned a bit about each of the main 7 social media platforms, so now it's time for you to choose which ones to focus on. Keep these 3 tips in mind to optimize your strategy. Start with 1 or 2 platforms. You don't want to spread yourself too thin, nor do you want to waste time building platforms on sites that really won't produce good results for you. That's why you need to focus on just 1 or 2 sites to start. So pick your top 2 based on your customer profile and your business goals. For example, if you're targeting young people and your main concern is branding, then Instagram is a good place to start. Or if you're targeting professionals for branding and networking purposes, then LinkedIn would be a great platform. Once you've started building your presence on your top 1 or 2 sites, then you need to turn your attention to this next tip. Track your results. Even though a particular social media site may look like a perfect fit for your audience and goals, that doesn't mean you'll necessarily get great results. The only way to tell for sure is to track your results to see if you're hitting your targets. Here's a tip. Some platforms have built-in analytics to help you determine what sort of results you're getting. You'll also want to use outside tools to see how your social media followers translate to traffic, subscribers, and sales on your site. Check the resources section for more information on that. Here are 5 common problems which you can uncover by testing traffic. Number 1, your audience isn't connecting with your posts. You'll need to test different kinds of content in different formats. For example, test funny content, promos, articles, and controversial content. Also, test different formats including infographics, videos, memes, text posts, and so on. Number 2, you're overposting or underposting. Posting too much can turn people off if you're filling their news feeds, especially if your content isn't connecting with them. Posting too little lets people forget you and decreases your brand awareness. Number 3, you're over-promoting or under-promoting. Promote too much and people feel like all you do is advertise. But on the flip side, if you don't offer a special discount or announce new products on social media, some people will wonder why they should even bother following you if there's no incentive. Number 4, you're not using strong calls to action. If you want people to do something specific when they see a post, then explicitly tell them to like it, share it, or comment on it. Number 5, you're posting on the wrong platform. Perhaps your audience isn't engaged on this particular platform and you'll get better results by focusing elsewhere. If you're getting lackluster results, you'll want to experiment on other platforms as well. And finally, make it easy on yourself. When you look at some business accounts on social media, it looks like they put an incredible amount of work into it. It might even look like they've hired a dedicated social media person just to post content to a platform. A big business with deep pockets and an owner who has never read this book might be doing exactly that. Who knows, they may have an entire team of sleep-deprived, caffeine-driven social media interns who post and interact all night and all day on these sites. But the good news is that you can get a lot done without working around the clock. All you have to do is use the automation tools that you'll find later in this course. These tools make creating and posting content a snap. You can even post to multiple platforms with just one click of your mouse, so be sure to check out those tools in the recommended resources section just a bit later on. So at this point, you know what your goals are, you know as much as you can about your audience, and you know which platforms are good fits for your audience and your goals. You should now set up your accounts on one or two of your top social media sites, being sure to fill out the profiles completely and post some content to kick things off. Then, come on back for the next lesson where you're going to discover how to maximize your social media strategy. Fact. According to globalwebindex.net, the amount of time people spend on social media each day has been steadily increasing over time. In 2013, people spent about 96 minutes on social media each day. By 2014, that number was 100 minutes. By 2015, the amount of time people spent on social media had grown to 109 minutes per day. Social media is like quicksand. It's pretty easy to get stuck and then get pulled under. Those few minutes you decide to spend on social media quickly turn into hours. That's great as far as your prospects and customers go. You want them to spend a lot of time on social media, which makes it more likely that they'll see your content. However, the key to your social media success is to make sure that you're not spending hours upon hours every day implementing your social media strategy. You need to maximize your ROI, and that's what this lesson is all about. Here are the 3 areas we'll cover: maximizing your content strategy, maximizing your exposure, and maximizing your results. Let's take a closer look. For this lesson, we'll start with maximizing your content strategy. Your entire social media strategy hinges on your ability to create shareable content. Over the long term, this takes time to create all this content. That's why you'll want to use these tips, tricks, and strategies for saving yourself time and money as you roll out new content. For starters, you want to save time posting content. When you post something in one place, you don't need to manually post this content elsewhere or announce it. That's because there are automation tools that can help you with these tasks. See the recommended resources section later in this course for specific tools. For example, you can use tools that automatically update your social media accounts whenever you post to your blog. You can also use tools that post to multiple social media accounts at once. These tools can save you anywhere from several minutes to several hours each week. Worth it? You bet it is. Next up, repurpose existing content. This is a big one that will save you a lot of time and get you maximum exposure for everything you create. The idea is simply to repurpose and recycle your existing content. In other words, reuse it so that you don't have to start from scratch each time you sit down to create a piece of content. The good news is that there are a lot of ways to do this. You can even use multiple methods to really maximize the use you get out of each piece of content. So this is a simple 2-step method. Step 1, find suitable content, and Step 2, repurpose the content. Let's take a look at each step more closely. Step 1, find suitable content. The key to this step is to repurpose some of your best and most popular content. You see, some folks look at their content that's not doing well and they decide to try and get more mileage out of it. But if the content didn't perform well the first time, it's probably not going to do too well the second time you use it either. That's like taking the milk out of the fridge, smelling the stench of rotten milk, and then putting it back in the fridge. Spoiler alert, it's not going to improve with time. There are exceptions to that rule, of course, but if you want to make the most out of your content, then start by recycling content that's already proven to be popular. Remember, getting traction on social media depends on your content getting likes, comments, shares, and other interaction. So you need to be rolling out content that you're certain will do well. Here's where to find it. Number 1, search your blog. Check your blog archives for popular content. Generally, this is content that possesses one or more of these characteristics. It gets a lot of traffic. This could be traffic from search engines or traffic from backlinks. It generated a lot of discussion. Relatively speaking, which posts generated a lot of comments from multiple people. These are potential posts you'll want to repurpose. And finally, it enjoys a lot of backlinks. In other words, other people liked the content so much that they shared it on their blogs or on social media and elsewhere. Number 2, look for popular social media posts. If you're already posting on social media, then your existing posts are good places to cull content for recycling. Here's a tip. Whenever one of your social media posts gets a lot of traction, take note of which post it was. Keep these lists of posts in a handy place so you can pull them out and quickly repurpose one of these posts anytime you need to create content. Again, what you're looking for are posts that show evidence of being popular. This includes a lot of likes, shares, reactions, and comments. Number 3, browse your community posts. Do you post in other communities online? If so, these are all sources for potential content. Examples include guest content that you've created for other people, comments you've made on other people's blogs, comments you've made on other people's social media pages, posts you've made in groups, such as Facebook or LinkedIn groups, posts you've made on niche forums, and any other content you've created and shared on other people's sites and web properties. Number 4, check out your products. Do you sell books, videos, and other information products? Then browse through your most popular products to determine what topics, modules, chapters, or sections are likely the most popular among customers. These are all pieces of content you may consider repurposing. Here's a tip. Don't forget to consider items such as lead magnets and products in other formats, such as webinars as well. Number 5, look in your newsletter archives. Do you publish an online newsletter? If so, that's yet another source for potential content to repurpose. As always, pay particular attention to those pieces of content that seemed most popular, including those that people emailed you about, those that continued to be popular in archives, and those that received a lot of shares. Number 6, go way back. If you've been online and creating content for a while, then you probably have a lot of content floating around online. Go way back into your archives to dig up this content. If it's evergreen and continues to be a popular topic today, then you can probably repurpose the content. Here's where to find this content. Use archive.org to locate content on websites that are gone or have changed significantly. Check your older computers, flash drives, CDs, and other storage to find older content. Run a search for your name or pen name online to uncover articles, videos, and content that you may have forgotten about. So once you find all this content, how exactly do you repurpose it? That's the next step. Step 2. Repurpose the content. At this point, you should have had your hands on a lot of content, and you'll continue to add to this pile of content every time you post something new online. This includes everything from lengthy books to 140-character Twitter posts. Here's how you repurpose it. Number 1, turn content into a different format. Just because content is in one form, such as text, doesn't mean it needs to stay in that form. You can and should convert your content to multiple forms. For example, turn a text article into an infographic. Turn an infographic into an article or a video. Overlay an interesting quote or statistic on an image and turn the whole thing into a shareable graphic. Transform text content into a video. Turn a video into text content. Convert an audio into text, or convert an audio into video. The list goes on. We could go through all the combinations, but that would start feeling like you're watching paint dry. The point is, you can turn any type of graphic, text, audio, or video into any other suitable format. Number 2, break down bigger pieces of content. You'll notice that we talked about big pieces of content, like entire books, a few moments ago. But that doesn't mean you need to share huge pieces of content. Instead, what you can do is browse through your lengthy pieces of content to locate excerpts and snippets that would work well on social media. For example, dig out short quotes, tips, tricks, and statistics to post on Twitter. Pull an excerpt out of a report or article to answer a question in a Facebook or LinkedIn group. Take excerpts out of charts, infographics, illustrations, or other graphics to share on social media. Break out excerpts to turn into short video clips to share on YouTube. Those are just a few examples. Again, you can do this in a multitude of ways. Just put your thinking cap on and get creative. Next up, compile multiple pieces of content. Still, another thing you can do is combine content to create something entirely new. For example, let's suppose you've posted a popular rant on your blog as well as a related article to share tips. You can combine these two pieces of content to create something new. You might even put it into a different format, such as an infographic or video. Next, modify content lightly. Still, another way to repurpose content is to modify or expand on what you already have. For example, let's suppose you have an article with the top 10 tips on some topic. Obviously, you could post the short tips as is on social media. Another option is to excerpt out each of the 10 tips to create 10 social media posts. and then expand on each tip slightly to add value and to create something unique. It's a great way to quickly create a lot of content fast. So recycling content is a great way to maximize your content strategy. Here's another way. Outsource the task. If you don't like creating content, if you don't have time to do it, or if you simply don't do it very well, then have someone else do it for you. You can delegate the task to someone else on your team, or you can outsource it to a competent freelancer. Check out freelancing sites like elance.com or upwork.com to find freelancers, but be sure you're hiring competent professionals. Finally, keep an eye out for ideas. Once you open your eyes and start looking around, you'll find post ideas everywhere. You'll see popular topics on other people's blogs, a comment will give you an idea, even a product review will give you an idea. Be sure to write them down whenever you see them, as this saves time later when it's time to brainstorm posting ideas. Here's a quick tip. You might use a clipping app like Evernote, which lets you quickly and easily clip content online and add a note to it and save it to your ideas folder. So here's a quick recap. Social media marketing begins with creating content, and savvy marketers are always looking for ways to maximize their content strategy. You just discovered our favorite ways to create more content faster than ever to save time and money. Once you have your content in hand, then your next task is to maximize exposure to this content. And that's what we're covering in the next lesson. Your content may as well not even exist if it doesn't get exposure. This means you need to post it at the right time, when your target market is online. It needs to grab your followers' attention, and it needs to be the ideal length to hold their attention. Basically, your content needs to be like superglue that bonds your prospects to your content instantly to create maximum exposure. Here's how to stir up a vat of this content superglue. Post content that's the ideal length. Ultimately, you need to test your own content with your own audience to see what they respond to best. However, you can start with this research from Digital Web Rocket, which outlines the ideal length for a wide variety of content. Specifically, in Twitter, it's about 100 characters. Tweets can't be longer than 140 characters, so they're short no matter what, but 100 characters seems to be the sweet spot as it produces 17% more engagement than other posts. Facebook, 40 characters. Research shows posts with a mere 40 characters get 86% more engagement than longer posts. Google+, 60 characters. Your headlines need to fit on one line, and it needs to grab your reader's attention. LinkedIn posts, 25 words. Consumer-oriented posts get better engagement right around 21 to 25 words, while 16 to 25 words is the sweet spot for business-to-business posts. YouTube videos, just under 3 minutes. Analysts have looked at the length of the most popular videos on YouTube, and they've determined they're short, about 2 minutes and 54 seconds on average. You can use this guideline when you're posting videos on other social media too, such as Google+ or Facebook. Hashtags, 6 characters. If you're using hashtags, and you should be, then keep them short, just 6 characters per tag. You can see a pattern here. Keep it short. People's attention spans are short, and when they're accessing content from their mobile phones, they're more likely to engage if they don't need to do a lot of scrolling. That's why you'll want to hone your copywriting skills so that every word counts. Which brings us to the next point. Practice good copywriting. Attention spans are short, and there are a lot of other people competing for your followers' attention. That's why you need to grab it quick and hold on hard using the power of good copywriting. Here are just 2 tips to get you started. Put your biggest benefits front and center. If you have a snippet of text you're using to get someone to click on a link, then you better darn well give them a good reason to click on that link. Or if you're posting a headline to an article, then that headline ought to put the biggest benefits up front. Don't make your readers click a link or start reading to figure out the benefits because they just won't do it. Instead, deliver the biggest benefits to them on a silver platter so they feel compelled to take action. For example, melt fat fast using this weird trick, or double your conversion rates in 5 minutes. Arouse curiosity whenever possible. If you visit a site like Upworthy.com, which creates viral content, you'll see that their content is mainly propelled by curiosity-fueled headlines. For example, the incredible golfing secret of the one-armed golfer. Or the shocking truth about your metabolism. Keep in mind that people are looking for solutions to their problems. They basically want to read about themselves. Yes, they're a little self-centered. Once you start writing headlines and copy that appeals to this self-centeredness, you're likely to see your conversion rates shoot up. Next up, post at the right time. The key to getting interaction, which further increases exposure, and kickstarting a viral effect is to post at the right time. What you need to do is figure out when your audience is most likely to be online and able to interact, and then post accordingly. Now, you've probably seen some of the studies others have conducted to figure out the best time to post. For example, BuzzSumo.com analyzed 500 million blog posts published on Facebook and found that the best results were achieved between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. Eastern on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Those that went viral were usually posted on Tuesdays. So, does this mean you'll be golden if you post at about 10 a.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday? Maybe, maybe not. It all depends on your audience. For example, if you're targeting those from the land down under, Australia and New Zealand, then they're probably sleeping at that time, or partying hard and dancing on a table with a lampshade on their head. But either way, they're not on social media. So unless you plan on doing some sort of electronic osmosis for those who sleep with their phones under their pillows, posting at that time wouldn't be a good idea. So what you need to really do is think about your audience, figure out when they'll be online, and then start testing different times for yourself. Yes, you can toss a Tuesday at 10 a.m. post into the mix as well, but be sure to test other days and times too. Consider these factors. According to IDC.com research, the vast majority of young people, teens to 20s, check their phone as soon as they get up in the morning. They also check it regularly all through the day, though they may not always have time to engage. Many people with smartphones report looking at their phones while they're watching TV, which is typically done in the evening. People who have children are probably rushing in the morning between the time they get up and the time they arrive at work. The exception? Those who use public transport, as they'll have downtime on the train or bus to check their phones. Some people do have some downtime soon after they arrive at work. They arrive a few minutes early and then do a little online browsing before starting their tasks for the day. Some people may have more free time to engage on weekend mornings, but that depends on your audience, as some people use their weekend mornings for family time, hobbies, exercise, and so on. Some people even choose to go dark on the weekend, meaning they unplug from social media. Take these factors into consideration. Think about your own audience and start testing times and dates. Here's a quick tip. Start tracking when your audience starts following your social media pages or even engages on your website, such as commenting on your blog posts or joining your newsletter. If you see definite patterns as to when the vast majority of your audience is online, these are good days and times to test your social media postings. Once you've determined the best time to post for your audience, then you can develop a regular publishing schedule to post your best content on those specific days and times. For example, if you find that your audience tends to respond best at 8 p.m. on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, then you can set up your automation tools to automatically post content during those times. Naturally, you can post content at other times as well, but you'll want to save your best content, or the content you want to go viral, for the times when your audience has time to engage. Next, post popular content. Spend a few minutes browsing popular social media pages and you'll quickly notice that certain types of content seem to get more shares and interaction than other types of content. Specifically, images are shared more than text, and videos are shared more than images. For example, post a really good tip or a quote in text form and you'll get a low to moderate amount of engagement. Now make this tip or quote into a graphic and watch engagement shoot up for the exact same content. Try it for yourself. You won't believe the difference. Tip: sometimes people don't hit the share button to share an image. Instead, they save it to their hard drives and then share it on other platforms and locations. That's why it's very important for you to brand every image you create, which includes putting your URL on the image. So that's how you maximize exposure by grabbing attention and engaging your audience. Now let's look at the last goal, which is to maximize results. When people like your posts, that's cool, but these likes don't create a viral storm, and likes don't pay the mortgage bill. So ultimately, your goal is to get your followers to take some specific action. Depending on what type of content you're posting and the purpose of this content, your goal action might be sharing your posts so it goes viral, clicking on a link, picking up the phone to call you, purchasing a product, joining your newsletter list, requesting information from you, following you on a different social media channel. Those are just a few of the top examples. You may have other ideas of what you want your followers to do. Before you post a piece of content, you need to decide its purpose. Generally, each piece of content should have one primary purpose. Everything about the content should be geared towards achieving this purpose. Now, we talked about some of these possible goals at the beginning of this course, such as increasing brand awareness, driving traffic, boosting conversions, generating sales, raising awareness about a related social issue, and so much more. These aren't just goals for your entire social media strategy. They're also goals for each piece of content you create. Point is, if you don't have a goal in mind when you post a piece of content, then you need to ask yourself why you're even posting it. Now here's the key to getting people to take action. You need to post a call to action. This is where you specifically tell people what you want them to do next. For example, click here now to claim your free report. Or like this if you agree. Give your friends a smile by sharing this with them right now. Activate your coupon by clicking here. And here's something important to keep in mind. Merely telling people what to do, like click here, isn't going to create a whole flurry of action. In most cases, it helps to give people a good reason to take the action you're suggesting. If you can stir up a sense of urgency, that's even better. For example, click here to get your free report, but hurry, this offer ends soon. So here's a quick recap. You just learned about the 3 parts of increasing your ROI: maximizing your content strategy, maximizing your exposure, and maximizing your results. These aren't steps to take in isolation. Instead, use them together to create the best return on your investment of time and/or money. And then use the tips in the next section to really set your social media strategy on fire. Eric Qualman says, "We don't have a choice on whether we do social media. The question is how well we do it." Your overall social media strategy is designed to meet your business goals, such as generating leads and sales. However, you should also work to get your existing prospects, customers, web visitors, and store visitors to follow you on social media. Why? Simple, because as Qualman hints above, it's all about doing social media better. Let me explain. Reason number 1 to bring your existing prospects and customers to social media is because it's another channel where you can reach them. Your mailing list is great, your blog is good too, but social media gives you one more opportunity to communicate with your prospects and customers, which is important in a noisy marketplace. Reason number 2 to bring existing prospects and customers to social media is because many of these people are already engaged. They already know you, like you, and trust you. So when they see your content, they'll naturally engage. In turn, this creates more exposure, and if they're sharing your content, you'll get a viral effect too. You see, the people who are most likely to share your content are those who already know you. Your satisfied customers and other people with whom you've built a relationship are capable of sending you warm leads. So take advantage of this by engaging them on social media. So here are some ways to expand your social media networks. Place social media buttons on your website. You can put links to all your social media accounts with a call to action such as follow us on Facebook. You can put these calls to action in your sidebar, on purchase confirmation pages, and on your blog. In fact, this is super easy to do if you have a blog such as WordPress. Just use any of the several available social media plugins and social media badges will appear at the end of your blog posts. So not only does this make it easy for people to follow you, you can also give them direct links to share or like your content on various social media platforms. Include social media links in your products. If you have reports, books, apps, software, videos, or similar products that you offer for sale, or even as lead magnets, be sure to include links to your social media platforms. As always, include a direct call to action, along with a great reason to follow you. For example, follow us on Facebook to enter the contest, or follow us on Twitter to get late-breaking news, or follow us on Instagram to see mind-blowing transformation photos. Next, tell your mailing list. You might include a link to your social media accounts along with a call to action in the header or footer of all your emails. Better yet, encourage your newsletter subscribers to come to a specific social media page, like Google+, to discuss an article from your newsletter. It's a great way to turn a monologue, which is your newsletter, into a dialogue with your prospects and customers. For example, click here to join the conversation on Facebook to find out what your fellow readers think of this idea, and be sure to let us know your opinion too. Next, print URLs on receipts. You can include links to your top 1 or 2 social media sites on all your receipts. This includes both the print receipts as well as the digital receipts, since some folks will print off digital receipts. Send ride-alongs and shipments. If you send out packages in the mail, then you can share your social media links on a flyer. As always, give people a good reason to follow you on social media. For example, follow us on Twitter to get a discount coupon to use on your next purchase. Print links on advertising specialties. If you send out branded merchandise to customers, you can include your social media links as space allows. For example, you probably wouldn't put your links on a pen since you'd reserve your web links for that valuable space. On the other hand, you have plenty of room to print your links on a branded calendar. Print links in ads. If you're placing direct response ads, then you probably won't want to print your social media links, as you'd rather have prospects head directly to your sales page. However, depending on your niche and offer, it might make sense to include a social media link in ads. For example, local businesses like restaurants might post social media links, especially if those social media links include consumer reviews. In other words, sending people to a social media link can be a powerful form of social proof. All businesses can invite prospects to follow on social media and receive a discount coupon. Another idea is to invite people to join a contest, which of course involves following the business on social media. Again, look at your own business and offer to determine if it's wise to include social media links in your ads. Next, cross-promote your social media pages. Here's a simple way to promote your links. Just tell your other social media followers about them. For example, include links to your other social media pages along with a call to action at the end of your YouTube videos. Include links to your other social media pages in the About section of your social media profiles. Create posts every now and then where you directly tell your followers to join you on other social media platforms. Be sure to ask your followers to retweet your messages. Next, use social share tools. As mentioned earlier in this guide, you need to provide a call to action. You need to take people by the hand and tell them exactly what you want them to do and give them a good reason to do it. Here's a reason. If your prospects take the recommended action, you'll give them a really good reward. This reward might be a free yet valuable product, such as an app, book, or video. In other words, you bribe prospects into taking action. This is exactly what social share tools like Perkzilla over at perkzilla.com can do. And you can use this tool to grow your social media networks. Here's how it works. You select an in-demand product that you know your prospects really appreciate and value. Then you offer this product for free in exchange for your prospects sharing your content on social media. Once your prospect shares on the sites of your choice, such as Facebook, the app unlocks their free gift and gives them instant access to it. It's a win-win situation. Your current followers get valuable products, and you get exposure to your followers' friends. So here's a quick recap. The bottom line is, whenever you reach out to communicate with your existing prospects and customers, you have an opportunity to invite them to join you on social media. And it's a good idea to get these existing customers on social media because they'll help you ramp up interaction, exposure, and the viral effect. Now, one thing we've been talking about here in this section and elsewhere is how tools can help you build, run, and manage your social media platforms. And so, that's what we're going to be covering in the next lesson. Bill Gates says the first rule of any technology used in a business is that automation applied to an efficient operation will magnify the efficiency. The second is that automation applied to an inefficient operation will magnify the inefficiency. If you think about the quote above, you'll see why we're so focused in this guide on making sure your social media strategy is set up correctly right from day one. Once you've got a good strategy in hand, then you can start looking at tools. These tools can make light work of your social media efforts by using automation tools, and you can get better results with analytics. So in this section, we're going to talk about the following types of tools. Automation tools. These tools let you get your content published faster across multiple networks. Analytics and click tracking. You can test, track, and tweak your campaigns using these tools. Find out what works and optimize your social media efforts. All-in-one tools. These tools provide multiple functions such as analytics, automation, and engagement. Content creation. Here, you'll find a variety of tools in multiple subcategories to help you create images, videos, and audio content, as well as interactive content more quickly. Finally, viral traffic tools. These apps work to kickstart your viral campaigns and boost your social media efforts. So the automation category will include such tools as Hootsuite, Hootlit, IFTTT, Buffer, TweetDeck, and Zapier. These are all tools that will help you automate your social media posting process. In the analytics and click tracking category, we have tools like SumAll, ClickMeter, and Trackerly or Tracker.ly. Let's have a look at some of the all-in-one tools, which include automation, engagement, and analytics. TweetPea, Social Sprout, AudiSense, Post Planner, Agorapulse, FollowerWonk, Iconosquare, Quintly, Sife, Clout, Keyhole, Brandwatch, Littlebird, Simply Measured, Sendable, and yeah, you get the idea. There's a whole lot of all-in-one solutions out there. And then there's content creation. For interactive content creation, you can use Riddle.com or Wedgies.com. For audio content creation, you can use YouTube Audio Library. And for video content creation, check out Filmora, Snagit, and Content Samurai. Finally, for viral traffic, check out SmartBribe or Perkzilla. So here's some closing thoughts on these tools. Set aside some time today to comb through the links in the recommended resources section and choose the tools that are right for your business and budget. The time you spend today browsing these tools is an investment because you'll save lots of time and money once you put these tools to work for you. Next up, let's put all the pieces together to create your custom social media strategy. Al Ries says strategy and timing are the Himalayas of marketing. Everything else is the Catskills. At this point, it's pretty clear social media needs to start playing a role in your overall marketing strategy. And you need to create a good social media strategy if you want to get great results. Here's something else. Even if you do not engage in social media, you're sending a message loud and clear. What message? A message that you're not current with the times. A message that you don't find your customers and prospects' preferred communication channel to be all that important. A message that says, go ahead and do business with my competitors because I really don't have the time to interact with you. Of course, you certainly wouldn't intend to send that type of message. You certainly wouldn't think it, and for darn sure you wouldn't say anything like it. But that's besides the point, because this is the message your customers hear. The good news is that you're not going to have this problem. That's because you've been reading through this guide, so you now know a whole lot more about social media marketing than the average business owner. And you're just about ready to create and unroll your social media strategy. That's what this chapter is going to show you how to do. We'll take all these pieces and parts you've been learning about in this guide, and we'll put them together into one solid strategy that you can use to grow your business. Let's jump in. Here's a step-by-step plan for you, which you can implement using the information you already learned in this guide. Step 1. Define your goals. As you learned right in the beginning of this guide, your very first step is to decide what you want your social media presence to do for you. For example, do you want to drive traffic to specific links, build your brand, generate leads, boost conversions, create sales? Those are just a few of the ways you can use social media. Go back to those first few videos to refresh your mind on many of the other ways. What you're going to do is decide what your primary goal is on social media. This is one goal that's more important to you than all the others. This primary goal is going to drive your entire social media strategy. Every piece of content you post is going to serve as a step towards your goal. Of course, that doesn't mean you need to create just one goal. You certainly can and should lay out your secondary goals as well. Then, when you create your strategy or create a piece of content, you can check that it's a step towards your primary goal and also check to see if it supports your secondary goals. You'll get an example of this in Step 5, but first, let's work through the next steps. Step 2, profile your audience. Next, you need to really take a close look at your audience to determine who they are and what they want. Again, go back to that original market research video for a refresher on this topic. This step will help you to do two things. It'll help you figure out what kind of content to post, as your research will tell you what people in your niche want. And secondly, it'll help you determine the best social media platform, as you can compare your audience demographics to the platform demographics. Step 3, determine the best platform. There are a lot of social media platforms currently online, and new ones are springing up all the time. If you use the shotgun approach, you're just going to end up wasting bullets. And of course, by bullets, I mean time and money. So instead, you'll want to take a more methodical approach. As you discovered earlier, there are 7 main social media platforms for you to consider using. These popular platforms include LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Google+, YouTube, and Pinterest. Your mission is to determine the following. Number 1, on which platforms is your audience most likely to congregate? This is where you compare your audience demographics with the information about the platforms. Number 2, of the platforms where your audience congregates, which platforms will help you best achieve your goals? This is where you look at how the platform works and whether it's best designed for branding, driving traffic, and so on. Remember, you're just going to select perhaps 2 platforms and focus on those 2 platforms for starters. Step 4, choose your tools. Next, you're going to decide what types of tools you want to use. You'll want to take some time to figure out what your needs are in terms of content creation, design, automation, tracking, and so on. Then spend time going through the links provided in this guide to determine the best tools for your needs. It's a good idea to select your tools early on for these 2 reasons. You can start using them immediately so you can get your social media strategy off to a good start, and it's often easier and saves time to set up the tools at the same time as you set up your social media accounts. Next step, Step 5, create a content plan. In this step, you need to create your content plan. Now there's 2 parts of this plan to consider. Part 1, the kind of content you'll create and post. Part 2, when you'll post content. Let's look at these issues separately. Part 1, what kind of content will you post? We've talked about some of the issues earlier in this guide. Here are the main points to keep in mind. Figure out what your market wants. Your market research will help you determine this. Analyze other people's social media content to determine what sort of content, both the topic and the format, seem to be the most popular in your niche. Understand that certain types of content get better engagement. Earlier, you learned that graphics do better than text, and videos often do better than both graphics and text. You also learned about the ideal length of content. You'll need to test these things out for yourself. In addition to choosing the type of content that's most likely to get a good response, you also need to create content that supports both your primary and secondary goals. Let me give you an example. Let's suppose your primary goal is to generate leads, and one of your secondary goals is to build brand awareness. So let's suppose you put out a short how-to video. In order to generate leads, you'll need to make sure your video possesses these characteristics. It's extremely informative and solves a part of your prospect's problem. It's short and entertaining to hold attention. It offers something novel. Not only does this help drive people to your website to see what else you can offer, which supports your primary goal, it also creates a viral effect which supports your secondary goal as you build brand authority. It includes a link and a call to action at the end of the video to drive people to your lead page. This is your primary goal. It's branded in a way that people know who put the video out after they've watched it for just a couple seconds. This supports your secondary goal. It's part of an intriguing video series. This supports your secondary goal. So you get the point. Whenever you create a piece of content, be sure it supports your primary goal and, whenever possible, your secondary goal as well. Here's a quick tip. Be sure to post a variety of content. Not only does this keep your viewers engaged, but it also gives you a feel as to what type of content they respond to the best. Here's another tip. Be careful about promos. If you do too many, you're going to turn off your followers. If you do too few, your followers might feel like they're not getting any special perks, such as special discounts, in exchange for following you. Now let's move on to part 2 of your content planning strategy. When will you post content? As mentioned earlier in this guide, you need to determine the best time to post content for your audience. You'll want to track shares, likes, and comments in order to figure out which days and which times create the desired response. For example, at some times of the day, such as early morning, you might have people checking their phone and social media accounts when they first wake up. They might only have time to just tap a quick like on your content. Meanwhile, you might find that at other times of the day, they not only like it, but they have time to share it or comment on it too. Perhaps this happens during the generally good period of Tuesday between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. These are just examples. Your mileage may vary depending on your audience and the type of content you're creating. That's why you need to track these things to determine for yourself the best time to post. Once you've figured this out, then you need to plan your content strategy in very specific terms. In other words, what will you post and when will you post it? First, you need to plan your overall strategy. Specifically, how often will you post on your social media accounts? For example, multiple times per day, daily, every other day, weekly? Here's how to determine a schedule that's right for you. First, look at your primary and secondary goals and determine which content publishing schedule would best support those goals. A quick note here. You should devote time daily to your social media strategy, but this doesn't necessarily mean you need to post on every platform every day. For example, let's suppose you're posting on Pinterest and Facebook. You might post on Facebook daily to drive traffic and generate leads, as it's likely your target market spends a lot of time on Facebook. Meanwhile, you might decide to only post on Pinterest once or twice a week to retain some top-of-mind awareness. Secondly, look at what your competitors are doing on social media. Try to reverse engineer what's working. Look at how often they post, what sort of interaction they're getting on those posts, and how popular their page is overall. This will help you devise your own strategy. Based on the information you collected above, you can now design your own custom content posting schedule. You'll want to use a calendar app or pen and paper if you're feeling like doing it old school, and actually create a detailed daily, weekly, and monthly plan for your content posting strategy. Now go back to your goals for a moment and then figure out what sub-goals you need to achieve in order to meet your goals for your social media campaign. Remember, your sub-goals should be supportive stepping stones to your main goals. These sub-goals might include getting a certain number of shares on a piece of content, getting X number of new followers each week, and so on. Now, based on these goals, you can start designing your monthly content strategy. In other words, what do you need to do each month in order to hit your goals? Once you know what you're going to do each month, then you can break these tasks up into weekly and daily to-do lists. You can plan the following: exactly what type of content you'll create each week to support your goals, exactly how and when you'll create content. For example, do it yourself on Monday mornings or outsource the task to someone else. Exactly when you'll post this content, for example, daily at 10 a.m. with the viral content going out on Tuesdays. And exactly how you'll post this content. For example, will you be using automation tools to make it easier? Once you have your plan, then be sure to schedule time on your calendar each day or each week to create and post content according to your plan. Step 6. Grow your platforms. In the previous step, you devised your content strategy. Now in this step, you need to devise your plan for growing your platforms. That is, how will you expand your networks on each of your active platforms? You've already received plenty of ideas inside this guide. Now what you need to do is start implementing these ideas. Some of these ideas you just do once, such as adding a link to your receipts. Other ideas you'll do on a regular basis, such as inviting social media followers on one platform to follow you on another, blogging about your platforms, telling your newsletter subscribers, creating viral content to get more exposure, and so on. Point is, you need to plan your strategy by detailing what steps you'll take every day, week, and month to grow your platforms. Then add these tasks to your planner and to-do lists. And finally, step 7. Track, test, and tweak. You've created both a content strategy and a strategy for growing your platforms. Now what you need to do is make sure your strategies are working. That's why you'll need to track, test, and tweak everything to be sure you're hitting your targets. Check the resources section to get your hands on some tools that will let you track and analyze your results easily. So, you've got a plan in hand. You've got the complete details of how to implement your plan inside this guide. So now it's time to take action. Not tomorrow, not next week, not later or any other vague point in the future. Start right now while everything is fresh in your mind and you're excited about what your social media strategy can do for you. I'm talking generating leads, growing your lists, boosting your conversions, driving sales, building brand awareness, and so much more. All of these benefits and more are yours for the taking. Your social media strategy can make it happen. So roll up your sleeves, lay down your plans, and get ready for some great results.